that I'm on point. What he's saying is exactly his sentiment throughout. What I quoted was exactly his sentiment throughout his entire paper. Like so this ultimately this video is something that can equip you to go on and do many things. And I'm not sending you this to change your mind about germs, but I, I, I probably would defend him. Like I don't know how far I'd go, but this is good work, man. I can't say nothing bad about this.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, does have a lot of good stuff to say, and you listen and you take the good bits and all that. So, I don't know. It's a crazy world. But I know I would like someone try to replicate his test or whatever with the 2 holes. Just like it's only been tested once. Like, someone get out there and do it again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
But like we can come back with like, oh, the light didn't pass through the 2 holes because of refraction. The light was bending down, and so everything can just always be counter argument. But I like David Weiss. He's got good presentations and actual like photo. As he's talking, he brings up photos and everything, and so he's pretty good.
Elijah, you had to put that link to that 3-hour thing in the text chat.
Okay, no problem.
Nice one, fella.
I just want to say good morning, everybody.
Hey, what's up?
Hi, Elijah.
Man?
Hey, man.
I'm here with sorry, I was wearing my mask. I'm here with my friend and nutrition alchemist. We're over here doing rides, going all along for a ride. Early morning. While we were riding, I work out and train doing jump rope and shadow boxing.
Nice, Master Chief. Nice,
man. Keep healthy.
I hope I'm not hot micing. It means where like they can hear everything when I'm not saying nothing. Yeah.
The push to talk.
Right. I'm on my cell phone right now.
Nah, it's not too bad.
I was here. So how was I mean, I was there yesterday, but I was wondering how you guys thought about ladies' night the other day or last night.
Well, it was good until that particular situation. Overall, it was good. Yeah.
I only caught the first kind of Glober that came in. He was quite arrogant guy. I think we worked out he'd been there a few times before, and I fell asleep after that.
He was dismissing everything that's being forwarded to him. He almost sounded like a broken record player. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was soundboard. Just, pause the button, then play the button, and pause the button, then play the button. I was like, is this listening? He's not even addressing any of the.
I remember now. He didn't listen at all, did he?
He didn't address any of whatever they said to him. Anything at all. He kept just pausing and playing the recording.
Basically. Yeah, he was very rude to the ladies, and he was very cocky, and he just wasn't wanting to hear what they had to say. It was like he would they would give him an explanation, and then he would just no, that's not it, and then I'm sorry. Yeah, he would just didn't.
Yeah, his kind of cadence, his kind of the way he came in. It's to me like it was like very arrogant. Like he just discovered that people think the Earth is flat, and he just couldn't believe
Right.
it. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. And he was just very rude. I didn't like his rude attitude. It was just the attitude that was just.
Yeah, and when it's the ladies' night and they're talking, I don't know if it's some kind of old-fashioned thing that I have. If I feel more defensive for them, even though they could take care of themselves and they could take care of me, no worries. But
I know exactly. I got that gentleman instinct kind of thing going.
Yeah, man.
When you're rude to a lady, man, I'm gonna step up.
Yeah.
And you're lucky that the lady's present, because if she wasn't present, you would have been knocked out on the ground. I'm that
For those ladies need no protection, man. They handle anything, don't they? So it's all good. But I just couldn't help thinking, shut up, you prick.
Right. No, I mean, it's very good to have a lady who can, like, hold on, babe, I got this. You know what I mean? And then, okay, babe, now handle it. Bam, you know what I mean? So that's
man. Tag her in. Boom.
Right, exactly. It's like tag teaming, you know what I mean? So I know I definitely have that with my fiance. She's yeah. Every time I think about it, it's just I can't stop it. I get too excited.
Sorry, what happened later then? Is it worth me going having a listen back on the video, or did something go down later on?
I think the ladies pretty much like handled and schooled like every glober that was going in there, trying to straw man them and try to be they try to show their assertiveness. But I think Dandelion was really getting at them and really making like, I know she doesn't like making she doesn't like taking a guy's manhood, but she's
emasculating.
Yeah, I feel like she'll have them up curled up in the corner, bro. Watch out. You know what I mean? She'll have that dominance for sure. But like I think she was really she was very kind. And then when it came down to the rudeness, that's when she took like, all right, we're not having it. And yeah.
Yeah, I noticed he because he wasn't talking to Dan at first. He was talking to, I forget her name, something Medic. Her name is.
Oh yeah, that's right.
She was in a shop, so she had to go, and he was just like, "What? You can't carry on talking to me because you're in a shop." He got really put out by that.
Right. Was it Danzamedic? I don't know how to pronounce.
I'm still new, so I'm still like trying to learn everyone's names and things.
Yeah, I know we say medic for sure, but I've seen her coming in a different name before.
Yeah, it's Damsel Medic.
Yeah, that's it. Nice and light. Yeah.
She's really good at talking about the topic. And she's insightful.
Yeah, she really handled herself.
Hey, I'm gonna dip out and I'm gonna watch this this thing Elijah's posted. So I'm probably on for 3 hours. So I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
Yeah. It's a matter of fact. Yeah, we can watch it in the chill. If anybody wants to go ahead and watch it together.
Yeah, I'm down for going there. Yeah.
All right. After this, I'd like to. Okay, for anyone who is confused about light propagation, because there's always with the black swan, refraction. Check this out. Light travels in a straight line. How do we know this? Because we can see people where they are. not where they appear to be, but they're actually physically somewhere else, right? So when we're talking about the geometric horizon blocking things, that means we can't see the light from beyond it, from objects bounced to our eye, because we don't have a straight line of sight. The reason I can see a building in my distance, or the reason I can see any of these things, is because the light is traveling from this, anyway, what they say. Light is traveling from, like, for instance, the water tower I'm looking at. It's traveling from there to my eye, right, in a straight line. If you look up, does light travel in a straight path or a straight line? There's tons of videos about it, and it's intuitive, because it's like, oh yeah, this is exactly what I experienced, and then you have the ad hoc explanation as to why the geometry doesn't pan out for the globe. Oh, you wouldn't expect to see the geometric horizon, so I wouldn't expect to see something physically obstructing things at 1.2 miles. That's what you're telling me. At 1.2 miles, I can no longer see things as they appear. That makes no sense. Not only does it not make any sense, but again, if you YouTube, does light travel in a straight line? That's the real answer. Hell yeah. That's how we have line of sight. That's how snipers snipe. All of this, it's very simple. And it goes direct contradiction to what they claim. And also, if you Google distance to the horizon, there's a lot of videos about that, talking about the horizon that is physically at a location blocking things beyond it. Until you talk about the black swan. Then it's, oh, well, see, something else is happening there. But anyway, anyway, so, look up this light travel in a straight line videos. They're pretty interesting. Um, anyway, so anybody who's gonna follow us down and chill to watch this, you're more than welcome.
I'll see you down there now.
All right.
Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
What's going on, everyone? It is Jaren from Jarenism, back with a live video for you. Thank you for joining me. I do appreciate it. Shout out first to all my patrons for making this channel possible. I do appreciate it so much. You guys are awesome. I've decided to call this video Quotes That Tell Us We've All Been Lied To. So, pretty simple little title. I was in the middle of making slides for each and every quote and sourcing each quote, and eventually I just realized it was simply taking too long, and it would be easier just to read all the quotes that I have gathered straight from OneNote, and then maybe make some short comments on those quotes as I read them. So that will be what this live stream is all about. It won't be pretty or attractive like my normal videos, because basically I'm just using a window capture, the OneNote application, and then reading from there. So no normally gorgeous text slides as I sometimes make, so my apologies for that. Also, just to address some comments on a recent video that I did where I included several quotes, the criticism was that in the middle of the quote, I would begin making comments and then continue to quote as if this, left the listener confused as to which words I was actually quoting and which words were mine. And so I went back to watch the video, and wow. My apologies for sure, because they were exactly right. Sure, I knew which words were mine and which were part of the quote, but when I listened back and I kind of pretended like I was hearing the quotes for the first time, they were 100% correct with that criticism. So thank you for those who pointed that out, because they couldn't have been more correct. Really quick, let me show you an example of what I'm talking about, and this way you know what I will and will not be doing throughout this video. So on the screen you'll see a quote. It's an actual real quote that I, like one I'd read today. And it's like the ones I've read in my recent videos, but let's pretend like I was reading this quote, and I'll kind of read it like what everybody said I was doing that was wrong, and they're correct, because I said, quote, "I've already known for a long time that we do not have proof for the system of Copernicus." Oops, 1 second. All right, super chats, great. I'll be right back with those. Thank you guys so much for that. So anyway, if I was reading this quote, I would say, quote, "I've already known for a long time that we do not yet have proof for the system of Copernicus, which at the time was one of a 3 million mile distant sun, and so much more fantasy nonsense that it's practically a joke. But I shall not take the risk of being the first one attacking it. Alexander von Humboldt." So you can see what I did there? Yeah, bad Jaren. And so my critics could not have been more correct in this regard. I did it on 10 different occasions. So I totally stand corrected. I apologize, and I promise not to do that again, as to everyone but me, I guess that can be quite confusing, and I now realize that. So throughout this video, I will just simply read the quote in full without commentary until I end the quote. So this quote and commentary will now be easily separated. For example, we can have the quote from Alexander von Humboldt. Quote, "I have already known for a long time that we do not yet have proof for a system of Copernicus, but I shall not take the risk of being the first one to attack it." End quote. Alexander von Humboldt. Now, at the time of Copernicus, he had a 3 million mile distant sun and so much more fantasy nonsense, it feels like some sort of joke, etc., or something similar. So I'm just making an example case here. So anyway, thank you for that feedback. I stand corrected. I shall be severely punished for my transgressions. So now you know what to expect and how you'll know when I'm reading a quote and when I'm commenting on one. I'll try and keep my comments limited, but if anybody knows me, they know that I can't really say how successful I'll be at doing so. So you'll just have to bear with me. I'll also be creating a page on my website, which will have all these quotes in a single post under this video when it finally posts to my jarenism.com website. All right, so let's begin with a question, and that question is, what is the point of this video? So, the point is that I think there are so many quotes, and so many, that tell us that we've all been lied to. Now, despite the current debate over the shape of the Earth, the first step to waking someone up is showing them that we've all been lied to. So if I'm able to show that all of the real science and many of the greatest minds of all time, quote unquote, agree that all tests show that the Earth is fixed, well, would you then realize that there's a problem? I hope so. I just want to show people what exactly led me to the understanding that for me is so clear, that the current scientific establishment has a certain worldview, And that worldview says that we cannot be in a central position in the universe, and the quotes will prove just that. That observationally, they cannot say that we are not the center, that they make their choices on philosophical grounds, and some of them say based on, quote-unquote, modesty. It's not science. That is known as a worldview, and it steers their science and their observations in a direction, and people deserve to know that. It is the absolute definition of pseudoscience. It's being taught as actual science, and it's absolutely far from it. So, because in my opinion, it should show you what is going on and what we're dealing with, but really it's up to you. You've got to decide what to believe. So, in my opinion, the entirety of astronomy and cosmology is actually built upon this mediocrity assumption, this worldview that Earth cannot be central, it cannot be important, we must be no different than the lights in the sky. It's full of presuppositions, assumptions, begging the question, and in actuality, it's all just pseudoscience. But my hope is simple here. By the end of this video, you can realize that we are not taught everything, but we're just taught a one-sided, convoluted, concocted model that's built on assumptions and philosophical beliefs, and that any and all observations that show otherwise get buried or explained away using, of course, mathematics, metaphysical theories that allow them to keep this worldview and to maintain their status as the heliocentric, quote-unquote, geniuses that they are. And the choice is yours, to see them that way or to see them as I do, as priests of a religion who have devised clever explanations and basically mathematical, formulas to hide the truth from you, me, and the entire world. So just imagine for a second, maybe close your eyes if you want to get in touch with your inner self, and think for a second, if you realized today that the Earth was in fact still, that it was in fact fixed and of prime importance, if it was the apple of God's eye per se, would that change your worldview? Well, it absolutely did mine. It changed my entire life and my world profoundly. So my hope is that you hear these quotes and decide for yourself if you'd like to continue the belief centered around these forced explanations of these men to explain these anomalies, or if by chance, maybe you now realize, like I do, what's actually going on. And maybe you open your mind for possibly the first time to what is a myriad of other possibilities and various conceptions and ideas that better explain the world that we live in. So the choice will truly become your own, and you aren't cornered into a belief system that is taught to children before they can even understand or possibly question the worldview that is about to become part of their belief system. I think nothing is important as where you live, right? If the Earth is central and of the utmost importance, then I believe all humans deserve to know that and to operate their lives within that enormously important understanding. So let's get to the quotes. There are many more than I've assembled here today, so many more. I just tried to maybe touch a little bit of everything and tried to corral them. But I'm only pointing to quotes about this particular worldview and subject, so I won't be reading quotes today about the Earth being flat. You won't hear any quotes like that. You won't hear any evolution quotes. You won't hear quotes about the age of dinosaurs or those kind of things. Nope. Today is just going to be about the Earth. We're going to be looking at the Earth, its location in the cosmos, its centrality, its fixed position, and the tests and opinions regarding relativity and why it is that all tests, at least all tests that I've been able to find, prove that the Earth does not move. So in the end, when you hear the quotes and contrast them with what you were taught and what's being taught to our children and your grandchildren, perhaps then maybe you will see the issue and understand why so many of us are absolutely against what's going on and what's being taught. So the truth is that it is not science, it's pseudoscience, it's not reality, it's a mathematical conception, and it's not fact, but simply it's theory. And if, it's not the correct view of the world, but rather it's like a worldview pushed onto everyone through public and also, social indoctrination, as we've seen of recent. So I've got my OneNote opened here where I keep all my notes, and we can start to go through some of them. And I'm sure that there are many, many more, like I said. So if I've missed some, or maybe you find a quote that I have missourced or something's wrong with it, please leave a quote in the comment or leave a comment saying that I did so, or if you have any other quotes that maybe I didn't include that you want other people to see, you can leave those as a comment as well, and this way more people can see it. My quotes are kind of arranged in a way that makes it easy for me to kind of tell a story, so I'm going to get to those in a second. But before I start, I want to cover one thing that seems to me that all heliocentric religious zealots want to try and tell me when I say that the Earth does not move and that there's no tests that prove it. What do they always say? They say Foucault's pendulum. Well, you should notice that all of these quotes by Einstein and many others, not all the quotes because some are by Copernicus and people that were before Foucault, but I'm talking about all the quotes that I read that are after Foucault. Why would it be that Einstein would say that there's no experiment that can prove the Earth moves if he knew about the Foucault's pendulum, which he absolutely did. He knew about the Foucault's pendulum. So that's one thing I think people miss or that they don't really quite understand about Foucault's pendulum. And if you don't know about it, we'll talk about it real quick just because it is the one answer that I get where, this Foucault's pendulum proves that the Earth spins. Okay, let's talk about it real quick. So we have these pendulums everywhere, right? And these pendulums are basically attached to this presupposed spherical spinning Earth, which supposedly rotates once every 24 hours. But the Earth also goes around the sun once yearly, and the sun goes around the galaxy, and the galaxy goes around the universe at 2.2 million miles per hour. And these are all local motions. So somehow the Foucault pendulum ignores all the local motions but one. It only recognizes the spin of the Earth. Well, the Foucault pendulum miraculously stays lined up with the rest of the universe. And some try and say that it's inertia, but what exactly is inertia? Nobody even knows. I'll get back to that real quick, but I do want to show you, if I can get this up here, 1 second. I do want to show you a live stream of a Foucault pendulum. Let's go over there. All right. So this is a live stream of the Foucault pendulum. I don't know where it's at, but where is this at? Ludwig University something, Geophysics, Department of Earth, Environmental Sciences. The web address is geophysics. I'll actually copy this and put it in the description, so if anybody wants to see this. But here you can see, and they've got these 24-hour snapshots, so you can see that the pendulum actually moves around this little thing. But here's the thing that people don't really recognize. Remember, how often does the Earth spin? It spins, once a day, right? But no, you've got to do all these mathematical equations again. The definition of pseudoscience. Bring in these mathematical equations so that you can actually be correct, because if you look here, the direction of the plane of oscillation of a pendulum with respect to the Earth rotates with an angular speed proportional to the sine of its latitude. Thus, one at 45 degrees rotates every 1.4 days, and one at 30 degrees, which is about where I'm at, thereabouts, every 2 days. So it takes 2 days to rotate all the way around, but the Earth takes 1 day. You can read a little bit further here. It says, so many people have found that the sine factor difficult to understand, which prompted Foucault to conceive the gyroscope in 1852. The gyroscope spinning rotor tracks. Oh, good. I was hoping that I didn't accidentally not bring you over. I did. Continuing what I was reading. We're here. A Foucault pendulum is tricky to set up because imprecise construction can cause additional veering, which masks the terrestrial effect. Air resistance damps the oscillation. So Foucault pendulums in museums usually incorporate an electromagnetic or other drive to keep the bob swinging. This is an absolute lie because it says usually. So what, is there a museum somewhere where the Foucault pendulum swings by itself forever? No, sorry. You need an electromagnetic drive to keep the bob swinging. You have to have a magnet underneath it to keep it going. That's how things work. You can't just spin a pendulum and it go forever. That's against the laws of motion. So anyway, this is just, I wanted to show you this nonsense here, and we'll talk further about it. But like I said, a lot of people will tell you that it's inertia that causes this to happen, but nobody even knows what inertia is. All explanations about inertia involve circular reasoning. Usually it'll sound something like this, like a body keeps doing what it's doing because it has inertia. Okay, so what is inertia? Well, inertia is the tendency of a body to keep moving. Okay, that's great. But why does it keep doing what it's doing? Well, because it has inertia. What? But what is inertia? Well, it's the tendency of a body to keep doing whatever it's doing. Okay, but why does it keep doing whatever it's doing? And so on and so forth. It's just circular reasoning. You'll never get an answer. So perhaps inertia is a universal property. That's possible. And if so, then the ether or the firmament could be the very source causing the Foucault pendulum and the Coriolis effect. And this is why people like Einstein and others can't use Foucault's pendulum as proof that the Earth spins. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying here. You might hear heliocentrists tell us that the entire atmosphere and everything in it, talking about birds, butterflies, clouds, balloons, planes, helicopters, whatever you want to say, are all magically velcroed somehow to the Earth, spinning perfectly in sync with its axial rotation, and it actually reduces its speed also. You know, the atmosphere reduces its speed as you head towards the poles, so it's going 1,040 miles per hour at the pole, and as you walk north, it'll eventually be 0 miles per hour at the pole. That's what, of course, they tell us. But where does this atmosphere even stop spinning? At what altitude? Nobody knows. If we could get up in a balloon, let's say we all get in a balloon and we travel upwards to the upper limits of the atmosphere, what would happen up there? It's utter nonsense. I mean, to think that the atmosphere, the air, is somehow attached and totally synchronized to perfection from 1,040 miles per hour to 0, and yet somehow we have clouds, we have winds, they all blow in every direction. This is a problem, folks. This is pseudoscience by its very definition. It's never shown, never detected, never proven, or scientifically shown in any way. Just absurdities that are required to save the heliocentric model. Like you can add a little theory here and some math there, and you can continue to have people believe that your little worldviews are fact. And, I certainly don't agree with that at all. Basically, for me, heliocentricity is not even logically plausible, let alone irrefutable. It's a theory that we are taught is based on scientific data, but it's actually purely based on a series of assumptions that were built up over the last few hundred years. For example, many of the assertions regarding these astronomical distances between lights in the sky are completely invented, and they're put into calculations on the a priori assumption that the Earth must be revolving around the sun, while at the same time, these assumed distances have another function where they're used as some sort of, petitio principii device, to, indicate that the sun must be at the center because of that distance. Go figure. Here's an example of how it's done. We're told that the sun is too big to revolve around the Earth, right? But wait a minute. Isn't the sun's size determined in the first place by assuming how big it must have been in order for us to have a heliocentric model? Well, of course it is. Go figure. Other assumptions might include the alleged tilt of the Earth. The tilt of the Earth's axis at 23.5 degrees. An absolute, desperately needed heliocentric variable that has no basis in the real world, where the sun simply orbits from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn annually. But of these tropic latitude lines, they're not tilted. They're at an angle of 0 degrees. Both circles are parallel to the equator. In fact, the very word tropic itself comes from the Greek term tropos, which means to turn, referring to the fact that the sun turns back at these lines, and they aren't tilted in any way at all. Or the Earth supposedly darting around the sun at various speeds. It orbits, right, at a faster speed at the northern winter and a slower speed at the northern summer, then back faster again, back and forth. But somehow all of this alleged speed change remains unnoticeable. Well, of course they like to say, well, we don't feel constant motion or speed, and yet the Earth we are on is changing speeds constantly, basically at every single second. Sorry, I'm going to have to get a drink here already. All right, where was I? So, not to mention the fact that the moon is also being dragged around at exactly those same speed levels. It's just, I don't know. How could it be in full, complete synchronization with the wobbly Earth, despite being 250,000 miles away from it? It's all such nonsense. So, what do I have on the screen here? Let me get over here to OneNote. First, I did want to say thank you to the Super Chats. Somebody left one before we even got started. Leaf Eaters, your work is great. I've been watching your videos since you began. I think you should repost some of your older videos for some of the newcomers. Very entertaining. You are an inspiration. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Rhino, just a regular guy who owns a P900 who wants to help shoot across the bay. Yes, I got you. That's going to come up fairly soon. I do have one observation I'm going to make at the canal as soon as I get my camera and before I take it to the Monterey Bay to do that observation. So, Rhino, I will let you know. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate it. And if anybody else wants to send a super chat, I will read those in due time. But like I said, we're going to move over here to OneNote. Let's see here. Hopefully you can see my OneNote. I don't know. Oh, great. Why do you not see the text on the screen? 1 second. This could prove to be catastrophic. What is going on? There's no over here. Oh, there we go. Okay, I got it. Sorry. I had it on a blank page. That's probably why you couldn't see anything. So, okay, so we're just going to go through some of these quotes. I've kind of got them sectioned off. Please forgive me if I make any pronunciation errors or I don't say somebody's name right or get a word wrong. I'm only human. I don't proclaim to be perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I probably make more mistakes every minute than anyone else, to be honest. But let's go ahead and just start out with something simple. This is theoretical physicist Michio Kaku telling us about cosmology. Hopefully you can hear this, and I'm not sure you will be able to, but we'll go ahead and try it.
Usually in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. That is 1 with 120 zeros after it. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
Okay, so thank you, Michio Kaku, and hopefully you heard that. I think it might have been a little on the quiet side, but yeah, he basically tells you right there that they're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th power in regards, and he says it's the largest mismatch in the history of science. Hopefully people get the importance of that quote and understand what we're dealing with, and then you can decide if these are really the people that you want telling you where you live when they just admitted to be off by the largest factor in the history of science when you're looking at experiments versus theory. That's because the experiments do not show at all what these theories are that they've been telling us about the universe forever. And I described it last night, but I thought I just mentioned it again real quick before we get to some of these other ones, that to me science is like a tightrope walker. Because the goal when you're a tightrope walker is to never look at your feet, because as soon as you do, you realize how high up you are, you realize you're in midair and that you may fall a long way down. But as long as you look straight forward, if you're walking a tightrope, you usually can walk safely across. And the reason for that is because you don't want to look down. You need to just keep looking forward, keep plugging ahead, and that's what science is doing. Science does not want to look at its foundations. They don't want to look at, and you can call it the body of science if you want. I'm talking about the people involved in it. They certainly don't want to look down. They do not want to explore their foundations, because if they did and they found a crack, that could collapse the entire thing. So they don't want to look down. They're just like a tightrope walker. But let's get on to the quotes, okay? So I started out with some that I'm just calling prime importance. And by the way, this video might be long. I've got over 100 quotes to read, and some of them are quite long. So either bear with me, or if you need to watch this in segments, you can do that. But my goal is to hit every one of these quotes today, and that's what we'll be doing. And then we'll read some super chats, and then we'll go to bed. So let's go to the first quote I thought was interesting here. Nietzsche had to say, quote, "Where has God gone?" He cried, "I shall tell you, we have killed him. You and I, we are his murderers. But how have we done this? How were we able to drink up the sea? Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the entire horizon? What did we do when we unchained the earth from its sun? Whether it is moving now, whether we are moving now, away from all suns, are we not perpetually falling? Backward, sideward, forward in all directions? Is there any up or down left? Are we not straying as through an infinite nothing? Do we not feel the breath of empty space? Has it not become colder? Is it not more and more night coming all the time? Must not lanterns be lit in the morning? Do we not hear anything yet of the noise of the grave diggers who are burying God? Do we not smell anything yet of God's decomposition? Gods, too, decompose. God is dead. God remains dead, and we have killed him. How shall we, the murderers of all murderers, console ourselves? End quote. Let's go on to the next quote. Just some little topic quotes here. Like I said, prime importance quotes. This is Leo Tolstoy. Quote, "I know that most men, including those at ease with problems of the greatest complexity, can seldom accept even the simplest and most obvious truth, if it be such as would oblige them to admit their falsity of the conclusions which they have delighted in explaining to their colleagues, which they have proudly taught to others, and which they have woven thread by thread into the fabric of their lives." End quote. So, comment on this quote here is just simply exactly what I say about people like Neil deGrasse and Bill Nye. These men who have the ease, the greatest of ease at explaining the great complexity of the universe. They make it sound so simple, so easy. Oh, we figured it all out. but they can seldom accept even the slightest and most obvious truth if it would be one that would oblige them to admit the falsity of their conclusions, which they have delighted in. They explain it to their colleagues, and they've taught it to others. They go to auditoriums and speak about it, and they have, had it woven thread by thread into the fabric of their lives. Leo Tolstoy. So, again, hopefully you understand why that quote is there. Let's get into a little more detailed ones. We got Fred Hoyle here, who said, the history of science shows that each generation finds the universe to be stranger than the preceding generation ever conceived it to be. Next, we have Phil Platt. Many people have heard of him, right? The bad astronomer. What did he have to say? Well, you might take note here. He said, I have two things to say that might surprise you. First, geocentrism is a valid frame of reference. And second, heliocentrism is not any more or less correct. Stop and think, ladies and gentlemen. Think to yourself, if one cannot be more correct than the other, why are you laughed at if you say the earth stands still? Why is it being taught to children every single day in this world that the earth absolutely goes around the sun? Let's continue reading, and by the end of this, you're going to be baffled with the amount of scientists that say the exact same thing. It's the exact same frame. It's just a different frame of reference. There is no better model than the other, and yet one is being taught as absolute, complete, and total fact. Why? Because the other one might invoke a creator, might explain creation, might place importance on the earth. Let's continue. We've got George Ellis, and man, have I read this quote a million times. Let's read it again. Quote, people need to be aware that there is a range of models that can explain the observations. For instance, I can construct you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on your observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that. End quote. George Ellis, a premier physicist in the world. And let's just comment on this real quick so you can go back and understand what he's saying here. This was a huge quote to me. People who have listened to me know that I read this every other show I do, because I was taught in school, science is all about truth. So, science doesn't lie. Science just is an unbiased observer. It's observations. But yet we see George Ellis tell us that he wants to bring out into the open that the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology, which is science, this is a branch of science, tries to hide that. So there's a branch of science out there trying to hide something from people? What do you mean? How could that be possible? Why is science trying to hide anything from me? Well, he's explaining exactly what he's telling you. They are choosing which model based on philosophical criteria. And he says, now, to him, there's nothing wrong with that. Well, great. That's his opinion. I don't care what he thinks, whether or not there's something wrong with that. But he tells people, what I want to bring out in the open is the fact that we're using this in choosing our models and that we're trying to hide that. I mean, you're going to learn by the end of this video the exact reason why. And the reason why is these guys cannot stand, and I don't want to say these guys because George Ellis is different. George Ellis is somebody who does try and place the Earth back at the center because, well, all observations show that it is. Yeah, pretty brilliant, right? I mean, that's what an unbiased science observer would say. When all the tests prove that the Earth is fixed and that things are moving away from us and that we are the center of the universe, then that's what it is. Except for if you have a worldview that says, no, we cannot be the center. I hate that idea. I can't stand it. It goes against everything I am. I don't want to be important. I don't want to have a God. I don't want to be part of creation. And then all of a sudden, you will have cosmology trying to hide the fact that there is no difference between the two models. Okay, let's continue. Another George Ellis quote. Quote, this assumption is made because it is believed to be unreasonable that we should be near the center of the universe. End quote. Okay, comment on that. Again, we just talked about this. It's the assumption. Okay, so remember, we're talking about science. Why are we making assumptions? The assumption is made because it is believed to be unreasonable that we should be near the center of the universe. Who cares what you believe should be unreasonable? No, they just choose that because they're afraid of the fact that we could be the center. They would rather anything else be true and they will use any other concoction or formula or hypothesis they can, as long as it means that the Earth is not the center. Let's continue. And we've got Arthur S. Otis in his book, quote, "In the effort to explain the Michaelson-Morley experiment, the thought was advanced that the Earth might be stationary. Such an idea was not considered seriously, since it would mean in effect that our Earth occupied the omnipotent position in the universe with all other heavenly bodies paying homage by revolving around it." Again, this is why I loaded the beginning of this these quotes with these, just so you could see exactly what I'm trying to point out here, that these guys said not such an idea was not considered seriously. Why? If all the observations, if you're a scientist and the tests and experiments and observations tell you that you're the center of the universe, it is not okay to say, well, we're not going to consider that seriously because we don't want to be the center. Ridiculous. Let's continue. We got a Stephen Hawking quote coming up next. Quote, "The universe might look the same in every direction as seen from any other galaxy too. This, as we have seen, was Friedman's second assumption. We have no scientific evidence for or against this assumption. We believe it only on the grounds of modesty." End quote. Stephen Hawking. Hopefully you understand what's going on here again. Stephen Hawking explains it on the grounds of modesty. But if you're choosing your worldview, then that is the opposite of modesty. You're choosing what you like, not what science is telling you, not what experiments are showing you, not what observations are showing you. You're choosing instead, well, we change what we see based on the fact that we want to be modest. That's not being modest. That's the opposite. That's being holy hell conceited like I've never seen before. That you are able to change science? You are able to change observations and experiments? Crazy. Let's continue. Edwin Hubble. I've read this many times too. Let's read it full. Quote, "Such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous in a sense to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomenon. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity and to escape the horror of a unique position, it must be compensated by spatial curvature. There seems to be no other escape." Now remember, Edwin Hubble, the one who coined the phrase the Big Bang, the one who told everybody, oh, all these galaxies are moving away from us, which certainly places you in the center of the universe. How else could everything be moving away from you? Well, what did he come up with? He said, well, wait. What if the universe and the planet and everything that we know is on a balloon? And as you blow up the balloon, technically, everything on that balloon gets further away from each other. Picture a balloon, put a bunch of dots on it, and start to blow it up. Now, pay no attention to who's actually blowing up the balloon of space, because that's what they call the expanding universe, and people might understand where that came from. This is why the universe has to be expanding, is simply because otherwise we're at the center of the universe. But they don't want that. So they say, no. We're in a balloon. We're on a balloon. It's being blown up. We're all moving away from each other, and everyone, no matter where you're at in the universe, would all see the same thing, everything moving away from you. Again, never been proven. Never been shown. It's pseudoscience. Hopefully you understand that. That's Edwin Hubble in his book from 1937. But again, look at how many... This quote is just so full of nonsense. Remember, this is a scientist who's making observations and saying, well, this condition would imply that we occupy a unique position. This hypothesis cannot be disproved. Okay? Remember what's being taught in school. Remember what you get laughed at for saying. If you dare say the sun goes around the earth, you will be laughed at. However, I'm about to read you 100 quotes that tell you that we're right in the center. Okay, so this hypothesis cannot be disproved. Okay, so why is it laughed at? Well, because it's unwelcome. Okay, good for you. What the difference does that make? Therefore, we disregard this possibility. What do you mean you're disregarding? If something cannot be disproved and you're disregarding it? Holy smokes. Why are you disregarding it? Because it's the unwelcomed position of a favored location, and it must be avoided at all costs. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to my words here and understand what's going on. You have to look at this and you have to understand that they're saying that the hypothesis cannot be disproved that we're the center, but it's unwelcomed, and we're going to disregard it because it's an unwelcome position of a favored location, and it must be avoided at all costs. This is not science, ladies and gentlemen. This is the opposite of it. Such a favored position is intolerable. It's intolerable. What is that word when we're talking about science and observations and oh, well, I don't want to be in the center. It's intolerable. So let's make up whatever other nonsense. And what other nonsense do I mean? I mean the whole universe model that they've given you. This is what they've come up with. Because why? Because the alternative, saying we're the center, must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable. Therefore, in order to restore homogeneity and to escape the horror of a unique position, this is science. This is what scientists believe, that we have to escape the horror of a unique position. So let's just make up a bunch of shit like we're on a balloon. Let's just do that. There seems to be no other escape. Wow. Let's go to Einstein from The Evolution of Physics, page 212. Quote, the struggle, so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus, would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. So there's Einstein telling you that, well, whether the earth is the center or whether the sun's the center or whatever, it doesn't matter. You could pick Mars, you could pick whatever you want. You could pick any light in the sky and say, oh, now this is the center. Big deal. But what do they choose? They choose the sun. Why? Well, they worship it. Let's go to the next one. Quote, there is no planetary observation by which we on Earth can prove that the Earth is moving in an orbit around the sun. End quote. Physicist I. Bernard Cohen. Again, what more do I need to say here, folks? No explanation needed here. There's no planetary observation which can prove that we move around the sun, but it's taught in schools as fact, and it's called science, and people will run around and tell you it's scientifically proven. Good for them. How about Sir Isaac Newton? Quote, Plato is my friend, Aristotle is my friend, but my greatest friend is truth. Truth is ever to be found in simplicity and not in the multiplicity and confusion of things. Oh boy, would that guy be turning in his grave today. They've simply destroyed anything simple and come up with the biggest nonsense theories and ad hoc explanations and pseudoscience that you've ever seen in your life. Let's go with Kepler here. Quote, I demonstrate by means of philosophy that the earth is round and is inhabited on all sides, that it is insignificantly small, and it is born through the stars. End quote. Johannes Kepler. I just thought it was funny to point out here that the words philosophy is in there. You demonstrate by means of philosophy? Way to be a scientist, guys. Way to go. It's the best science term I've ever heard. I demonstrate by means of I demonstrate by means of philosophy. Oh, boy. This is classic. This is good stuff. We're barely, probably 10 quotes into the 100 that you got coming. Enjoy yourselves. Let's go with Edwin Hubble from the Monthly Notices of the Royal Astronomical Society, 1937. Quote, if the redshifts are a Doppler shift, the observations as they stand lead to the anomaly of a closed universe, curiously small and dense, and it may be added, suspiciously young. So, very interesting. No real comment needed there. I mean, his redshifts that he said are the reason is because galaxies are moving away from us, but if instead they're a Doppler shift, well then all of a sudden we live in a closed universe. It's small, it's dense, and suspiciously young. What are we told today? Oh, universe is 14-point-something billion years old, and this is fact. We can rewind the clock of the sky. Just rewind it. Rewind it back to 1/10 of a 1,000th of a millionth of a second, and we could see how everything came into play. This is great. Let's go to the next one. Another Edwin Hubble from the Observational Approach to Cosmology on page 63. Quote, thus the theory might be valid provided the universe were packed with matter to the very threshold of perception. Nevertheless, the ever-expanding model of the first kind seems rather dubious. It cannot be ruled out by the observation, but it suggests a forced interpretation of the data. The disturbing features are all introduced by the recession factors, by the assumption that redshifts are velocity shifts. The departure from a linear law of redshifts, the departure from uniform distribution, the curvature necessary to restore homogeneity, the excess material demanded by the curvature, each of these is merely the recession factor in another form. If the recession factor is dropped, if redshifts are not primarily velocity shifts, the picture is simple and plausible. There is no evidence of expansion and no restriction of the timescale, no trace of spatial curvature, and no limitation of spatial dimensions. Moreover, there is no problem of internebular material, and for those who don't know, internebular material is considered today's dark energy, dark matter. So if you understand this quote, you basically will understand that he's saying that, yeah, if we drop these recession factors and we don't consider these red shifts to be velocity shifts, then all of a sudden there is no evidence of expansion. There is no restriction of the timescale. There's no spatial curvature. There's no limitation of spatial dimensions, and there is no dark matter or dark energy. But all those things are included in the current model because they have to be if you want to believe what you're told about the universe. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Again, I love to read things like this. The disturbing features are all introduced by the recession factors by the assumption. So again, all of their science is based on assumptions. And if they're faulty, then what? Well, we'll find out as more quotes come along. How about physicist James Coleman? Quote, "The easiest explanation was that the Earth was fixed in the ether and that everything else in the universe moved with respect to the Earth and the ether. Such an idea was not considered seriously, since it would mean in effect that our Earth occupied the omnipotent position in the universe with all other heavenly bodies paying homage by moving around it." Again, it's telling you what the easiest explanation is for the data, for the observations, for the real science, for the tests, for the experiments. However, such an idea was not considered seriously, since it might mean that we're the center. We might mean we're important. When guys look around the universe, even if you believe like the heliocentrists believe and all these, there's no life anywhere. There's nothing going on anywhere. And yet he says it's not considered seriously because it would mean in effect that our Earth occupied the omnipotent position in the universe. Well, what's wrong with that? What? It's your worldview. It's their worldview. Let's go on to the next one by Ernst Mach. Quote, "All masses, all motion, indeed all forces are relative. There is no way to discern relative from absolute motion when we encounter them. Whenever modern writers infer an imaginary distinction between relative and absolute motion from a Newtonian framework, they do not stop to think that the Ptolemaic and the Copernican are both equally true." End quote. I don't know what else I need to tell you besides they're teaching one in school. They do not even fathom the thought that we could be the center, and everything I'm about to read to you tonight will prove otherwise. It will tell you that it's an equally true position to place yourself in, but look at the nature of our world. Look at what's happened to our world, and then think, well, what if everybody knew that we were the center? What if everybody knew how important Earth is? Would that change their perspective? People just care, I'm going to go with Elon Musk to Mars. This is going to be great. They can't put a camera on the moon for God knows what reason. But again, let's just continue on. Here we go. This is, we'll just read the whole quote. Quote, "It is shown that the cosmological interpretation of redshift in the spectra of quasars leads to yet another paradoxical result, namely that the Earth is the center of the universe." End quote. Got another quote from the same person. "The Earth is indeed the center of the universe. The arrangement of quasars on certain spherical shells is only with respect to the Earth. These shells would disappear if viewed from another galaxy or quasar. This means that the cosmological principle will have to go. Also, it implies that a coordinate system fixed to the Earth will be the preferred frame of reference in the universe. Consequently, both the special theory and general theory of relativity must be abandoned for cosmological purposes." YP, end quote. YP Varshny. Give you the book here. You need to read this quote again. I'll be here all night if I go through each quote word for word, but you just need to understand what he's saying here, that based on the observations now all of a sudden, it means that the cosmological principle will have to go. And we're about 2 quotes away from getting to the cosmological principle and the Copernican principle. I'll be reading those for you. And, it just tells you right here. "And consequently, all the theories of relativity must be abandoned, but yet today it's being taught as fact." Let's go to the next one. Physicist Richard Wolfson. Quote, quote, "If the Earth, isn't moving relative to the ether, then Earth alone among the cosmos is at rest relative to the ether. Now, that may be an absurd possibility, but maybe it's true. I think you can see that this is not going to be very philosophically satisfying, and it isn't satisfying physically either. But it violates the Copernican principle that the Earth isn't special. It is particularly absurd in light of what we know from modern cosmology, namely that there are places in the universe, distant galaxies in particular, that are moving away from us at speeds very close to the speed of light. It's absurd to imagine that everything in the universe is pinned to Earth when there are such a wide range of speeds relative to Earth throughout the universe, but it suffices to rule it out on this philosophical ground." End quote. So again, this is a very important quote, and we're going to be talking about the Copernican principle here shortly. And again, this is just funny what they say. I think you can see that this is not going to be very philosophically satisfying, And again, now this may be an absurd possibility. Why is it absurd? Because of the worldview of these scientists. Again, if you want to believe in them and their worldview, be my guest. I choose not to. One more quote of prime importance here. This is Albert Einstein in his Kyoto Address, How I Created the Theory of Relativity. He says, I have come to believe that the motion of... Quote, I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment, though the Earth is revolving around the sun. End quote. There's no more definition of pseudoscience than this right here. Okay? There's no experiment. However, my belief. That's what he's saying. Yeah, well, I've come to believe that there is no motion, there is no experiment that can prove that the Earth moves. However, the Earth revolves around the sun. Oh boy, it's pseudoscience. That's all it is. All right, let's move on to the Copernican Principle. And I'm going to be reading this from Wikipedia. The Copernican Principle. In physical cosmology, the Copernican Principle is an alternative name for the principle of relativity, stating that humans on Earth or in the solar system are not privileged observers of the universe. Named for Copernican heliocentrism, it is a working assumption that arises from a modified cosmological extension of Copernicus's argument of moving Earth. In some sense, it's equivalent to the mediocrity principle. Let's read what the mediocrity principle is. The mediocrity principle is the philosophical notion that if an item is drawn at random from one of several sets or categories, it's likelier to come from the most numerous category than from any of the less numerous categories. The principle has been taken to suggest that there is nothing very unusual about the evolution of the solar system, Earth's history, the evolution of biological complexity, human evolution, or any one nation. It is a heuristic in the vein of the Copernican Principle and is sometimes used as a philosophical statement about the place of humanity. The idea is to assume mediocrity rather than starting with the assumption that a phenomenon is special, privileged, exceptional, or even superior. But again, as I just stated, look at the universe around you, look everywhere, and where do you see life? Where do you see importance? Where do you see nature? Where do you see growth? Where do you see... All these things happen here on Earth. So when someone says there's nothing very unusual about the evolution of the solar system, Earth's history, the evolution of... It is? What is it? What are you talking about? It's extremely unusual. It's of prime importance. Let's continue. This is the back to the Copernican Principle from Wiki. Hermann Bondi named the principle after Copernicus in the mid-20th century, although the principle itself dates back to the 16th and 17th century paradigm shift away from the Ptolemaic system, which placed the Earth at the center of the universe. Copernicus proposed that the motion of the planets can be explained by reference to an assumption that the Sun and not the Earth is centrally located and stationary. He argued that the apparent retrograde motion of the planets is an illusion caused by Earth's movement around the Sun, which the Copernican model placed at the center of the universe. Copernicus himself was mainly motivated by technical dissatisfaction with the earlier system and not by support for any mediocrity principle. In fact, although the Copernican heliocentric model is often described as demoting Earth from its central role it had in the Ptolemaic geocentric model, it was successors to Copernicus, notably the 16th century Giordano Bruno, who adopted this new perspective. The Earth's central position had been interpreted as being in the lowest and filthiest parts. Instead, as Galileo said, the Earth is part of the dance of the stars, rather than the sump where the universe's filth and ephemera collect. In the late 20th century, Carl Sagan asked, "Who are we?" We find that we live on an insignificant planet of a humdrum star, lost in a galaxy tucked away in some forgotten corner of the universe, in which there are far more galaxies than people. I'm going to end that quote there. Just because I want to make a comment on this. Of course, we've all heard Carl Sagan say this, but even after just the few quotes I've already read, do you understand the problem here? That scientifically speaking, you can't discount the Earth being the center. Yet here comes Carl Sagan, the science pusher, the science popularist, who says, who are we? We find ourselves that we live on an insignificant planet of it. No, that's your worldview. So thank you for pushing your worldview on us, on me, on my children, on all children across the world. It's beautiful. Really, really tremendous for you. In cosmology, if one assumes the Copernican principle and observes that the universe appears isotropic, or that the same in all directions from a vantage point of Earth, then one can infer that the universe is generally homogeneous, or the same everywhere at any given time, and is also isotropic about any given point. These two conditions make up the cosmological principle. In practice, astronomers observe that the universe has heterogeneous or non-uniform structures up to the scale of galactic superclusters, filaments, and great voids. It becomes more and more homogeneous and isotropic when observed at larger and larger scales with little detectable structure on scales of more than about 200 million parsecs. However, on scales comparable to the radius of the observable universe, we see systematic changes with distance from Earth. For instance, galaxies contain more young stars and are less clustered, and quasars appear more numerous. While this might suggest that the Earth is the center of the universe, the Copernican Principle requires us to interpret it as evidence for the evolution of the universe with time. This distant light has taken almost the age of the universe to reach Earth and shows the universe when it was young. The most distant light of all, cosmic microwave background radiation, is isotropic to at least 1 part in 1,000. Modern mathematical cosmology is based on the assumption that the cosmological principle is almost but not exactly true at the largest scales. The Copernican Principle represents the irreducible philosophical assumption needed to justify this, when combined with the observations. Michael Rowan Robinson emphasizes in the Copernican Principle as the threshold test for modern thought, asserting that it is evident that in the post-Copernican era of human history, no well-informed or rational person can imagine that the Earth occupies a unique position in the universe. Unbelievable. This is all from Wikipedia, Copernican Principle. You can read it yourself. I just copied it over and highlighted a few important parts. Again, they say, oh, well, this might suggest that the Earth is at its center. The Copernican Principle, the principle itself, this is not scientific. This is an assumption. We saw earlier George Ellis saying that the assumption is made because they don't want to be in the center. And it's saying the Copernican Principle requires us to interpret it as evidence for what? The principle of something requires us to. Oh boy, it's crazy here. This last sentence here, talking about the Copernican Principle, represents the irreducible philosophical assumption needed to justify this when combined with the observations. Notice it's irreducible philosophical assumption. This is not science. This is pseudoscience. The beliefs that we have been taught are not actual science. They're not scientific. Let's continue on here. This is just no particular quote. I think I wrote it, or no, I had a, so I said, what is the basis of the modern science and technology? Because according to science establishment historians, heliocentrism is of course the cause. An online encyclopedia put it this way, quote, the scientific revolution can be roughly dated as having begun in 1543, the year in which Nicholas Copernicus published his De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium. However, the origins of much modern technology can be traced back, end quote. That was the end of the encyclopedia quote. Now I'm speaking. However, the origins of much modern technology can be traced back to the elaborate mechanical devices that sprung up in post-medieval Europe. Those toys are an outgrowth of medieval craft of clockmaking, and that craft, in turn, was an offshoot of the craft of applying complex mechanical technology for the purpose of astronomy-related needs. These devices were unambiguously geocentric, every one of them. This is something that even the researchers of the Antikythera mechanism, which you can see pictured below, who mostly are believers of a heliocentric model of the universe, assert, perhaps grudgingly. They obviously don't want everyone to know that devices like this ancient piece of clockwork expose the ancient roots of modern technology. This Antikythera mechanism is based off a geocentric model. Okay, so they don't want you to know that they were able to predict everything from eclipses to equinoxes, everything from a geocentric point of view. They had no idea that, oh, we're flying through the endless space and nonsense. So now I want to read, as we continue on about the Copernican Principle. This is the very interesting thing, and I think did I include pictures here? Yeah. Just to show you, this is the actual pictures from Copernicus's book on the revolution of the heavenly spheres, or whatever you want to call it. But there's a very interesting passage at the beginning of this book, and you'll see here it says ad lectorum de hypo, which means basically to the reader of this hypothesis, I believe is probably the correct translation. And you'll notice down here, it gets down here, and then it's signed vale, okay, which means goodbye in Latin. So the weird thing about this is it appeared in the beginning. It's the preface of Copernicus's book, but now we're told it's written by Andreas Osiander. The story is ridiculous. The story is that Copernicus, on his deathbed, gives his book to be published now. Okay, you can publish my master work. You can publish it now. And the person he gave it to went in, supposedly this Andreas Osiander, who happened to be stepping in for the real book publisher at the time, he steps in and writes a preface to the book, doesn't sign his name, makes it look like it's by Copernicus, and then publishes all the copies of the book, and Copernicus never knew that this statement was in the book. That's the actual belief nowadays. You got to be kidding me. And look, there's even a little drawing of the beginning of it, just like there is throughout the whole book. So, I mean, he went and did an additional drawing. he drew this when Copernicus drew the rest. It's just such a joke. But let's read what he said, because a lot of people quote this to Copernicus, and I can see why. But really, if you're quoting this, you should quote it to Andreas Osiander, because that's what we're told. That's what history says, that it was not Copernicus who wrote this, that somebody else was able to write the preface to his book and he didn't know about it. Give me a break. All right, to the reader concerning the hypothesis of this work. There have already been widespread reports about the novel hypothesis of this work, to which declares that the earth moves whereas the sun is at rest in the center of the universe. Hence, certain scholars, I have no doubt, are deeply offended and believe that the liberal arts, which are established long ago on a sound basis, should not be thrown into confusion. But if these men are willing to examine the matter closely, they will find that the author of this work has done nothing blameworthy, for it is the duty of an astronomer to compose the history of celestial motions through careful and expert study. Then he must conceive and devise the causes of these motions or hypotheses about them. Since he cannot in any way attain to the true causes, he will adopt whatever suppositions enable the motions to be computed correctly from the principles of geometry for the future as well as the past. The present author has performed both these duties excellently, for these hypotheses need not be true or even probable. On the contrary, if they provide a calculus consistent with the observations, that alone is enough. Perhaps there is someone who is so ignorant of geometry and optics that he regards the epicycle of Venus as probable, or thinks that this is the reason why Venus sometimes precedes and sometimes follows the sun by 40 degrees or even more. Is there anyone who is not aware that from this assumption it necessarily follows that the diameter of a planet at perigee should appear more than 4 times, and at the body of a planet more than 16 times as great as the apogee? Yet this variation is refuted by the experience of every age. In this science there are some other no less important absurdities, which need not be set forth at the moment. For this art, it is quite clear, it is completely and absolutely ignorant of the causes of the apparent non-uniform motions. And if any causes are devised for the imagination, as indeed very many are, they are not put forward to convince anyone that they are true, but merely to provide a reliable basis for computation. However, since different hypotheses are sometimes offered for one and the same motion, for example, eccentricity of an epicycle for the sun's motion, the astronomer will take his first choice, the hypothesis which is the easiest to grasp. The philosopher will perhaps rather seek some semblance of truth, but neither of them will understand any state of anything certain unless it has been divinely revealed to them. Therefore, alongside the ancient hypotheses, which are no more probable, let us permit these new hypotheses also to become known, especially since they are admirable as well as simple, and bring with them a huge treasure of very skillful observations. So far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy, which cannot furnish it, lest he accept as truth ideas conceived for another purpose, and depart from this study a greater fool than when he entered it. Farewell. Or goodbye, based on my, I think vale is goodbye in Latin. Anyway, when you find this online, you'll usually you'll see it signed XX, and then it will say that it's Andreas Osiander, but just read the book. It's not signed by anybody. It says goodbye, and then Nicholas Copernicus begins his book. So I guess somebody snuck in, put this preface in there, and then didn't tell Copernicus, and he died on his deathbed, which, you know, my beliefs on that, I don't think at all anybody publishes a book on their deathbed. It's just ridiculous. All right. So, you can go through and read that again. There's so much in this that would take me forever, but I think the most important part is simply the end. So far as hypotheses are concerned, let no one expect anything certain from astronomy, which cannot furnish it, lest he accept as truth. So are you somebody who accepts what Copernicus said as truth? Most people are. 99% of the world are. And the book tells you itself that if you accept it as truth, ideas conceived for another purpose, you will depart from this study a greater fool than when he entered it. 99% of the world fall into this exact statement right here. Sadly, I was one of them too. Man, I grew up my whole life believing that these things were true until I did the research, looked into it myself, studied these quotes, looked at what we're told, looked for the experiments, looked for the proof that we spin around the sun, and all of a sudden I realized exactly what you'll realize by the end of this video. There is none. Let's continue. I read this at the opening of the show. Quote, I have already known for a long time that we do not yet have proof for a system of Copernicus, but I shall not take the risk of being the first one to attack it. End quote. Alexander von Humboldt. Let's have the next quote here. Quote, dark energy is problematic. No one really knows what it is. We can make an educated guess and use quantum theory to estimate how much of it is there, and there might be, but then we overshoot by an astounding factor of 10 to the 120th. That is grounds enough, says George Ellis, to take a hard look at our assumptions about the universe and our place in it. If we analyze the supernova data, by assuming the Copernican principle is correct and get out something unphysical, I think we should start questioning the Copernican principle. Whatever our theoretical predictions are, they will in the end have to give way to the observational evidence. End quote. Real quick, I just want to comment on that part. George Ellis is basically saying if we get something unphysical, which is what dark matter is, which is what dark energy is, things that we can't observe, things that have never been noticed, but again, called scientific. But if these things are out there, then we need to look at the actual starting point. The starting point is exactly what we're discussing right now, the Copernican principle. We need to reassess it. Let's start a new quote. So what would it mean? The outcome were that the Copernican principle, So what would it mean if the outcome were that the Copernican principle is wrong? It would certainly require a seismic reassessment of what we know about the universe. If the Copernican principle fails, all that goes with that, the Big Bang, goes out the window too. Cosmology would be back at the drawing board. If we are in a void, answering how we came to be in such a privileged spot in the universe, it would be even trickier. And this is what you will learn by the end of this video. End quote, Marcus Chown is the Earth at the heart of the cosmic void. Let's go to the next quote. Timothy Clifton from Oxford astrophysics member, PhD, quote, a fundamental presupposition of modern cosmology is the Copernican principle, that we are not in a central or otherwise special region of the universe. Studies of type 1a supernova together with the Copernican principle have led to the inference that the universe is accelerating in its expansion. The usual explanation for this is that there must be a dark energy to drive the acceleration. Alternatively, it could be the case that the Copernican principle is invalid, and that the data has been interpreted within an inappropriate theoretical framework. If we were to live in a special place in the universe, near the center of a void where the local matter density is low, then the supernova observations would be accounted for without the addition of dark energy. End quote. So again, I've talked about this before, and I've had people come at me and say, oh, prove what you're saying, prove what you're saying. I say, I'll show you several quotes that all admit that if the Earth is the center, it gets rid of everything, dark energy, dark matter, which currently is said to be 97% of the universe, or 95%. And it's never been observed. Guys, we're at what, 20 quotes now, 25 quotes? Is it obvious yet that we are being handed pseudoscience? I don't think there's any question about it. Again, what he's saying here is, well, it could be the case that the Copernican principle is invalid, which it absolutely is if you're basing it on observations, and that the data has been interpreted within an inappropriate theoretical framework. So let's continue. Remember, we're talking right now about the Copernican principle. I do have these things kind of separated out. We haven't even got to the experiments yet. We haven't even got to the fixed Earth yet. We haven't even got to the centrality of Earth yet. We still are on the Copernican principle. Let's continue. Jonathan I. Katz from The Biggest Bangs. His book is listed below here. Quote, the uniform distribution of burst arrival directions tells us that the distribution of gamma ray burst sources in space is a sphere or spherical shell with us at the center. Some other extremely contrived and implausible distributions are also possible. But Copernicus taught us that we are not in a special preferred position in the universe. Earth is not at the center of the solar system, the sun is not at the center of the galaxy, and so forth. There is no reason to believe we are the center of the distribution of gamma ray bursts. If our instruments are sensitive enough to detect the bursts at the edge of the spatial distribution, then they should not be isotropic on the sky, contrary to observation. If our instruments are less sensitive, then the end of the S3/2, I don't know what that is, law should hold, also contrary to observation. That is the Copernican dilemma. To this day, after the detection of several thousand bursts and despite earnest efforts to show the contrary, no deviation from a uniform random distribution, which is isotropy, in the direction of gamma ray bursts on the sky has ever been convincingly demonstrated. Again, these guys are admitting that there is no experiments or tests that prove what they're trying to prove. Okay? They just are able to explain it away, and we'll talk about that here shortly. Physicist Richard Wolfson, quote, so if the Earth is at rest relative to the ether, then it alone is at rest. That makes us pretty special. Do you really want to return to a parochial pre-Copernican ideas? Do you really think you and your planet are so special that in all the rich vastness of the universe, you alone can claim to be at rest? End quote. Well, I particularly do, because this is all I've seen. All I get from you is pictures from space of Pluto with the dog Pluto on him. I mean, what are you talking about? The Earth is all there is, folks. Let's continue. Richard Liu, here's his quote. Quote, cosmology is not even astrophysics. All the principal assumptions in this field are unverified or unverifiable in the laboratory, and researchers are quite comfortable with inventing unknowns to explain the unknown. How then could, after 50 years of failed attempts in finding dark matter, the fields of dark matter, dark energy have become so lofty priorities in astronomy funding to the detriment of all other branches of astronomy? I demonstrate in this article that while some of this is based upon truth, at least just as much of the, I believe that's cosmic microwave background, I might have wrote that wrong, cosmology has been propped up by a paralyzing amount of propaganda which suppress counter-evidence and subdue competing models. I believe astronomy is no longer heading towards a healthy future unless funding agencies rethink their master plans by backing away from such a high emphasis on groping in the dark. End quote. Let's move on here. We got Hawking and Ellis when they wrote their book in 1973. Quote, we shall interpret the Copernican Principle as stating that the universe is approximately spherically symmetrical with every point since it's approximately spherically symmetrical around us. Again, just more evidence. Sorry. End quote. My bad. Jeez. Bad, Jaron. I should be punished. People are just joining me. The problem is I keep commenting in the middle of quotes, and I'm trying not to do that, so I'll be more careful going forward. But anyway, I do want to comment after them, and again, this quote is just saying that we are the center. Let's go on to the next one. This is George Ellis in his book. Quote, additionally, we must take seriously the idea that the acceleration apparently indicated by supernova data could be due to large-scale inhomogeneity with no dark energy. Observational tests of the latter possibly are as important as pursuing the dark energy exotic physics option in a homogeneous universe. Theoretical prejudices as to the universe's geometry and our place in it must bow to such observational tests, precisely because of the foundational nature of the Copernican Principle for standard cosmology. We need to fully check this foundation, and one must emphasize here that the standard cosmic microwave background anisotropy studies do not prove the Copernican Principle. They assume it at the start. End quote. Hugely important, begging the question. They're assuming it at the start. Presuppositions, again, how many quotes have we gone through, guys? 30? I don't know. But it should be clear here that we're dealing with pseudoscientists. Let's read the next one. Alan Hirschfield in his book, 2001, quote, in Newton's day, the Ptolemaic system and the Keplerian version of the Copernican system were taught side by side in universities of the world, but the pendulum of belief had swung irreversibly to the Copernican side. In the minds of most scientists, the heliocentric universe had become fact, yet there remained a crucial missing element in what was otherwise a complete and compelling picture of the universe. Not one shred of indisputable observational proof existed that the Earth moved through space. Here, then, was the holy grail of many of an astronomer. To prove that the Earth, in fact, revolved in a wide orbit around the Sun, the parallax of just one star, any star, had to be detected. The hunt for stellar parallax was on. End quote. Very important here. A lot of people might be jumping out of their seats saying, but we have shown parallax. There is parallax on the stars. They've shown it now. It's a little tiny bit that nobody can actually see, but some guys with a telescope and a hill can do it. We'll get to that. Remember that? I promise you we'll come back to that fact, and I'll show you why it doesn't matter. Let's go with Max Born in his book, Einstein's Theory of Relativity from 1962. Quote, thus, we may return to Ptolemy's point of view of a motionless Earth. One has to show that the transformed metric can be regarded as produced according to Einstein's field equations by distant rotating masses. This has been done. By Thuring, he calculated a field due to a rotating hollow thick-walled sphere and proved that inside the cavity it behaved as though there were centrifugal and other inertial forces usually attributed to absolute space. Thus, from Einstein's point of view, Ptolemy and Copernicus are equally right. End quote. Next one. This is Otto Neugebauer, 68. Quote, the popular belief that Copernicus's heliocentric system constitutes a significant simplification. Okay, let's start over there. I'm going to grab a drink of water here. All right, I'm back. All right, let's try that again. Quote, the popular belief that Copernicus's heliocentric system constitutes a significant simplification of the Ptolemaic system is obviously wrong. The choice of the reference system has no effect on the structure of the model, and the Copernican models themselves require about twice as many circles as the Ptolemaic models and are far less elegant and adaptable. Modern historians, making ample use of the advantage of hindsight, stress the revolutionary significance of the heliocentric system and the simplification it has introduced. In fact, the actual computation of the planetary positions follows exactly the ancient patterns, and the results are the same. The Copernican solar theory is definitely a step in the wrong direction for the actual computation as well as the underlying kinematic concepts. End quote. Hugely important quote there. Hopefully you understood it. But again, if you understand that we're talking about a worldview, then these quotes start to make sense. Then you understand, well, wait a second, if the actual computation of planetary positions follows the ancient patterns and the results are the same, then why go look at all the heliocentric globies out there that will go around and tell everybody that science has already proven it. That science, well, how do we know when the eclipses are? Where's your flat Earth or your geocentric proof that the eclipses work that way? By the way, you may not know this, but all of NASA's computations for eclipses are done by a man named Fred Esperneck, and Fred Esperneck uses geocentrism as his base. But yet the heliocentric model is true, even though you can't use it as a basis to figure out when the eclipses are. Oh boy. Let us continue. We've got 3 more quotes within the Copernican Principle. So here we got Wessel Valkenburg. Let's go ahead and quote this. Quote, "The Copernican Principle states that humans are not privileged observers of the universe and provides our philosophical basis for assuming that on the largest scales the universe is spatially homogeneous. While it is one of the foundational aspects of modern cosmology, this assumption remains untested outside of the standard paradigm. Though it may seem pedantic to test something so obvious, the standard paradigm itself is built on shaky foundations, relying on an unexplained, gravitationally repulsive, dark energy component for observations to fit the model. The implications of this cannot be overstated. Assuming that the laws of physics do apply equally everywhere in the universe, the only non-Copernican configuration possible is one in which we live in a place that originates from the special initial conditions." Okay, end quote. Very important quote. So much there. I could just read it again. Hopefully you got it. But what else do you need to see? That again, we're seeing this over and over again, that they're basing all of their science, what they call science, on philosophical criteria, a philosophical basis. That, folks, is philosophy, not science. Okay? And I don't mind if they want to philosophize. I do all the time. I actually prefer philosophy than I do to science. I'd rather sit and listen to somebody tell me how they feel and how they look at the world and what they gather from it. That's great. That's what I want. But if I'm told something is science, then I'm pretty much going to accept that as being true, right? That's what we're taught. But now I can never think that way anymore. Never. Why? Because I realized science operates within a preferred, they have a deeply philosophical bias. Deeply, severe philosophical bias. Why? Because philosophically, these guys don't want there to be a center, let alone it be us. I mean, again, go back to that Hubble quote, intolerable. Stephen Hawking saying it's a modesty. I mean, if we allow Earth to be in the center, they think it's prideful. So what do? They figure out a way that fits their worldview. There's nothing more prideful than that. Okay? Anyway, let's continue on with the next quote. Excuse me. This is from a Science article, September 26, 2008, called "Dark Energy, Is It Merely an Illusion?" Quote, "Although dark energy may seem a bit contrived to some, the Oxford theorists are proposing an even more outrageous alternative. They point out that it's possible that we simply live in a very special place in the universe. Specifically, we're in a huge void where the density of matter is particularly low. The suggestion flies in the face of the Copernican Principle, which is one of the most useful and widely held tenets in physics. Copernicus was among the first scientists to argue that we're not in a special place in the universe, and that theory suggests that we're special is most likely wrong. The principle led directly to the replacement of the Earth-centered concept of the solar system with the more elegant sun-centered model. Dark energy may seem like a stretch, but it's consistent with the venerable Copernican Principle. The proposal that we live in a special place in the universe, on the other hand, is likely to shock many scientists." End quote. So yeah, these guys were just talking about, the fact that observationally, we might be the center. It's so upsetting because we know that the Copernican Principle is the most useful and widely held tenets in physics. No, it's not. Give me a break. That's what they teach you. That's what they want you to believe, that this belief that we travel around the sun is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Give me a break. Got one more quote for the Copernican Principle. Here we go. It's by physicist Hans Reichenbach, and this is 1970. Quote, "It is very important to acknowledge that the Copernican theory offers a very exact calculation of the apparent movements of the planets, even though it must be conceded that from the modern standpoint, practically identical results could be obtained by means of a somewhat revised Ptolemaic system. It makes no sense, accordingly, to speak of a difference in truth between Copernicus and Ptolemy. Both conceptions are equally permissible descriptions. What has to be considered as the greatest discovery of Occidental wisdom, as opposed to that of antiquity, is questioned as to its truth value." End quote. Sorry. Unbelievable. Unbelievable that they come out and say these things. And, that's why, some of them are actually out there really trying to do science. But it's pseudoscience. They have a worldview. We've already gone through this many times over. But again, this is a great sentence here at the end of it. What has been considered as the greatest discovery of Occidental wisdom, which is that we go around the sun, as opposed to that of antiquity, which was a flat or motionless geocentric Earth, is questioned as to its truth value. But yet it's the greatest truth that's ever come to mankind. Let's go on. All right, so now we're on to experiments. And I just have a couple quotes about that. And most people know about the Michaelson-Morley experiment, right? That it failed to detect any movement of the Earth around the sun. This had to be overcome, so they invented the Fitzgerald-Lorentz shortening of the apparatus. This is what was proposed. And eventually the paradoxical relativity theory was invented by Einstein to overcome the problem. However, there are 3 other experiments that have been deliberately ignored by universities because they support a central and a non-moving Earth. Just again, if you don't realize what's going on here, they've done tests, Michaelson-Morley, because they can send lights around, bounce them off mirrors, and they said, hey, if the Earth is moving, then these light beams will arrive at different times when they get back, because if you're moving in the direction of the Earth's spin or moving against it, and we're about to find out that they could never find any change. So what did they do? They say that the reason that we see that is because of the Fitzgerald shortening of the device. So the apparatus actually shortens, and that's because, the apparatus shortens when it's going in the motion of the Earth. Absolute and total nonsense that has never been proven. Again, the very definition of pseudoscience. So the first experiment is the Michaelson gale. You may not know about this one. This one detected that the ether passing the surface of the Earth with an accuracy of 2% of the speed of the daily rotation of the Earth. Thus, the Michaelson-Morley experiment detected no movement of the Earth around the sun. The test after that was Airy's failure. Telescopes have to be very slightly tilted to get the starlight going down the axis of the tube because of the Earth's speed around the sun. Airy tried this test. He filled a telescope with water that greatly slowed down the speed of light inside the telescope and found that he did not have to change the angle of the telescope. This showed us that the starlight was already coming in at the correct angle so that no change was needed. This demonstrated that it was actually the stars moving relative to a stationary Earth and not the fast-orbiting Earth moving relative to the stationary stars. If it was the telescope moving, he would have had to change the angle of his telescope. That was experiment number 2. Let's talk about experiment number 3, the Sanyak experiment. Sanyak rotated a table complete with light and mirrors, with the light being passed in opposite directions around the table between the mirrors. He detected the movement of the table by the movement of the interference fringes on the target where they were recombined. This proved that there is an ether and that the light has to pass through this completely destroys Einstein's theory of relativity that says that there is no ether. It is for this reason that this experiment is completely ignored by scientists. More recently, Cantor has found the same exact result with a similar apparatus. All these tests and experiments are never taught in universities, so consequently, scientists are ignorant to the evidence of a stationary Earth. Let's just put these up real quick. They're also in the description. These are the links to each paper if you want to read about Michaelson-Morley, Michaelson gale, Sanyak, and Airy's failure. Again, these are links that you can just click in the description of this if you want to go read, because a lot of people just don't know that they even exist. They don't care about those tests because they don't align with the worldview. And again, let me just stop here real quick and state something simple. You have to understand why the idea of geocentricity, the idea of a flat Earth, anything other than a heliocentric model is absolutely untenable. It's disgusting. It's gross to anybody that's an atheist. Do you understand that? If they've gone around bashing, I mean, how about the godless engineer? Like that joke. If that guy goes around bashing, do you think he'll ever look into flat Earth or understand it or even try to? No, because the guy's gone around bashing God forever. I'm a godless engineer. Well, congratulations. I guess you're accidental. You came from, an amoeba. Yeah, right. The whole world is evidence of creation. All of it. Everything that you see. The sun, the moon, the fact that we have eclipses, life, trees, plants, the complexity of the human body, everything. Evidence of design. And yet, we've got atheists out there. You think they'll ever look into this? You think they'll ever accept any of the words I'm telling them? They don't care. They are the ones just like these scientists. It's the absolute horror of being in a unique position. It must be avoided at all costs. If you're Red's rhetoric, it must be avoided at all costs. You can't look at this stuff. You must go against it because of your worldview. Do you guys see what's going on here? I certainly do. Let's look at some quotes around these experiments. And we're probably more than halfway done, maybe. I don't know. Like I said, we still haven't got to centrality, fixed Earth, axis of evil. We haven't got to dark energy and dark matter. We haven't gotten to Newtonian physics. We haven't gotten to relativity. We haven't gotten to ether. Got a lot of way to go. Let's go to, these are quotes about the experiments. So Bernard Jaffe, quote, "The data were almost unbelievable. There was only one other possible conclusion to draw, that the Earth was at rest. This, of course, was preposterous." End quote. I don't need to even comment on that. You should start to see a pattern here. You should start to recognize what I'm trying to show you. And again, the choice is up to you. I'm certainly not saying you have to believe what I do, because that's what I hate about what's being done in schools. That's what I hate about what's being done and what's being called science. Okay? I don't have to believe what you say just because that's your religious belief. I don't care. And that's the same for you. You do not have to believe what I would never tell you to believe what I do. My goal is that all these things were so eye-opening to me, they changed my life so profoundly that I want to offer them to you, and it's up to you. If they don't change your life, if you spit on me and call me a moron, go ahead. See if it bothers me. It doesn't. It doesn't even change a thing for my life. Okay? But these quotes did, and the stuff that I put in my videos did. And so my hope is by sharing them with the world that at least you have the opportunity to consider for yourself, because it makes a big difference if we're the center of the earth. if we're the center of the universe versus if we're some random speck in the endless vacuum of space. It's so totally ridiculous. Let's go to the next one. This is scientific historian Lincoln Barnett. Quote, "The Michaelson-Morley experiment confronted scientists with an embarrassing alternative. On the one hand, they could scrap the ether theory, which had explained so many things about electricity, magnetism, and light, or if they insisted on retaining the ether, they had to abandon still more venerable Copernican theory that the Earth is in motion. To many physicists, it seemed almost easier to believe that the Earth stood still than that waves, light waves, electromagnetic waves, could exist without a medium to sustain them. It was a serious dilemma and one that split scientific thought for a quarter century. Many new hypotheses were advanced and rejected. The experiment was tried again by Morley and many others with the same conclusion. The apparent velocity of the Earth through the ether was zero." End quote. Again, I shouldn't have to read more of that. We'll just move on. The experiment was tried again by Morley and others. So if we're talking about science, which is based on experimentation, hypothesis-based experimentation, and they keep coming to the conclusion that the velocity of the Earth through space is zero, but what do they teach in schools? What did you grow up believing? Hopefully you see that this is the reason why, the name of this video is very simple. Quotes that tell us that we have all been lied to. Let us jump back over here. Let's continue. We've got Wolfgang Pauli. Quote, "The failure of many attempts to measure terrestrially any effects of the Earth's motion on physical phenomenon allows us to," and then he goes on, and thank you very much for the super chat. I'll read those at the end here, 1 second. At this point, Wolfgang, he stops talking about the experimental evidence and then goes on talking about all the theories of Einstein, which are mathematics and formulas and Lorentz contractions, and it becomes pseudoscience. But he starts out by saying that, we couldn't measure the effects of any motion of the Earth, but based on these formulas and these mathematics that Einstein gave us in relativity, we can say that it does move. But again, tests don't show that, and that is the definition of pseudoscience. Sir Arthur Eddington, Space-Time and Gravitation, page 20. Quote, "The Michaelson-Morley experiment has thus failed to detect our motion. through the ether because the effect looked for, the delay of one of the light waves, is exactly compensated by an automatic contraction of the matter forming the apparatus, end quote. Again, you have to go back and listen again, that because they're not seeing the shift in the light that they expect, they then came up with the theory, oh, well, the apparatus, the testing apparatus, the one arm that's going in the direction that the Earth is spinning is shortening. And that's why the light rays are getting back at the same time, when clearly that proves that the Earth does not move, folks. Let's go to the next one. This is James A. Coleman, professor of physics and the chairman of the Department of Physics at the American International College in Springfield, Massachusetts. Quote, the explanation which had the most appeal in accounting for this negative result of the Michaelson-Morley experiment was one that literally was dreamed up for that purpose. It is the so-called Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction. In 1893, Fitzgerald suggested that all objects contracted in the direction of their motion through the ether. He reasoned that if ordinary objects flattened out upon impact with other objects, a rubber ball hitting a wall or a ripe tomato dropped on the floor, for example, then why would it not be possible for objects that move through the ether to have the force of the ether push them in or contract them? This would adequately explain the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment. The arm of the interferometer moving against the ether would be shortened, so that even though the light was traveling in that particular arm might have slowed down by the ether wind, this would be compensated for by having its path shortened. Objections to the Lorentz contraction hypothesis were rampant, as was to be expected, not only because there was no evidence to prove that such an effect took place, but particularly because Fitzgerald could not explain why objects would contract due to motion through the ether. The contraction hypothesis was originally advanced only as a possible explanation for Michelson and Morley's results, providing such an effect existed. Then, too, the theory said that all materials traveling with the same velocity with respect to the ether would contract the same fractional amount. Since iron is much heavier and stronger than wood, for example, one would expect a greater contraction for wood than for iron, but this, too, went unanswered. End quote. Again, just a fantastic quote here telling you exactly what's going on, showing you exactly that this is a worldview, that these guys are willing to make up anything. But this is what a heliocentrist would tell me if I said, well, what happened with Michelson-Morley? Well, you don't know about length contraction? You don't know that the arm of the apparatus was shortened during the test? Oh, can you show that to be proven? No, you cannot. It is an ad hoc explanation, excuse to cover up the results of an actual scientific experiment. Let's continue. Physicist Richard Wolfson, what happened when the experiment was done in 1887? There was never, in any orientation at any time of year, any shift in the interference pattern. None. No shift. No fringe shift. Nothing. What's the implication? Here was an experiment that was done to measure the speed of the Earth's motion through the ether. This was an experiment that was 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be. It could have detected speeds as low as 2 miles a second instead of the known 2 miles per second that the Earth has in its orbital motion around the Sun. It didn't detect it. What's the conclusion from the Michelson-Morley experiment? The implication is that the Earth is not moving. End quote. Very important quote. We got Ronald W. Clark in his book Einstein, The Life and Times, 1971, quote, the problem which now faced science was considerable, for there seemed to be only 3 alternatives. The first is the Earth was standing still, which meant scuttling the whole Copernican theory and was unthinkable. The second was that the ether was carried along by the Earth in its passage through space. The third solution was that the ether simply did not exist, which to many 19th century scientists was equivalent to scrapping current views of light, electricity, magnetism, and starting again. And so because they didn't want to start, end quote, sorry. And because they didn't want to start again, they just carried on with the belief. So it's ridiculous here again that you read, let me see the exact part that I was interested in. So the problem which now faced science was considerable. 3 alternatives, standing still, which meant, so this part. The first was that the Earth was standing still. So this is one of the possibilities, which meant scuttling the whole Copernican theory and was unthinkable. Science, ladies and gentlemen, right here for you. Andre K.T. Assisi, quote, in the Ptolemaic system, the Earth is considered to be at rest and without rotation in the center of the universe, while the Sun, other planets, and fixed stars rotate around the Earth. In relational mechanics, this rotation of distant matter yields the force. Now, the gravitational attraction of the Sun is balanced by a real gravitational centrifugal force due to the annual rotation of distant masses around the Earth, with a component having a period of 1 year. In this way, the Earth can remain at rest and is the essential constant distance from the Sun. The diurnal rotation of distant masses around the Earth with a period of 1 day yields a real gravitational centrifugal force, flattening the Earth at the poles, Foucault's pendulum is explained by a real Coriolis force acting on moving masses over the Earth's surface. The effect of this force will be to keep the plane of oscillation of the pendulum rotating around with the fixed stars, end quote. Excellent quote there. This is a quote from Robert Sungenis that I thought was pretty good. Let's see if we can read through this whole thing. Here we go. So quoting, one can imagine why many who were looking for proof of a rotating Earth would appeal to the Foucault pendulum. It seems logical to posit that the reason the plane of the pendulum appears to be moving in a circle is that the Earth beneath it is rotating. In other words, the heliocentrist insists that the pendulum's circular motion is an illusion. The pendulum is actually moving back and forth in the same plane, and the Earth is turning beneath it. Since the Earth is too big for us to sense its rotation, we instead observe the plane of the pendulum rotate. All one needed to do to prove the Earth is rotating, he insists, is to reverse the roles. That is, imagine that the plane of the pendulum is stationary and the Earth beneath it is moving. This particular logic, however, doesn't prove that the Earth is rotating. One can begin the critique by asking this simple question. If the pendulum is constantly swinging in the same plane while the Earth is rotating beneath it, what force is holding the pendulum in that stationary position? In other words, if the plane of the pendulum is stationary with respect to what is it stationary? This is understood as the unresolved force in physics. The only possible answer is, it is stationary with respect to the rest of the universe, since it is certainly not stationary with respect to the Earth. With a little insight, one can see that this brings us right back to the problem that Einstein and the rest of modern physics faced with the advent of relativity theory. Is it the Earth that's rotating under fixed stars, or do the stars revolve around a fixed Earth? As Einstein said, the two sentences, the sun is at rest and the Earth moves, or the sun moves and the Earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. As such, it would be just as logical, not to mention scientifically consistent, to posit that the combined forces of the universe which rotate around the Earth are causing the plane of the pendulum to rotate around an immobile Earth. In other words, in the geocentric model of the movement of the pendulum is not an illusion, it really moves. According to Einstein, there is no difference between the two models. Ernst Mach, from whom Einstein developed many of his insights, stated much of the same. He writes, obviously it doesn't matter if we think the Earth is turning around its axis or at rest while the fixed stars revolve around it. Geometrically, these are the exact same case of relative rotation of the Earth and the fixed stars with respect to one another. But if we think that the Earth is at rest and the fixed stars revolving around it, there is no flattening of the Earth, no Foucault's pendulum experiment, and so on. Robert Sungenis, well, that was Ernst Mach speaking there. Robert Sungenis continues here. Barber and Bertolotti prove that a large hollow sphere representing the distant star field rotating around a small solid sphere inside, modeling the Earth, produced exactly the same patterns of Coriolis and centrifugal forces that are claimed as proof of the Earth spinning in space. If the hollow shell of matter accelerates or rotates, any objects inside the shell will tend to be carried along with the acceleration or rotation to some extent. Well, Robert Sungenis, thank you very much. Let's talk a little bit about begging the question, just so you understand some of these answers about the Michaelson-Morley. This is from a cosmoquest.org forum that I found. How to commit the fallacy of begging the question when a conclusion to be demonstrated is assumed into a premise. Okay, so we got number one, an experiment is set up to demonstrate the motion of the Earth through space. Number two, a positive result is expected from that theory. Number three, the experiment produces a null result. Number four, the null result has a cause. Number five, the cause of the null result is not a stationary Earth, but because the Earth is moving. Number six, the cause of the null result is a moving Earth. Number seven, therefore, an experiment on the moving Earth has demonstrated that c is constant in any internal inertial reference frame. 8. Therefore, c is constant in all reference frames. Well, line 8 implies a moving Earth as part of the conclusion. Yet, line 5 merely asserts that the Earth is moving to conclude to line 8. Therefore, the constancy of c is invalid according to the fallacy of begging the question. 1 second. Excuse me. The only way science can conclude to one of the special relativity's postulates is to beg the question of the motion of the Earth as shown above. The constancy of c in any inertial reference frame is known from a logical fallacy. The constancy of c in any inertial reference frame is a postulate of special relativity. Special relativity uses four-dimensional space to mathematically explain the Michelson-Morley null result. Minkowski space is four-dimensional and is used to explain special relativity. But as special relativity is founded on a fallacious postulate, then so too is Minkowski space is also founded on a fallacious postulate, and as a fallacy invalidates a theory, then guess what? Both special relativity and also Minkowski space, are invalid. But again, you can look for yourself and you'll see that those things are considered explanations for the Michaelson-Morley null result. All right, we're moving on to the centrality of Earth. Why do I have nothing here again? Okay, here we go. All right, so from George Ellis, quote, "This assumption is made because it is believed to be unreasonable that we should be near the center of the universe." So, end quote. Just point that out again. Very important one there. Let's go to the next one. Thomas S. Kuhn from the Copernican Revolution from his book 1959, quote, "Now imagine that the whole mechanism is picked up and put down again with the sun fixed at the central position formerly held by the Earth. All of the geometric spatial relations of the Earth, Sun, and Mars are preserved. And since only the fixed point of the mechanism has been changed, all the relative motions must be identical. The Tychonic system is transformed to the Copernican system simply by holding the sun fixed instead of the Earth. The relative motion of the planets are the same in both systems, and the harmonies are therefore preserved." End quote. Let's go on about the centrality some more. That's it. This is the editor of Nature magazine, Paul C.W. Davies. Quote, "Often the simplest of observations will have the most profound consequences. It has long been a cornerstone of modern science, to say nothing of man's cosmic outlook, that the Earth attends a modest star that shines in an undistinguished part of a run-of-the-mill galaxy. Life arose spontaneously, and man evolved on this miscellaneous clump of matter, and now directs his own destiny without outside help. This cosmic model is supported by the Big Bang and expanding universe concepts, which in turn are buttressed by the simple observation that astronomers see redshifts wherever they look. These redshifts are due, of course, to matter flying away from us under the impetus of the Big Bang. But redshifts can also arise from the gravitational attraction of mass. If the Earth were at the center of the universe, the attraction of the surrounding mass of stars would also produce redshifts wherever we looked. This argument was advanced by George Ellis in his article, is more complex than this, but his basic thrust is to put man back into a favored position in the cosmos. His new theory seems quite consistent with our astronomical observations, even though it clashes with the thought that we are godless and making it on our own." End quote. Astronomer J.L.E. Dreyer, quote, "The Earth-centered system is in reality absolutely identical with the system of Copernicus, and all computation of the places of the planets are the same for the two systems." End quote. What more do you need to hear, folks? It's being spelled out for you over and over again. We're probably at 60 quotes at this point, and is it sinking in yet? That's the question. Let me continue. We got Fred Hoyle from his book Nicholas Copernicus, pages 82 and 83. Quote, "We can take either the Earth or the Sun, or any point for that matter, as the center of the solar system. This is certainly so for the purely kinematical problem of describing the planetary motions. If we wish to consider the Earth to be at rest, it will be necessary to give an annual epicyclic motion to every object in the distant universe, as well as to the planets of the solar system. We can't dismiss such a procedure simply on the grounds of inconvenience or absurdity." End quote. Thank you very much for Fred Hoyle actually admitting that. However, he would be turning in his grave as well. Stephen Hawking in A Brief History of Time, quote, "All this evidence that the universe looks the same whichever direction we look might seem to suggest there is something special about our place in the universe. In particular, it might seem that if we observe all other galaxies to be moving away from us, then we must be at the center of the universe." End quote. But again, as I read earlier, Stephen Hawking changed that and says, but we dismiss this based on modesty. How scientific is that? Dismissing something based on modesty is scientific? Let's continue on the centrality of Earth. Y.P. Varshni, quote, "The Earth is indeed the center of the universe. The arrangement of quasars on certain spherical shells is only with respect to the Earth. These shells would disappear if viewed from another galaxy or quasar. This means that the cosmological principle will have to go. Also, it implies that the coordinate system fixed to the Earth with a preferred reference frame in the universe, consequently both the special and general theory of relativity, must be abandoned for cosmological purposes." End quote. I put this one in here again just because we're talking about the centrality here, and what he's saying is the complete opposite of what we're taught. We're taught that no matter where you're at in the universe, that they would all see the same thing. And yet, he's telling us, and he is astrophysics, I don't know what he is. I think he's maybe just wrote this book, The Redshift Hypothesis for Quasars, but he's telling us that these shells would disappear if viewed from another galaxy or quasar, which completely means that we are in a very unique observing position, folks, in the universe. We are of prime importance. We are the apple of God's eye. Let's go to the next one. The Earth-centered system, J.L.E. Dreyer again. I think we already read this one. The Earth-centered system is in reality absolutely identical with the system of Copernicus, and all computation of the places and the planets are the same for the two systems. Next one. Henry Poincaré. Quote, a great deal of research has been carried out concerning the influence of the Earth's movement. The results were always negative. We do not have any means of discovering whether or not we are carried along in a uniform motion of translation, end quote. Again, we've got another person telling you that we don't know whether the Earth moves, but it's being taught in schools to your children. How about Adolf Baker from Modern Physics and Antiphysics? Quote, always the speed of light was precisely the same. Thus, the failure of Michaelson Morley to observe different speeds of light at different times of year suggested that the Earth must be at rest. It was therefore the preferred frame for measuring absolute motion in space. Yet we have known since Galileo that the Earth is not the center of the universe. Why should it be at rest in space? End quote. Well, this is the way these guys think, you know? Yet we have known since Galileo that the Earth is not the center of the universe. So why should it be at rest in space? So they're discounting what the observations are telling them. They're discounting what the science tells them, what the experiments say, and say, but we've known. We've known since Galileo that the Earth's not the center. Next one on centrality. But what is less known is that, quote, but what is less known is that Tycho Brahe, Kepler's tutor, developed a geostatic system that was just as accurate and as elegant as Kepler's. The Sun orbits the Earth, and all the other planets orbit the Sun. The trajectories are ellipses, and all of Kepler's laws are satisfied. We can therefore conclude that the Sun's orbit in the Earth's pseudo-potential is equivalent to that observed from the Earth in the heliocentric system. The analysis of planetary motions has been performed in the Newtonian framework with the assumption of Mach's principle. The kinematical equivalence of the Copernican, the heliocentric, and the Neo-Tychonian, geocentric systems is shown to be a consequence of the presence of pseudo-potential in the geocentric system, which, according to Mach, must be regarded as the real potential originating from the fact of simultaneous accelerations of the universe. If one could put the whole universe in accelerated motion around the Earth, the pseudo-potential corresponding to the pseudo-force will immediately be generated. That same pseudo-potential then causes the universe to stay in that very state of motion without the need of any exterior forces acting upon it. End quote. And that's Luka Popov. Got another quote on the centrality by astronomer Gerardus D. Bow, Ph.D. Quote, again, once more for the record, it has been shown at least 6 different ways this century alone that the equations in physics used by NASA to launch satellites are identical to the equations derived from a geocentric universe. Thus, if the space program is proof of anything, it proves geocentricity and disproves heliocentrism. The evidence for heliocentrism is even weaker than the evidence of evolution. End quote. Okay, let's move on to fixed Earth. Got a few more here. Let's see how much we're doing. How are we doing here? Good. All right, we're on to fixed Earth quotes. Okay, here we go. This is Dennis W. Schema, The Unity of the Universe, 1961 book. According to his wiki, by the way, he is one of the founding fathers of modern cosmology. Quote, whether the Earth rotates once a day from west to east, as Copernicus taught, or the heavens revolve once a day from east to west, as his predecessors believed, the observable phenomenon will be exactly the same. This shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, since an empirical science ought not to contain a metaphysical assumption which can never be proved or disproved by observation. End quote. One of the most important quotes of the entire night, right there. Again, so important. Okay, here we go now. Let's move on. All right. Physicist Julian B. Barber, quote, thus, even now, 3.5 centuries after Galileo, it is still remarkably difficult to say categorically whether the Earth moves, end quote. Again, and you know, here's how somebody might refute these, is they're going to come to me and say, yeah, but Julian Barber believes in the universe. He believes that the Earth does move. Yeah, I know that. Thank you. I understand the worldview of scientists. I completely been explaining it the entire show. But also, he tells you right here that it's still remarkably difficult, because there's no experiment that's ever shown it, to say categorically whether the Earth moves or not. I know what they believe. I'm not confusing that. All right, let's go back to Fred Hoyle in his book. He says that, quote, we might hope, therefore, that the Einstein theory, which is well suited to such problems, would throw more light on the matter. But instead of adding further support to the heliocentric picture of the planetary motions, the Einstein theory goes in the opposite direction, giving increased respectability to the geocentric picture, end quote. Again, this is Fred Hoyle. You know, I think a one-time astronomer royale. Let's continue. This is from Einstein's Ether. It's a book from 2001. Quote, according to Einstein, the argument over whether the Earth turns around the heavens... According to Einstein, the argument over whether the Earth turns around or the heavens revolve around it is seen to be no more than an argument over the choice of reference frames. There is no frame of reference from which an observer would not see the effects of the flattening of the poles. Thus, in frame number 1, the Earth turns around while the sky is at rest. The centrifugal force is a consequence of the Earth's motion, uniform acceleration, relative to the heavens. This causes the flattening. In the latter frame, number 2, the sky rotates and the Earth stands still, while the centrifugal force should be understood as being an effect of the rotating heavens, which is generating a gravitational field that causes the flattening at the poles. The two explanations are equivalent, as there is an equivalence between inertial and gravitational mass. So, end quote. See, almost did it again. Very important quote there. Let's continue on. We're talking about the fixed Earth now, remember. This is from Martin Gardner. Quote, do the heavens revolve or does the Earth rotate? The question is meaningless. A waitress may just as sensibly ask a customer if he wanted ice cream on top of his pie or the pie placed under his ice cream. End quote. Very important quote here. Just, what are we at? 70 quotes now. I don't know what we're at. But whatever it is, are you starting to see what's going on here? They are identical systems. They're all just a model. We don't live on a model. Okay, we don't live in the geocentric model. We don't live in the Copernican model. We don't live in the heliocentric model. We live here on Earth. We live in reality. And yet these guys have devised a way of explaining the world by giving you, all these distances, and that the Earth is just a tiny little speck. Even in the solar system, the Earth occupies 0.0000001% of the entire solar system, let alone if you look at the universe. And in my opinion, the Earth is all there is. So they've taken something that is 100% of importance and diminished it to 0.00001% of even the solar system. Who did that? Men with a worldview that say we cannot be the center, even though I'm reading quote after quote after quote after quote that says it's the same no matter what. So what are we doing teaching our children of the worldview of some men who hate God, their creator? Come on. Let's continue. Douglas C. Giaconoli said, quote, this null result was one of the greatest puzzles of physics at the end of the 19th century. One possibility was that the velocity would be zero and no fringe should be expected, but this implies that the Earth is somehow a preferred object. Only with respect to the Earth would the speed of light be c as predicted by Maxwell's equations. This is tantamount to assuming that the Earth is the central body of the universe. Again, no comment needed, just more quotes from physicists that are telling you that the evidence shows us to be in the center. Here we go. We've got Fred Hoyle in his Copernicus book again. Quote, let it be understood at the outset that it makes no difference from the point of view of describing planetary motion whether we take the Earth or the Sun as the center of the solar system, since the issue is one of relative motion only. There are infinitely many exactly equivalent descriptions referred to different centers. In principle, any single point will do. The Moon, Jupiter. So the passions loosed on the world by the publication of Copernicus's book De Revolutionibus Orbium Celestium were logically irrelevant. End quote. Again, were logically irrelevant. Let's go on. Bernard Cohen, quote, there is no planetary observation by which we on Earth can prove that the Earth is moving in an orbit around the Sun. Thus, all Galileo's discoveries can be accommodated to the system in which the daily rotation of the heavens is communicated to the Sun and the planets so that the Earth itself neither rotates nor revolves in an orbit, end quote. Again, it might be getting annoying for some people. I'm sorry, I'm just putting these all together. Don't kill the messenger. It's going to be quote after quote after quote. We might be, I don't know, maybe we're more than half done, I hope. Let's see here. Fred Hoyle. Quote, we know that the difference between a heliocentric theory and a geocentric theory is one of relative motion only, and that such a difference has no physical significance, end quote. I mean, folks, what do you not see the problem yet? I'm not making these things up. That's what these guys are saying. If you want to believe them, if you want your children to learn the worldview of Fred Hoyle and the worldview of Einstein and these guys who hated the idea of being a creation, that's fine. That's fine. You can believe that if you want. For me, I think every human deserves to at least hear these things so that maybe they can change their worldview, maybe they can change their belief system. And I know it's hard. I'm one who knows how hard it is because we were all sat in a desk and handed prepackaged answers from teachers that we respected, teachers that we believed. Our parents told us that we were going to school to learn, and so every one of us sat there and did exactly what we were supposed to do. Learned the answers for the test. That's what we did. If you want to believe those things are true, even after everything I'm reading to you, it's on you. Let's go to the next one. Fred Hoyle again. Today we cannot say the Copernican theory is right and the Ptolemaic theory is wrong in any meaningful sense. The two theories are physically equivalent to one another. Science today is locked into paradigms. Every avenue is blocked by beliefs that are wrong. And if you try and get anything published in a journal today, you will run up against a paradigm and the editors will turn you down. End quote. Unbelievable quote right there. That's what we've all been saying. People say, well, why is there no papers about this in the science journals? Well, why don't you ask Fred Hoyle? He'll tell you right there. Science today is locked into paradigms. Every single avenue is blocked by beliefs that are wrong. And if you try and get anything published in a journal today, you will run up against a paradigm and the editors will turn you down. Lincoln Barnett, quote, no physical experiment ever proved that the Earth is actually in motion, end quote. I don't know what else I need to tell you about that one. Let's continue. Albert Michaelson, quote, this conclusion directly contradicts the explanation which presupposes that the Earth moves, end quote. Beautiful. Next one, from a book cited in Stephen Hawking's A Stubbornly Persistent Illusion, 2007, quote, to the question of whether or not the motion of Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result, end quote. I mean, boy, folks, what else do you want to see? What else do you want to see? Think of what science is. They're doing a bunch of tests, experiments, to prove that the Earth moves. Then he says, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature have led to a negative result, meaning all scientific tests and experiments have proven that the Earth does not move. Then he says, before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled with this negative result. Again, go back and listen to me talk about the transform equations, which are what were employed in the special relativity theories. So now we have to believe that testing apparatuses are shrinking. Oh boy. Thank you, Einstein, for the theory of relativity, because this theory, that's real good science. The theory of relativity, great science for your mental conceptions. Kitty Ferguson, quote, it is possible to describe the entire universe using any chosen point as the unmoving center. The Earth will do very well, and no one can prove that choice is wrong. Scientists today prefer to picture everything in motion and nothing as being the center. If you haven't given much thought to the implications of 20th century science, you may be chagrined to realize that because of the concept of relative motion, no one can prove that the Earth moves. End quote. I don't know what you want me to say. Is it getting to be just too heavy on your shoulders yet? Because that's what happened to me. It got to be too much. It's too much. When you realize that we're dealing with the worldview of men who are forcing their beliefs on you and your children, your grandchildren, then you might start to wake up. I think I skipped too far. What did I do here? Sorry, I lost myself. Here we go. Excuse me. Thomas S. Kuhn here says, quote, ironically, the holy grail of many an astronomer to prove that the Earth is in fact revolving in a wide orbit around the sun is claimed by this author to be stellar parallax, which is adequately explained in a neotychonic geocentric system with the stars aligned on the sun, which revolves around the stationary Earth. Now imagine that the whole mechanism is picked up and put down again with the sun fixed at the central position formerly held by the Earth. All of the geometric spatial relations to the Earth, Sun, and Mars are preserved, and since only the fixed point of the mechanism has changed, all the relative motions must be identical. The Tychonic system is transformed to the Copernican system simply by holding the sun fixed instead of the Earth. The relative motion of the planets are the same in both systems, and the harmonies are therefore preserved, end quote. Again, I put that quote back in there. You might recognize this part, but maybe not this part. The reason I claim or put this later is because I wanted to show that he's talking about, as we spoke about earlier, when people say, oh, but the parallax of the stars, what you don't realize is they've already tested this and they're identical. It's the same. So keep coming with those arguments and you just look to be more of a religious zealot than before. Let's continue. Arthur Eddington, quote, there was just one alternative. The Earth's true velocity through space might happen to have been nil, end quote. If you don't know what nil means, it means zero. None. Zip. Sorry. Let's go to the next one. G.J. Whitrow, 1959 book, says, quote, "It is both amusing and instructive to speculate on what might have happened if such an experiment as Michaelson Morley could have been performed in the 16th or 17th centuries when men were debating the rival merits of Copernicus and the Ptolemaic systems. The result would surely have been interpreted as conclusive evidence for the immobility of the Earth, and therefore as a triumphant vindication of the Ptolemaic system and irrefutable falsification of the Copernican hypothesis. The moral of this historical fantasy is that it is often dangerous to believe in the absolute verification or falsification of a scientific hypothesis. All judgments of this type are necessarily made in some historical context, which may be drastically modified by the changing perspective of human knowledge." End quote. Again, beautiful quote there, well said, and if you understand it, you'll realize that if the test that they did in the early 1900s, late 1800s, was done back in the days when people were questioning Copernicus, they would have trashed the Copernican model at its outset. Would have been gone. Would have been easily proven, but they weren't able to test that. And so those tests came along after they had already accepted scientifically all of Copernicus's ideas. So do you think they're going to go back and admit they were wrong in the face of everything that happened with the church? Come on. Absolutely not. Let's move on to the next one. This is from Darcy Pettyhoff. She is at the Royal Air Force College in England. Quote, "One can of course believe anything one likes as long as the consequences of that belief are trivial. But when survival depends on belief, then it matters that beliefs correspond to manifest reality. We therefore teach navigators that the stars are fixed to a celestial sphere, which is centered on a fixed Earth, and around which it rotates in accordance with the laws clearly deducible from common sense observation. The sun and the moon move across the inner surface of this sphere, and hence, perforce, go around the Earth. This means that students of navigation must unlearn a lot of the confused dogma they learned in school. Most of them find this remarkably easy, because dogma is as it may be, but the real world is as we perceive it to be. If Andrew Hill will look into the Journal of Navigation, he will find that the Earth-centered universe is alive and well, whatever his readings of The Spectator may suggest." End quote. Beautiful quote here by somebody telling you, I don't know if she's a teacher at this college, but she's telling you, just come and look. We teach navigators that the Earth is fixed. We teach them that it's centered and that everything goes around us. That's what they teach. So for people who say, well, the geocentricity nonsense and Earth-centered nonsense, well, why is it being taught to Air Force pilots? Come on. James A. Coleman, quote, "The easiest explanation was that the Earth was fixed in the ether and that everything else in the universe moved with respect to the Earth and to the ether. Such an idea was not considered seriously, since it would mean in effect that our Earth occupied the omnipotent position in the universe with all other heavenly bodies paying homage by moving around it." End quote. I believe I already read that one. I knew that would happen somewhere. Too many quotes to go through and see if I had them matched up. All right, here we go. Next one. Quote, "The ancient argument over whether the Earth rotates or the heavens revolve around it, as Aristotle taught, is seen to be no more than an argument over the simplest choice of a frame of reference. Obviously, the most convenient choice is the universe. Nothing except inconvenience prevents us from choosing the Earth as a fixed frame of reference. If we choose to make the Earth our fixed frame of reference, we do not even do violence to everyday speech. We say that the sun rises in the morning, sets in the evening. The Big Dipper revolves around the North Star. Which point of view is correct? Do the heavens revolve, or does the Earth rotate? The question is meaningless." End quote. Martin Gardner, 1976 book. Again, if the question is meaningless, why is it that if I ask any scientist or any atheist or any science backer, hey, do we go around the sun or does the sun go around us? They will laugh at you. Lawrence Krauss has, I don't remember where it was it in one of my videos, where Lawrence Krauss makes a joke to a crowd about how insane it is that what people believe that the sun goes around the Earth. Well then, what am I reading? What are these quotes? They're nothing? They're just meaningless? No. The question is meaningless of whether the heavens rotate because it's all the same. But again, what is being taught? What is being forced down your throat at 6 years old? You tell me. All right, let's go on to the next one. This is Luka Popov again. Quote, "Abstract, using Mach's principle, we will show that the observed diurnal and annual motion of the Earth can just as well be accounted for as the diurnal rotation and annual revolution of the universe around the fixed and centered Earth. This can be performed by postulating the existence of vector and scalar potentials caused by the simultaneous motions of masses in the universe, including the distant stars." End quote. Let's go here. Adolf Baker. Quote, "Always the speed of light was precisely the same. Thus, the failure of the Michaelson-Morley to observe different speeds of light at different times of the year suggested that the Earth must be at rest. It was therefore the preferred frame for measuring absolute motion in space. Yet we have known since Galileo that the Earth is not the center of the universe. Why should it be at rest in space?" End quote. Okay, let's see here. Quote by Martin Gardner here. Quote, "One could just as legitimately assume that the Earth to be fixed and the entire universe within its great spherical cloud of black body radiation to be moving. The equations are the same. Indeed, from the standpoint of relativity, the choice of reference frame is arbitrary. Naturally, it is simpler to assume the universe is fixed and the Earth moving, other than the other way around, but the two ways of talking about the Earth's relative motion are two ways of saying the same thing." End quote. I don't know how many more you need to hear, but we're going to keep reading. Let's go. Ronald W. Clark, in his book from 1971, quote, "The problem which now faced science was considerable, for there seemed to be only three alternatives. The first was that the Earth was standing still, which meant scuttling the whole Copernican theory, and was unthinkable." I'll end the quote there because we've already read this one, but again, let's move on here. Next one. Lorentz's 1886 paper, quote, "Briefly, everything occurs as if the Earth were at rest." End quote. Next one. Henry Poincaré, quote, "A great deal of research has been carried out concerning the influence of Earth's movement. The results were always negative. We do not have any means of discovering whether or not we are carried along in a uniform motion of translation." All right. That is all my fixed Earth quotes. We're moving on to the axis of evil. Hopefully you know what that is. I don't know if you do or don't. If you don't know what it is, then you haven't watched the movie The Principle. You need to watch that, check it out, just so you can see exactly what is the axis of evil. And that is the fact that when they look at the cosmic microwave background, which they say is the energy being emitted from the furthest reaches that we can see, which is, of course, putting us at the center again, they found that it lines up with the Earth. Well, wait a second. If we're just a random speck in the middle of everything, how could the outer edges of the universe line up with the Earth? Doesn't make any sense. So let's read about that. We got astrophysicist Ashok Singhal. Quote, "The apparent alignment in the cosmic microwave background in one particular direction through space is called evil because it undermines our ideas about the standard cosmological model. The Copernican Principle seems to be in jeopardy." End quote. Very, very important. Let's go to the next one. Astrophysicist Dragan Hutterer. Quote, "Why is the solar system cosmically aligned?" Nobody can explain. End quote. Nobody can explain that one. Let's go with the next one. This is from the following source here, if you want to type that in, so if you want to see where I got it from. Let's see here. Quote, "We found something very bizarre. There is some extra, so far unexplained structure in the cosmic microwave background. We had expected that the microwave background would be truly isotropic, with no preferred direction in space, but that may not be the case. The octupole and quadrupole components are arranged in a straight line across the sky, along a kind of cosmic equator. That's weird. We don't think this is due to the foreground contamination," Dr. Tegmark said. "It could be telling us something about the shape of the space on the largest scales. We did not expect this, and we cannot yet explain it." End quote. Yeah, they didn't expect it because it goes against the Copernican Principle. They observe it, and so now they're busy right now. If you go into the office of Max Tegmark, they're busy trying to figure out a way that they can now explain away why the cosmic microwave background is aligned to the Earth. Because again, it places the Earth at the prime importance, centrality, and it's of the most importance. You got this quote here, and you can, again, click this link, or not click it, but you'll have to type it in. Quote, "If the universe does contain such an axis, it would contradict our current views of the cosmos, which assumes that matter and energy are uniformly distributed throughout, and that the universe looks pretty much the same in all directions. A similar bias among structures of cosmic proportions would have deep implications. For example, if more galaxies are spinning one way than the other, this implies that the universe has a net spin or angular momentum in a particular direction. Since angular momentum can neither be created or destroyed, the universe must have come into existence in a spin. Well, what set it spinning, though? And what is it spinning relative to?" End quote. Let's go with this one. This is Y. Tomozawa. Quote, "In the Friedman universe, one possible interpretation of the coordinates is that the whole space is on the surface of an expanding balloon and has no center. But in such a universe, there is no cosmic microwave background dipole, even in the presence of a peculiar velocity. In other words, the observation of a cosmic microwave background dipole excludes such an interpretation of the coordinates of the Friedman universe." End quote. Extremely important. Again, is there a violation of the Copernican Principle in radio sky? Again, this is Ashok Singhal. Quote, "There is no denying that from the large anisotropes present in the radio sky, independently seen both in the discrete source distribution and in the diffuse cosmic microwave background, the Copernican Principle again seems to be in jeopardy. Quote, end quote. This is Joseph Silk, University of California. Quote, studies of the cosmic background radiation have confirmed the isotropy of the radiation or its complete uniformity in all directions. If the universe possesses a center, we must be very close to it. Otherwise, excessive observable anisotropy in the radiation intensity would be produced, and we would detect more radiation from one direction than from the opposite direction, end quote. Again, I put that one in there for the importance of telling you if the universe possesses a center, then we must be very close to it. Okay? Which is against everything that the Copernican model said. Go back and listen to me talk about the Copernican model again. How about physicist Lawrence Krauss? Everybody knows him. When he's not busy doing things with women that he shouldn't, maybe he's got more quotes like this. Let's see. Quote, but when you look at the CMB map, you also see that the structure that is observed is in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the Sun. Is this Copernicus coming back to haunt us? That's crazy. We're looking at the whole universe. That would say we are truly at the center of the universe, end quote. That's Lawrence Krauss. That's from the movie The Principle. You can watch him say it for yourself if you go check out that movie. This is from Rick Delano, who's the co-producer of The Principle. I just wanted to read a quote that I found of his. Let's see what he's got to say. So he says, remember to tilt the ecliptic 23.5 degrees since the Earth is not tilted in the geocentric model. The cosmos is, and interestingly enough, it is tilted exactly on the angle built into the CMB, the largest visible structure in the cosmos. Please try and understand, there is one and only one cosmological model that would have predicted a cosmological significance to this 23.5 angle of the ecliptic. It is the geocentric model. In the heliocentric model, this 23.5 degree angle is ascribed to a tilt in the Earth's axis. In other words, it is a purely local phenomenon, not expected to have any cosmological significance at all. In this specific observation, it is the geocentric model which proves to have a better predictive fit to large-scale cosmological observations. This will help you understand why this astonishing alignment with the ecliptic and the equinoxes of the Earth is described as the axis of evil. Evil why? Evil because there should be no possible reason to expect an alignment of the universe's largest structure with supposedly the insignificant Earth, or if you prefer, supposedly insignificant local solar system. Unless, of course, you are already a geocentrist, in which case the alignment is very interesting confirmation that this angle is not merely local, but is cosmological in significance, end quote. Rick Delano. All right, so that's on the axis of evil. We are moving quite along. I don't think there's very many more quotes left. But now we're going to talk about dark energy and dark matter. There's only 3 quotes here. Let's get to those. This is from a report of the Dark Energy Task Force in 2006. You can type in this if you want to find that quote particularly. Quote, dark energy appears to be the dominant component of the physical universe, yet there is no persuasive theoretical explanation for its existence or magnitude. The acceleration of the universe is, along with dark matter, the observed phenomenon that most directly demonstrates that our theories of fundamental particles and gravity are either incorrect or incomplete. Most experts believe that nothing short of a revolution in our understanding of fundamental physics will be required to achieve a full understanding of the cosmic acceleration. For these reasons, the nature of dark energy ranks among the very most compelling of all outstanding problems in physical science. These circumstances demand an ambitious, observable program to determine the dark energy properties as well as possible, end quote. Again, so much is said in that quote that basically everything that they believe is wrong. Go back and listen to Michio Kaku tell you how far off they are, and then this guy's telling you right now that the acceleration of the universe, along with dark matter, that the observed phenomenon that most directly demonstrates that the theories of the fundamental particles and gravity are either incorrect or incomplete. But again, as I've told you many times, they can't get rid of gravity. Gravity is what makes the Earth a sphere. So they're not going to do away with that, even though it doesn't match observations. Gravity works maybe in the solar system if you're talking Newtonian, but outside that, it all falls apart. But yet they keep it, and they put in dark energy and dark matter to fix the issues. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the very definition of pseudoscience. It's exactly it. There's no other thing you need to hear to prove that. All right, let's read this. I can't read this guy's name, but we'll just read the quote. Quote, we now have increasing direct evidence that dark matter does not exist in galaxies. Then it is unlikely that some dark matter is hidden somewhere else in the universe. Therefore, the widely accepted cosmic microwave background cosmology is in difficulty. For this reason, it is worthwhile to reconsider the expansion in the universe by starting from scratch. Our result has the merit that it does not contain hypothetical stuff, end quote. I mean, what do you think about that? I don't know what to tell you. It's just telling you that everything that they believe is in difficulty, and it's time to reconsider the expansion of the universe by starting from scratch. But they are, you don't understand, it's fact. The universe is expanding. That's a fact. That's what's being taught in school. It's being taught to your children. It's being proposed as scientific. Pseudoscience. Let's go to the next one. This is by Craig J. Copey and a few other people here. Quote, according to the standard concordance model of cosmology, over 95% of the energy content of the universe is extraordinary, dark matter, or dark energy, whose existence has been inferred from the failure of the standard model of particle physics plus general relativity to describe the behavior of the astrophysical systems larger than a stellar cluster, while the very homogeneity and isotropy and inhomogeneity of the universe owe to the influence of an inflation field whose particle physics identify as completely mysterious even after 3 decades of theorizing. Testing the cosmological principle should be one of the key goals of modern observational cosmology, end quote. Sorry, I muffed that one up a little bit, but the important part here is the end one again, that we're all wrong. They're all wrong. Okay, they admit it. But they have to hold on to it so dearly because it's their worldview. And all these things are explaining, again, all this talk about dark matter, 95% of the world. Remember what I read earlier. Go back and look again at all the quotes that said that dark matter is not needed if the Earth is central. So the only reason they need it is because, oh, well, everything's expanding and it's flying away too fast, and we need it to expand because we're on a balloon. And we're on a balloon because we can't be the center, and who's blowing it up? We don't really know. And why do we don't see spatial curvature even though we're on a balloon? Well, I don't know. It's just nonsense. Just nonsense. All right, let's move on to Newtonian physics. I think I just have a few. I think I call them Newtonian physics, but really they're just Newton's quotes, I believe, but I could be wrong. Let me close up some of these boxes because they're getting a little annoying. Let me go up here. If you guys don't use OneNote, man, if you're a researcher and you're not using OneNote, I don't know what to tell you. It's a beautiful little program. It's free, by the way. All right, this is Frank Wilczek, professor of physics at MIT, Nobel Prize winner, 2004. Okay, quote, Newtonian laws operate in a world model that is very different from everyday intuition. Because Newtonian space is infinite and homogeneous, Earth and its surface are not special places. The directions up, down, and sideways are fundamentally similar. Nor is rest privileged over uniform motion. None of these concepts matches everyday experience. They troubled Newton's contemporaries and even Newton himself, end quote. Okay? So he tells you all these things are so weird and so against everything that we know to be true, and they bothered Newton. How do we know it bothered Newton? Let's read this quote. This is Isaac Newton to Bentley. Again, if you go back and listen to Globebusters this past week, I believe Eru put up a link to this exact letter. You can actually see it written in the hand of Newton. And what did he say? Very important quote. Quote, it is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must do if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired that you would not ascribe innate gravity to me, that gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body can act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe that no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to a certain law, but whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left that to be consideration of my readers, end quote. What a quote here for all those people out there. If you're listening to this now and you believe in gravity and you believe in Newtonian physics, you would tell me, right? You would say, oh, well, mass attracts mass. The sun attracts the earth, and the earth attracts the moon, and the moon pulls our water, and gravity holds you down, and gravity holds the ocean upside down on the globe. We hear all these things about gravity, right? You can believe those all you want. What did Newton say about it? It is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter, okay, which is what two things of mass are, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must do if gravitation in the sense of Epicurus be essential and inherent in it. And this is the reason, he's saying, and this is the reason why I desired that you would not ascribe that to me. I don't want to be in charge. I don't want to say that I came up with gravity. that gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, which is what we're taught, which is what we're told. Mass attracts mass. They have a little test. We have Cavendish in his shed showed that mass attracts mass. Well, what did Newton say about that? We're reading that gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of something else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great of an absurdity that I believe that no man who has philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. Guess what, folks? The whole world fell into it. Isaac Newton from his Optics, 1730. Quote, may not planets and comets and all gross bodies perform their motions more freely and with less resistance in this ethereal medium than in any fluid which fills all space adequately without leaving any pores, and by consequence is much denser than quicksilver and gold? And may not its resistance be so small as to be inconsiderable? For instance, if this ether, for so I will call it, should be supposed 700,000 times more elastic than our air and above 700,000 times more rare, its resistance would be above 600 million times less than that of water, and so small a resistance would scarce make any sensible alteration in the motions of the planets in 10,000 years, end quote. Isaac Newton, Proposition 43, very important one here, quote, in order for the Earth to be at rest in the center of the system of the sun, planets, and comets, there is required both universal gravity and another force in addition that acts on all bodies equally accordingly to the quantity of matter in each of them, and is equal and opposite to the accelerative gravity with which the Earth tends to the sun. Since this force is equal and opposite to its gravity towards the sun, the Earth can truly remain in equilibrium between these two forces and be at rest. And thus celestial bodies can move around the Earth at rest as in the Tychonic system. End quote. Oh, I thought Newton proved that, oh boy. But these guys are just admitting to you right there. But again, like everyone else after him, that's absurd. It's the absolute horror of a unique position. A lot of cosmology is trying to hide things. How many quotes have we read? Let's move on to relativity. We've only got 3 more little topics, and I don't think they have very many quotes. Let's see if I can pull up how many we have left. We have maybe 15 quotes left. All right. We're on to relativity. This is from University of Illinois Physics 319, a lecture, page 8. Quote, it is often said that Tycho's model implies the absence of parallax and that Copernicus's requires parallax. However, it would not be a major conceptual change to have the stars orbit the sun, like the planets for Tycho, which would give the same yearly shifts in their apparent positions as parallax gives. Thus, if parallax were observed, a flexible Tychonian could adjust the theory to account for it without undue complexity. What if parallax were not observed? For Copernicus, only one requires that the stars be far enough away for parallax to be unmeasurable. Therefore, the presence or absence of parallax doesn't force the choice of one type of model over the other. If different stars were to show different amounts of parallax, that would rule out the possibility of them being on one sphere, but still not really decide between Tycho and Copernicus. In fact, if we don't worry about distant stars, these two models describe identical relative motions of all objects in the solar system, so the role of observation is not to direct as you might have guessed. There is no bare observation that can distinguish whether Tycho, taken broadly, or Copernicus, taken broadly, is right. End quote. Again, go look at all the videos of people telling you that geocentrism cannot be right because of the parallax of the stars, and then refer them to this lecture from a physics course at University of Illinois. Next, light velocity dependent on the speed of source. This is from the New Scientist in 1962. Quote, according to the second postulate of Einstein's special theory of relativity, the speed of light is independent of the uniform motion of its source. Direct experimental evidence by W. Cantor of the U.S. Navy Electronics Laboratory, San Diego, leads him to the surprising conclusion that it may be untenable. End quote. Then we've got, you can actually find this right here if you want. This is a link to this particular test. It says that it's untenable. Okay. Now we're going to start a quote again from the New Scientist. If Einstein's postulate is correct, there should be no displacement between the two sets of interference fringes on spinning the disk, because the light from the approaching and receding windows, respectively, should all have the same velocity. In fact, an unambiguous, easily noted shift of the fringes was apparent when the mirrors were in motion, maximum linear velocity 4,690 centimeters per second, and Cantor deduces that the Einstein second postulate is incorrect. The fringe shift, moreover, appeared to depend on the speed of the disk. If the present work turns out, on more rigorous research, to be flawless and free from experimental artifacts, and if there is no obvious alternative explanation for the observed effects, there may be a need to reconsider some basic ideas in physics. End quote. Hugely important there. Let's continue on. We're talking relativity here. The New Mechanics, Henry Poincaré, 1913. Quote, examine more closely, the simple idea requires capital importance. There is no way of settling the question. No experiment can disprove the principle that there is no absolute space. All displacements we can observe are relative displacements. I have often had occasion to express these considerations so familiar to philosophers. They have given me a publicity I would gladly have avoided. All the reactionary French journals have made me prove that the sun turns round the earth. In the famous case between the Inquisition and Galileo, Galileo should be all wrong. End quote. Unbelievable. Let's continue on. We got Max Born here. By the way, here's a little factoid for you, for those guys looking for little facts. Max Born, Olivia Newton-John's grandfather. For whatever that's worth, I don't know. This is the kind of knowledge you come across when you're reading too much and it's just stupid knowledge that nobody would ever need to know. But I felt very selfish for keeping that to myself. So now everybody knows. So there you go. Quote, thus, we may return to Ptolemy's point of view of a motionless Earth. One has to show that the transform metric can be regarded as produced according to Einstein's field equations by distant rotating masses. This has been done by Thuring. He calculated a field due to a rotating, hollow, thick-walled sphere and proved that inside the cavity it behaved as though there were a centrifugal and many other inertial forces, usually attributed to absolute space. Thus, from Einstein's point of view, Ptolemy and Copernicus are equally right. End quote. Let's move on again. Again, that's the whole theory of relativity, right? Steven Weinberg, quote, if we were to adopt a frame of reference like Tycho's in which the Earth is at rest, then the distant galaxies would seem to be executing circular turns once a year. And in general relativity, this enormous motion would create forces akin to gravitation, which would act on the sun and planets and give them the motions of the Tychonic theory. Newton seems to have had a hint of this. In an unpublished Proposition 43 that did not make it into the Principia, Newton acknowledges that Tycho's theory could be true if some other force besides ordinary gravitation acted on the sun and planets. End quote. I totally forgot to mention that. The quote that I read from Newton, which was... do I have it here? Hold on. This one. No. This one. Nope. This one. Nope. This one. Nope. Oh, it was in the Newtonian one. Sorry, I'm going to go back up here. I want to just bring this quote back into play. Where's the proposition? Yep, Proposition 43. This one, by the way, did not make it into the Principia. Why do you think? What? I mean, this is the whole point of this video. They're hiding things from you. Didn't make it into his book because they don't want him saying that. Don't tell him that the Earth can be still. We're trying to prove something different here. So it didn't make it in. Anyway, back to relativity. We were here, and then we went here. There we go. That's talking about the Proposition 43 we just read. All right. Next, we got C. Moeller, page 113 from his book of 1972, Theory of Relativity. Quote, Einstein advocated a new interpretation of the fictitious forces in accelerated systems of reference. The fictitious forces were treated as real forces on the same footing as any other force of nature. The reason for this occurrence in accelerated systems of reference for such peculiar forces should, according to this new idea, be sought in circumstance that the distant masses of fixed stars are accelerated relative to these systems of reference. The fictitious forces are thus treated as a kind of gravitational force, the acceleration of distant masses causing a field of gravitation in the system of reference considered. Only when we work in special systems of reference, systems of inertia, it is not necessary to include the distant masses in our considerations, and this is the only point which distinguishes the systems of inertia from other systems of reference. It can, however, be assumed that all systems of reference are equivalent with respect to the formulation of the fundamental law of physics. This is the so-called general principle of relativity. End quote. All right, let's move on to speak about the ether. We're down to maybe, 15 quotes. Is that what I said last time? Then I probably lied. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe 14. Here we go. Talking about the ether, this is Albert Einstein's book here, as cited in Einstein and the Ether by Ludwig Kostro, 2000. Quote, in 1905, I was of the opinion that I was no longer allowed to speak about the ether in physics. This opinion, however, was too radical, as we will see later when we discuss the general theory of relativity. It does remain allowed, as always, to introduce a medium filling all space and to assume that the electromagnetic fields, as matter as well, are in states, once again, empty. Space appears as endowed with physical properties, i.e., it no longer has physicalness empty, as seemed to be the case according to special relativity. One can thus say that the ether is resurrected in the general theory of relativity. Since the new theory, metric facts can no longer be separated from true physical facts. The concepts of space and ether merge together. End quote. Hugely important. Again, go to any scientist and ask them if the ether exists. They'll laugh you out of the building, even though Einstein says right here it still exists. Let's go to the next one. This is from S. Saunders and H.R. Brown. Quote, today the vacuum is recognized as a rich physical medium. A general theory of the vacuum is thus a theory of everything. A universal theory, it would be appropriate to call the vacuum ether once again. End quote. Again, these things aren't being taught. They're scared to death of the ether. Let's continue. Ludwig Kostro. We already read this book. Is this the same? No. Quote, modern science has its roots in ancient Greek philosophy. This philosophy, as we know, used the word ether to designate the particular kind of matter that fills the universe. This term was used throughout the history of philosophy and science, and it was also current at the beginning of this century. A resumption of its use at the dawn of this new century is now a fact, since according to the general theory of relativity and other modern branches of physics, the space and time of the universe do not constitute a vacuum, but a structured material plenum characterized by different physical quantities. The historical and traditional word ether is the most appropriate to express these features of the universe, end quote. So, just showing you how much things change as we move along, and yet you'll still be laughed at if you mention the ether. Quote, according to accepted theory, free space is a vacuum. If this is so, how can it exhibit impedance? But it does. The answer, of course, is that there is no such thing as a vacuum, and what we call free space has structure. The impedance equals 376 plus ohms. End quote. Frank Wilczek says, prior to the 20th century, physics tried to explain how nature works. Over the 20th century, and especially in the last half, we got much more ambitious. Now we're uncovering what nature is. The foundation is an entity I call the grid. The grid fills space and is full of spontaneous activity. In some ways, it resembles the old idea of ether, but the grid is highly evolved ether. Ether on steroids, if you like, with many new features. We have some wonderful ideas waiting to be tested. There are good reasons to think that the universe is a multi-layered, multicolored superconductor, that all four known forces can be brought together in a unified theory, that seemingly hopelessly different kinds of matter are just different aspects of one all-embracing stuff. I anticipate that in the next few years, it will be a golden age in fundamental physics, end quote. Notice that we've got, this is the professor at MIT, 2004, and it's in a book from 2008. So we'll see. Is it going to be the golden age in fundamental physics when they have to redo everything that they've done? Again, the tightrope walker, afraid to look down. Don't want to look at that rope. Do not want to see how high up we are. That's how science must continue on. If they dare look down, they'll realize, whoa, we are way too high up, and then they'll get, their balance will go, and they'll fall off. So that's why you just look forward. You don't mention it. Neil deGrasse, go forward. Bill Nye, evolution. It's all true. I'm a cis male now, or there's no male or female anymore. It's just all a spectrum, and you just keep going forward. Don't look down at our foundations. Don't question what we've done to get here. It's ridiculous. Neil Ashby. Quote, in the GPS, the Sanyak effect can produce discrepancies amounting to hundreds of nanoseconds. A Sanyak correction is needed to account for the diurnal motion of each receiver during signal propagation. In fact, one can use the GPS to observe the Sanyak effect. So look up the Sanyak experiment, understand the Sanyak effect, you'll understand that quote. Next, Ether and the Theory of Relativity by Albert Einstein, 1920, a talk at the University of Leiden. Quote, according to the general theory of relativity, space is endowed with physical quantities. In a sense, therefore, there exists an ether. According to the general theory of relativity, space without ether is unthinkable, for in such space there would not only be no propagation of light, but also no possibility of existence for standards of space and time, measuring rods and clocks, nor therefore any space-time intervals in the physical sense, end quote. This is Einstein telling you right there. And again, the point of this is not saying, oh, this is Einstein being right. This is for you to see their line of thinking. You can see how he just moves around and says, well, according to this theory, there is ether, but according to my other theory, there's not. Well, which one's true? It's these heliocentrists will pull out whatever they want. Oh, now it's the special theory of relativity. Now it's the general theory of relativity, but they are all untenable. Period. Let's continue. Robert B. Laughlin, 1993, Nobel Prize winner. Quote, the word ether has extremely negative connotations in theoretical physics because of its past association with opposition to relativity. This is unfortunate because stripped of those connotations, it rather nicely captures the way most physicists actually think about the vacuum. In the early days of relativity, the conviction that light must be waves of something ran so strong Einstein was widely dismissed. Even when Michaelson and Morley demonstrated that the Earth's orbital motion through the ether could not be detected, opponents argued that the Earth must be dragging an envelope of ether along with it because relativity was lunacy and could not possibly be right. Relativity actually says nothing about the existence or non-existence of matter pervading the universe, only that such matter must have relativistic symmetry. It turns out that such matter exists. About the time relativity was becoming accepted, studies of radioactivity began showing that an empty vacuum of space had a spectroscopic structure similar to that of ordinary quantum solids and fluids. Subsequent studies with large particle accelerators have now led us to understand that space is more like a piece of window glass. How about that? Sorry, my bad. Didn't mean to interject there. Subsequent studies with large particle accelerators have now led us to understand that space is more like a piece of window glass than ideal Newtonian emptiness. It is filled with stuff that is normally transparent, but can be made visible by hitting it sufficiently hard to knock out a part. The modern concept of the vacuum of space, confirmed every day by experiment, is a relativistic ether, but we do not call it this because it's taboo. End quote. Again, I mean, come on. We don't call it the ether because it's taboo. This is the worldview of scientists. This is not real science. It is pseudoscience. Let's go to Luca Popov one more time. And we've got the recent paper, quote, the recent paper published in the European Journal of Physics aimed to demonstrate the kinematical and dynamical equivalence of the heliocentric and geocentric systems. The work is performed in the neotychonic system with key assumptions that orbits of distant masses around the Earth are synchronized with the Sun's orbit. Motion of the Sun and Mars have been analyzed, and the conclusion was reached that the very fact of the accelerated motion of the universe as a whole produces the so-called pseudo-potential that not only explains the origin of pseudo-forces, but also the very motion of the celestial bodies as seen from a static Earth. After the paper was published, the question was raised if the same potential can explain the motion of distant stars that are not affected by the Sun's gravity, unlike Mars, and if it can be used to reproduce the observation of the stellar parallax. The answer is found to be positive. End quote. Wow. I don't know what to say. Now, the last one here, I have 4 more quotes left. We're down to 4. Isn't that exciting? I don't know how long we've been going. I'll check super chats and the chat in a second and see if people are just pissed. Like, dude, you are boring us to death, which may be true. But sometimes I do these videos for myself, too. I think it's great to have all these put in one place. It's a great video to send to somebody when they want to tell me how the spinning Earth is proven and the Earth cannot possibly be fixed and geocentricity makes no sense and the Earth cannot be central and we cannot be important. And I'll just show them the worldview of the people who taught them what they believe. And again, you can believe that. I don't care. You'll never catch me going to these other channels and making sock puppet accounts and going in and yelling at them and calling them morons. No, I just do my thing. I just tell people my side of the story from my channel. And there you go. Enjoy it. But again, there'll be a bunch of people in this chat, I'm sure right now. I don't have the chat up, but I'm sure there's trolls the entire time. This is what these people do. It's really sad. Sad. Why don't you just go make a channel and just talk to people like I do? You can tell them all about how retarded I am. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. And if you are hitting points and people like listening, yay, you'll grow a following. If not, well, then you'll probably be back in my chat yelling and screaming about how true atheism is and where's your proof of God, even though it's all around you, that kind of thing. All right. Now we're talking about the multiverse, and the reason this is funny is you have to imagine now that here's the problem with their line of thinking. That the Earth and this solar system, if you want to call it that, I believe that the Earth is all there is, but you can call it a solar system if you want to include the lights in the sky. Okay. All of that, to me, is of prime importance. I've already talked about that, correct? It is so fit for life. The solar system is so perfect. The Earth is so perfect for life. The way everything works in this universe is so dialed in for our existence and perfection and order and everything that we have in front of us, which is clearly a sign of design, but let's move away from that. They have a problem, and they say, wait a second, this couldn't have popped in from nothing. So what's their answer to it? The multiverse. That we just happen to be one of a bazillion multiverses, and this one happens to be situated for life, and that's why we're here. So again, this is the same belief of Lawrence Krauss. You can listen to him on Joe Rogan. Tell everybody that, excuse me, I'm going to get a drink of water here. Let's see here. In the meantime, I'll give you something to talk about. You can talk about yourselves here. Is Joe Rogan really 4'3"? Discuss. All right, I'm back.
Yeah,
okay.
He's definitely.
So hopefully you guys came to a conclusion there. I don't know if you did. But let's move on. So the multiverse is their explanation for this, and you have Lawrence Krauss talking to Joe Rogan saying, or no, it wasn't Lawrence Krauss, it was the other guy, Crime Box, who said, oh, well, if you have an infinite amount of monkeys with an infinite amount of typewriters, that eventually they would produce the works of Shakespeare. This is considered science. I mean, come on. Are you?
Do you believe the world is actually perfect for human existence?
Yes. Of course.
I'm not gonna lie, rookie in 1973. When I see the world, I see systems that do not consider human existence. So I don't see the perfection that he talks about. But I would say comfortably it is damn near perfection. But I wouldn't say all that.
What's your position on the globe there, Rush? On the spinning globe?
I don't give two shits no more.
You don't care whether you live on a spinning globe or whether that's a massive propaganda lie? That doesn't matter to you?
I just want God's nectar, and this devotion's the only thing that gives me that happiness. Nothing else. Not no fact, not no little science video. Only devotion of God. And that's the only thing that keeps me up.
Okay, that's cool. Yep, and we have a religion channel down below if you're interested in joining the people down there. I don't know if anybody has any comments on the Jiren video. That did have a lot of good quotes in there. I saw Sonny say he's going to research those different quotes. That would be good to have those on hand. Those are some good ones. We've got the precious metals takeover coming up in 12 minutes, by the way. Go ahead. Who was talking?
I just joined in. I just wanted to say somebody doesn't have to believe in the Lord for me to respect them. I love Jaren and Globebusters and all the shit they do. Eru's awesome too. Yeah, again, congratulations to Jaren too on becoming a father.
Oh, you become a father, bro? Ah, that's nice.
Yeah, I think his son might be just a little over a year now.
Yo, I just seen a NASA video on my Instagram feed, and I just couldn't stop back my laughter. I just fucking facepalmed it. They were in the what's it called? This outer space. They try to show like, oh, this is how it is like in outer space, and I just looked at it. I was like, yeah. And the funny thing is, bro, the screen was glitching when they posted the video. I just couldn't stop just looking at it like, wow. I don't know, man. It's like you guys kind of bought out the points, and you can't unsee those points no more.
I was.
Okay, so you do care.
That's good.
Go ahead. Who was responding?
I was a little curious what our community thinks about the SpaceX satellites that fell back to Earth recently.
Uh-oh.
I don't know anything about that.
Me either.
I unfortunately, one of my secret addictions is sneaking peeks at the news, and apparently 49 satellites, or 40 of the 49 satellites.
It says 43 days ago, my brother.
3 days ago or something?
Yes, sir. 40, it says that.
I don't know. Anyways, they started falling back to Earth and burning up, and I'm thinking, if they weren't burning where they were, why would they burn falling back? Like, just stupid.
And why was there like 40 of them too, Maybe they were just trying to reenact Lucifer. Wallace say that there's a news article of Elon Musk covering one eye too, saying 49 satellites fall back to Earth, and the picture is Elon Musk covering one eye. That's good. That's a gem.
I always wonder about stuff like that because I'm a rock and roller. I've been to plenty of concerts, and I have a habit of throwing up the two fingers, like rock and roll or whatever. And in some Christmas photos, I was doing that one year, and I'm like, oh no, people are gonna see these pictures. They're gonna be like, we're Illuminati and shit. And I'm like, we're just regular people, man.
If you look in live stream voice text, this is a video 6 years ago from SpaceX. It says falling back to Earth HD footage from space.
I feel like every now and then Musk just says something to, like when he comes out and shows solidarity for the truckers in Canada, but I feel like he's just pretending like he's walking that line.
Most billionaires and millionaires pay a lot of money for public image. It's very hard to be really wealthy and to be favored by the public image. So that's their attempt, The Rockefellers ran a propaganda. Bill Gates ran propaganda. Elon Musk is just doing it in an early stage. A lot of people, he just want to be seen as the new Tony Stark, that's that type of look, but they're all scummy.
Elon Musk is a polar billionaire.
Musk has a lot of money invested in self-driving vehicles, trucks included.
Oh, yeah, that's why he's behind the trucker convoy. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think he was being genuine, really, but yeah, I see your point for sure.
Yeah, that's even a better point. Honestly, I fully expect him just to be like a business move for that. I hope he was sincere about all that stuff about feeding people, like, I hope he was sincere.
I wouldn't suggest that anything is sincere out of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, those kind of half-truth, half-lie people, they're just there to make these people who have put all their trust in authority think that things are heading in the right direction. Look at this. It's just to keep everybody on the train there.
Yeah, he's
nothing
more
else.
Edgy. SpaceX is like an edgy NASA. It's like
probably just words when he talks about feeding others. Because think about it, if you were in that position, wouldn't you just already be feeding people and wouldn't even have to say anything about it to take credit?
Yes, my brother. You straight up would actually travel the world and feed them. Then through your actions, the whole world will see. He just shit posting another fucking meme online. They just had more likes and tractions. Fucking sad, isn't it? It really is.
Hi, Stoggers. Welcome to the server. I see you just joined us.
Hello.
Have you been here long?
A little bit, kind of just lurking.
So we've got a show starting in about 5 minutes, Precious Metals Takeover. So when those people come in, then they'll be the hosts, and just so everybody knows. So yeah, but before that happens, I'm just curious to know what your views are about the Earth. Like, Stoggers, do you think that you live on a spinning globe?
I'm not sure.
Okay, answer.
I know I'm here.
Yeah, so what makes you unsure?
Well, obviously heard a lot of evidence for the globe, but then...
Okay, so we got to stop you right there. Actually, I want to hear the butt part, and then we'll go back to the evidence of the globe. But yeah, let's hear your butt part. What?
Well, I mean, I've heard a lot of evidence for the globe, but like a lot of people on this server and things like that have a lot of compelling evidence in the other direction. So I feel like it's quite split for me.
I mean, I think that's a common position when you're new to it. Being somewhat on the fence, but like I think what we do here is examine what is that actual evidence. Because I was the same as you. I assumed there was a bunch of evidence for the globe, and then sadly found out that while there's propaganda, smoke and mirrors, fallacious reasoning, and so on for the globe, I didn't actually find any direct, verifiable, objective, testable, repeatable scientific evidence for the globe. In fact, we're still looking for it, been looking for it for years. So, like, what would you say is a piece of evidence for the globe, and then we could examine it?
Like, I guess satellite imagery?
Okay, satellite imagery. Does anyone want to address satellite imagery with daggers? I mean, I can if you want to, but I don't know if but some people are like, that's really their cup of tea. I mean, to me, I can start with my old friend Robert Simon from NASA, who right on the NASA.gov website, it says that his famous image of the globe, the big blue marble, or the blue marble, which was used as the wallpaper for the original iPhone, was CGI. What? Oh, did we get Robert Simon's voice in here?
But it has to be.
There we go. That was good. Yes. That's a quote from Robert Simon. He said, it's Photoshop because it has to be. Oh, no, I loved it. Yeah, I liked the quote there. That was good. That was a good imitation. I thought it was CB with the soundboard for a minute. But anyway, if you want us to examine like a particular satellite image, we'd have to look and see, if you have one in mind of the Earth. We could examine.
Well, I was going to say there's quite a few, though, so I feel like there's, it's quite difficult to say all of them aren't real. That's a big argument for me, really.
Well, then you have to look at each one of them and notice the inconsistencies. Go ahead, Flatman Can.
Surely you must be looking at thousands of satellite pictures.
You ever notice most of those satellite pictures are like just straight down? It's not like the entire Earth spinning in space like they tell us.
Very good point.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, you're obviously very stupendously clever, yeah.
No, that's not what we're trying to do here. We're just, like we said, we're just objectively analyzing the evidence. No one's trying to out-clever anyone. If you have a particular satellite image you'd like us to look at, that's fine. I mentioned to you that they don't like, if you can see in the live stream voice text there, what was your name? I'm trying to tag you.
Stoggers?
Stoggers. Okay. That's the image I'm talking about. So if you want us to examine a different image, we can. Data visualizer and designer Robert Simon, Mr. Blue Marble, and I can link you to the source for that on the NASA.gov website. Says that he's created this famous image with Photoshop and CGI, as well as when you look at different images of the globe over the years. There's often the sizes of the continents are widely varying. Certain images that are actually claimed to be genuine, whereas Mr. Robert Simon doesn't even claim they went up there and took a picture. He says, I created it on my computer. I took flat maps and wrapped them around the ball to match people's expectations of what the Earth looks like from space. However, when you look at images that they claim are genuine, such as the Apollo 14 image, you can find that the way that the light hits the Earth is an impossibility based on the time that the image is said to be taken. It's around 10:30 a.m. GMT, Greenwich Mean Time. And yet, England, where Greenwich is not lit up at all. And it's not even close, So there's many inconsistencies and so on. If you're interested in actually examining that evidence, we can go into all that, but it's more interesting just to see there's no scientific proof of curvature, as these satellite images are not considered testable, repeatable, verifiable evidence, which is what I asked for, because these images, as we all know, photography ever since its beginning has been able to be manipulated and changed, and they don't even hide that. Your NASA employees telling you it's Photoshop. So they're not testable, they're not repeatable, verifiable. One thing that we can do is actually look for that curvature and try to measure it on the Earth. And when we go out and do that, we find that there is no curvature measured anywhere, and where it's expected to be, it is not. So, yeah, if Redford Bear and Nathan get in here, just let me know and we'll hand it over to them.
We're here. Hi, Dandelion.
Yeah, take over. We were just talking to Stoggers, if you get a chance to see him. I'd call him on the fence.
Oh,
nice.
Okay.
Yeah, hello. I'm just looking for some satellite images for you guys to analyze right now, because I'd be interested to know what you think.
Some what images, sorry?
Satellite images.
Oh, okay. Right, so I'm just going to start the conversation for a minute and announce Precious Metals is happening. Thanks to everyone that's shown up. It's great to see some of the same people here and also new people as well. PMT obviously is all about giving the floor to the silvers and golds. So moderators and admins, please mute your mics for the next 2 hours. Only silver and golds are going to be taking it away from here on out. And Dandelion, can you please start the event for us at the top of the server? Thank you. And Redford, you got anything you want to
add? No, just hi everybody. I guess if they can, Dandelion, if you could do an announcement too, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Yep, I started the event, so I'll do the announcement now.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Stoggers, who were you in conversation with? Was it a moderator, so did you need someone to take over?
I think it was a mod. Was it Dandelion I was talking to there? I think.
Yeah, someone will have to take over silver or gold. So if you ask your question, you can just put it out to the floor, and someone can answer it for you. And if nobody does, I'll answer it.
Well, they were. I was mainly just kind of. Well, I was basically talking about the satellite images, proof, how that's proof of the globe Earth. But I was wanting you to maybe analyze one that I could find.
Okay, a photograph of a satellite or a photograph from a satellite? Is that
from
what
a
you're
satellite
showing?
of the Earth from a satellite?
Okay. Do you think pictures prove anything to start with?
I think they could potentially, yes.
Right, but how would you verify an image? Like if I showed you an image of Bigfoot, right? How can you verify that photo is real or not?
It's an excellent question.
Right, there's no way to scientifically verify an image, so they can't be considered a standard
there's
of proof.
a lot of ways that you can verify a photograph. You can go out and do the same experiment or the same research with another camera, and you can verify it that way. Or maybe not specifically, but I'm saying you could verify a lot of what's on that video just by
exactly. It's true. If somebody shows you a picture of a house on a beach, right? You can go to the beach, you can go see the houses there and verify the picture's real. If someone shows you a picture from space, you can't go to space to verify it's real. That's the point. It's unverifiable, so it can't be submitted as evidence.
Right. Just kind of like if I gave you a sealed box and I put something inside of it, and then I asked you to decide what was in the box, scientifically prove what was in the box without opening it, you couldn't ever do it. Because until you open the box and you verify what's inside the box and measure it and touch it and smell it and look at it, you can't really be sure.
You kind of cut out there. I'm not sure if you were finished.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was done. I was just bringing up the whole idea is that, a lot of times we look at things in different ways, right? We look at it from this perspective and that perspective, and we feel like, oh, well, that's definitely the perspective I want to go with. But until you hear other people's ideas, then you realize, well, wait a minute, there is another perspective. I never considered that,
Yeah. So do you have the image for us, Stoggers? And I think if you don't have the role, you can...
Sorry, it's not letting me put it in the chat.
Yeah, you'll have to probably DM me or somebody else. You can just DM me the image and I'll post it for you.
If you DM somebody that's silver or up, then you can get them to play it. They'll at least check it out and put it up if it's relevant.
Is it Nathan that I was talking to?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. That should do it.
Okay, and what is this? Your photograph of from a satellite, right?
Yeah, that was one of the top ones on Google Images.
Hey guys, this is the top Google image from a satellite.
Well,
very impressive, very impressive. Totally never seen that before.
Is that a joke?
Oh, did you post it yet or no? Because I was looking.
Yeah, I just posted it, right? I mean, it's a cool cartoon.
Yeah, that should be it. Is that not?
Are you trolling us? You think that's real?
Wait a minute. So this cartoon thing with green and blue on it is
at least
evident?
Google says it's real, but I guess maybe
okay, but regardless, okay, do you think that? even if Google tells you, do you think that's real? Do you look at that and be like, yeah, that's the Earth?
Yeah, I mean, it looks fairly legitimate. Yeah.
Do you think that's okay? Anyway, okay, all right. Well, that looks like a cartoon to me. That looks like a drawing. Does that not look like a drawing to you?
I mean, now that I look a little bit closely, it kind of, yeah, you're right, actually.
Why are you trolling in bed?
Like, it's not. You're not even trolling well, though. Like, I don't. Okay, so
2 out of 10 on
oh my
trolling.
God.
Very not good, man.
Wait, that's crazy.
What is crazy?
It is fake.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. I think this is going to be one of those.
I'm sensing some troll.
This is my favorite. This is my favorite troll so far, actually, in quite a while. You're either going to love it or you're going to hate it.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't laughed yet, so he's holding it together well. Well, maybe he laughed before.
Acting is not necessarily positive proof that he's legit.
I wouldn't necessarily say I'm a very good actor, though.
So, like, whatever evidence would you want to present for the globe?
I mean, that was kind of the only compelling satellite image I could find, but I guess if you guys think it's fake, then I don't really have anything else. I mean,
so that's the only image from a satellite that you have to offer us? Do you think that's the only one that,
well, I guess the Earth must be flat then.
Well, if that's all it takes for you, welcome to Flat Earth, Stogers.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Anything else, or shall we go on to the next one?
No, carry on. It's good to be here.
Hey, Stoggers, aren't you the one that asked me to debate you some time back?
Oh, no way. Hello? Is this Flat Earth Day Saints?
Just trying to flatten the curve.
Now he's a flat earther.
It's so nice to meet. I'm a massive fan.
I know you are. You made a video about me.
God. Yeah. Yeah, back in the good old days. Yeah, me and Flat Earth go way.
Walking down the street. It was a pretty funny video. I liked it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you go by another name, Stogers? Dandelion's asking. That's a good question. Do you have another username you go by?
No, this is it.
Okay. I'm just checking to see if there's anybody else. Oh, there's Irish Leonard. Oh,
Stogers, how are you going to debate me if all you can bring is a picture of a satellite to this Discord right now?
I mean,
Come
I
on,
thought
bring
that was
something better than that, Stoggers.
compelling evidence, though.
Bring something better than that, Stoggers. Come on.
I mean, that's the best I've got.
Yeah. Well, I'm convinced it's a globe. You got me.
Yeah, you've heard it here first, folks.
Oh, man.
Can you say that again so we can clip that out? That's the best evidence you have for the globe.
Yeah, sorry, I'll just... That is the best evidence I have for the globe.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Well,
how do I see it? How do I see this? How do I see this evidence? Where is it?
Oh, crap.
Just scroll up a little.
Metal take over.
The globe rests its case.
Evidence?
Where it's settled now.
Yeah, I mean, the argument's over. You guys win.
All right, well, welcome to Flat Earth.
Argument. It's like, right? It's. I mean, that's fine if you want to debate, but I mean, is that?
No, I mean, originally I wanted to debate Flat Earth Day Saints, but honestly, I have nothing. I have nothing left to say.
I'll debate you, bro. I'll debate you.
All right.
Not right here, obviously, but I go on your channel and take it.
I'm down. I'm down.
All right.
All right, so that's all it took for you, Stoker? So now you're convinced you know for sure that it's flat, it's not a globe, or are you still struggling with anything?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I'd still be down for a friendly debate with Flatter, though, at some point, though, definitely.
Yeah, that's fine. You guys can definitely set something up. Send him a DM.
Cool.
We have Ben is here. He's VC verified. It looks like he did the 3 points at some time, at some point.
I think he's been here before. He sounds familiar.
Hey, Stoggers, put the video you made of me in the link.
In the link?
Oh, he's gonna have to DM it to one of us. Well, I guess he could. Can he post links? I don't think he can.
Well, if he can send it to one of us and we'll post it. I wouldn't mind saying that.
Yeah, you can either just DM Nathan the link again, and he can post it.
Yeah, but I'd just like to say right now, these opinions, they don't still stand anymore, obviously.
Oh, that's
they're
great.
all
Thank you.
effectively null and void.
We will keep that in
Yeah.
mind.
Well, hey, that makes me happy to hear that, bro.
I'm glad. Oh, yeah, wait, I'll send the link. That should be it there.
All right. Okay, what about Irish Leonard? Is Irish Leonard around? You are on the fence. We have some guy who just joined the VC. If you want to go to the VC check-in, somebody can check you in. You can get the rules so you can speak in here.
I was hoping some guy would show up. Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, Dave, how are you?
Doing good. Thought I'd throw in a sleepy joke. Continue.
All right, Nathan, are you still there?
Yeah, what's up?
Do you want to start asking people a question or just ask the question? It's an interesting one today. It might get people thinking. I don't know if I could answer it right off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'll just put it out there for everyone to hear then. So the question is, if you could increase any characteristic about yourself, but you had to decrease another in the same amount, what characteristics would you choose? Probably best if people think about it before they answer.
I can answer that real quick.
Perfect.
I'll decrease my weight and increase my height.
Oh,
nice! I love it.
Only one is possible, though.
I would have to say mine would be to flatten the curve.
I'll answer it real quick. I would increase my awareness of actual reality and decrease my awareness of the rampant stupidity going on around me.
Right, these are really good answers. Like nice, short and sweet, straight to the point.
I know. I know we're gonna get through everybody pretty quick though. Anybody else want to answer before we start calling on people, going down the list? Oh, Bree didn't hear the
Yeah, I saw her. So, Bree, the question is...
I missed it too, sorry.
Okay, I'll just repeat it again so it's clarified. Okay, so the question is, if you could increase any characteristic about yourself, but had to decrease another in the same amount, what characteristics would you choose? So if you want to answer, Bree, feel free, and Rookie as well.
So you said if I wanted to increase a characteristic about myself, then I didn't hear that last part.
So you had to decrease another in the same amount, so it's like a trade-off.
I'd have to think about that because I don't know.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'd take the grow in height, lose weight. That's a real cool trade-off. Was that you, Elbow, that said that?
I think I wanted to increase my limited patience I have with people, I guess, and decrease my weight. That's what I would say.
Nice. Patience is definitely key. It's something that I'm always working on. And this server really helps you, improve as an individual. So, good place
That's
to
why
be.
I do people. It's because I don't. I have a short fuse sometimes.
I think we all have a short fuse, but you can make it longer with practice.
What about DCO? Are you there, DCO?
Yes, but I don't know if my mic is working. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep, you sound good.
Awesome. So the thing that I would increase and the thing that I would decrease of myself, I think it would be, I would decrease my broad spectrum of things I want to try and do more focusing on one thing and doing that and just focusing on one thing. I guess that's the thing, because sometimes I try a lot of things and I know that they work and they could all kind of function. And if I just focus on one, I think I could do a lot better job. And that's kind of what I'm doing this year. So I guess that's what I would do.
Good evening, family.
Yeah, we get. Yeah. That's I think that's almost like multitasking, right? I think we, in a way, right, we always are trying to do too many things and we should be just focusing on like one thing. I struggle with that. But yeah, that's a good answer, DCO.
Thank you. I want to hear your side. I want to hear you answer it. What's going on?
Don't ever ask me the question anymore. I don't know. When Nathan said the question, I was like, ooh, that's like a really good one. I'm not 100% sure. I've been thinking about it. I will definitely let you know what my answer is.
So what's the question?
So the question is, well, how are you today, Gabigat? I know you asked me, but I was sorry.
I'm good, thank you. Thank you very much. I hope everyone else does the same.
Yeah. Well, I'm doing all right. So our question today is, if you could increase any characteristic about yourself, but had to decrease another in the same amount, what characteristics would you choose?
Oh, this is easy. I mean, when I start learning ping pong, this is actually a game of anticipation, predicting the future. So I would increase that ability, and I will decrease, like, this ability to go dumb.
To go dumb, did you say?
Yeah, so I don't go there.
Personally, I would turn up my devotion of the Lord and throw away my delusion.
Wait, hang on, Rush. Just sorry, Geppy Get was telling us his answer. If you just want to hang on, we'll get to you in just a second because I would like to hear your answer and we can talk about that. Just a sec. Oh, he left. What? Sorry, Geppy Get. What were you saying?
Yeah, this is my simple answer. Future telling and, inability to become stupid, like to lose knowledge.
Yeah, that is a good one.
Yeah. The more we age, our mind decays somehow.
See, okay, this is where I don't know if I necessarily agree with this, and this is going to be like a whole other conversation, because I'm really interested in the placebo effect, the power of your mind, things that, and there's interesting studies that have been done that show that you can actually like reverse, like physiologically, mentally, right? Deterioration. There has been studies that have been done to do this. So I don't know if that's just like a hex that we are just something that we're told, like, yes, we age. Yes, your mind deteriorates over time. So is this just something that we all just like know and believe? I don't know. It's interesting.
Yeah, I agree with you on this one. I've seen also this kind of studies, research, but they forget to mention that there are certain kinds of people who actually they give their best following those therapies or methods, and they don't show any positive progress, no result. And that's not because they don't have a positive thinking mindset, but because metabolically or biologically they are affected, and there can be irreversible things like chronic stuff, health issues which are not treated in time, they go chronic. And then beyond that, where there is no more any kind of treatment, you can do whatever you like, any sort of therapy, you're not going to get fixed back again. So yeah.
No, sometimes some things on some level I disagree with you, because I think that there is a lot of things that can be healed, right? And it goes back down to your mindset. What are you putting in your body? What is in your environment around you? All of these types of things which have an effect on you. So depending on what specific thing you're talking about, I'm right, you always have to take age into a factor, right? How long have you been on this earth? So there is many levels to it. But then I don't know. Then again, is the aging thing just part of our
well, this sounds like you will need to know what is good quality, good for life, and what is not, what is poisoning.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And there is a lot of stuff about it out there.
Oh yes, there definitely is. That's for sure.
Especially when we talk about bad weeds.
Talk about what? Bad what?
Bad weeds.
Bad weeds, did you say?
Yeah.
Oh.
That is no bad thing.
Well, when you asked the question, I thought of like a New Year's resolution kind of question, right? Like, what do you want to not do as much and what do you want to do more? That's kind of my take, what I got from it, which I thought was really good because I didn't really think about doing like a New Year's resolution. And now I'm like, okay, I got to, you know, not do it during that time, but kind of establish kind of my own. And I think this was a good question for me, in my opinion. So.
I think I
Glad it
thought of
helped
an
you out.
answer, DC. Oh, sorry, Nathan.
No, I just wanted to say I'm glad the question helped them out and gets people's minds thinking, because that's the primary purpose for me of coming up with a question that's going to, directly affect people in a positive manner. So that's nice to hear.
Yeah, that is. That's awesome.
So tell us.
Okay, so I think I would like to increase my artistic abilities. I'm not super artistic, and then I would like to, well, as a female, I'd like to decrease, my emotional reaction to things that sometimes happens.
When you say artistic, what do you mean by artistic? Like painting or like?
Yeah, just like being able to draw that it doesn't look like a stick man, and to play music by ear, because I'm very I read piano music. That's how I play and stuff like that. So it'd be nice to have that artistic capability.
I knew you liked piano. I didn't know you played it. That's impressive.
Oh yeah, I've been playing since I think we started taking piano lessons when I was like 6 or 7. I started, so it's been a few years for sure.
Well, I think anticipation would be helpful for a piano player to know which key to press, at the right moment.
Yeah, and I'm a very memorization person, so I guess that's why I'll memorize a song and then I remember how to just kind of play it that way, but I'm not good to just kind of play by ear.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely makes a good point. I'll read. Treasure, she says to me, treasure your emotions. Many people are limited in this area, which is why they sometimes attack them when displayed in others. Which, yeah, you're very, very correct. And I think that sometimes, I've been working on that. There's a whole shadow thing too, right? Where we should embrace all of our emotions because they're good. It's just turn the volume down. That's the way I kind of look at it. It's that's great they're there. I can recognize it. It just doesn't need to be so loud sometimes.
Well, I think that's what they also do in school to children. They tell them, "Oh, come on, don't be a little girl. You cry like a girl. Don't cry."
Yeah, that's you know what, and we're basically told, right, to shove your emotions down, and that's not healthy at all. We're allowed to have emotions. We're humans, and I've said this before in PMT. We're feeling beings first, and then the communication happens. So yeah, and I'm just saying, crying is awesome for girls.
Suppressing our feelings, and then they can tell us, "Oh, that horizon you see is not straight; it's curved." You don't feel motion. You don't feel anything. They can mess up with you however they like after that.
Yeah, and I think that that's an important part of it, is not attaching beliefs to you as a human. That doesn't make you. Your beliefs don't make you a person, right? So, yeah, I don't know.
Well, the problem with belief is that it's very tricky for a unlearned or untrained mind, uh, it can very easily lead that person astray, you know. But for someone who's literate, uh, he will not find it easy to believe everything he hears, you know.
Mhm. Yeah, we're pretty complex. I mean, I think, well, I've been studying lots of things lately, but it is interesting just how we, as humans, we can tolerate so much. And I don't know, we're cool. We're a cool creation, really. Oh, Cyberblitz, no, you are more than welcome to join. Did you have something you wanted to add to the conversation? He was just asking if precious metals for silver and gold. Yeah, we usually, so it's just usually moderators and admins that we ask to keep their mics muted. But yeah, you're more than welcome to join in on the conversation if you'd like. All right. Is there anybody else that has an answer to the question?
I'll answer the question.
Oh, hey, Napalm, how are you?
Good. How's it going?
Very well, thank you.
Good.
What's your answer?
Yeah. So my answer to the question is my increase and decrease same scale or the same sliding scale within myself. I would say I would like to slightly decrease my desire or my want to gain more knowledge of things and increase my ability or my desire to impart the knowledge that I have into the real world through actions and through change that I can see in my environment.
That's a really good answer.
What was the question? Sorry, I missed the question. Jin CBR1 here.
No problem.
Just joining in.
Hey, Jin, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How you guys doing? Sounds like you're giving yourself some good therapy here.
Yeah. Well, it's precious metal takeover. So that's when the golds and silvers and below take over the live streams, and the moderators and admins have to mute. And we always have a question to keep the conversation going. So our question is, if you could increase any characteristic about yourself, but had to decrease another in the same amount, what characteristics would you choose? And then we'll just let Napalm, if he wanted to wrap up anything that he was saying. And then you can answer if you'd like, Jin.
No, I think I was pretty much done. I just find that I have this very strong desire to acquire more knowledge, understanding, but I don't seem to have on the opposite side of that as much of a desire or an ambition or ability to impart the things that I have learned into the real world, into actions that are, seeing the fruits of the labor that I impart in trying to gain knowledge, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah, that was good. Thanks for answering, Napalm. Jin, did you wanna answer?
Well, I mean, I can give you a short answer. As I was growing up from my childhood days, always trying to search for excellence. Now, excellence for me meant that whatever I got, I had to make it last because my family weren't rich, yeah? So we had to make things last. It took a long time to get it. So in doing that, in a roundabout way, I wasn't wasting things, making things last, and I'm hoping that to continue in me, okay? And as for impacting people with knowledge, the knowledge that I've acquired, I soon download to people when the time is right. I've always been that person to try and communicate with people and try and help us be together. I learned about slavery as a child, and that frightened me because I couldn't understand why the human race would do that to a race of people. You understand? So that kind of like frightened me and pushed me towards wanting people to be together, and I'm going to carry on with that. Becoming a flat earther has just made that more possible. You know, that's it. I don't see that I need to change anything in my life because I've always tried to balance things. You know, I'm happy with what's going on in my life to a point. That's within my family and friends. Outside of that, yeah, there's lots that needs to be done. I mean, we're in trouble. Humanity's in trouble, and I will continue to try and awaken humanity every chance I get. Every chance I get. Body language, my actions, the way I speak, I'm using every facet that I can bring to bear to that aim. So that's my answer. I'm happy with myself as it is. So, you know, I don't see that I need to decrease or increase anything. Just keep the balance going. It's helped me a lot. I yield the rest of my time to the right honourable people here in the server. Thank you.
I don't believe in human races either. I believe only in mankind. Even if that will put me under the sword of those kind of people who actually enforce racism into the world, like categorizing people on races. Yeah.
Yeah. Good point.
They are powerless. Those kind of people are powerless, cowards. Yeah.
Exactly.
Can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead, Sorcerer, if you want to answer.
I would like, but it maybe will be, but this is in my head now. I would like to decrease my years, 20, 30 years, and then I will increase everything what I didn't increase in this.
You guys all have the smart answers to this question.
That's all. I want to be young.
Stupid enough. You know, it's funny how smart answers come from stupid people.
But sometimes stupid people have good ideas.
Are you talking about you, or are you talking about someone else?
Yeah, there is this joke I heard recently. Like, a wise man learns from mistakes of others. A stupid learns from his own mistakes. And the idiots, they never learn from anyone, not even from theirs. So I'm proud to be at least a stupid, you know.
Oh yeah, he was so many times stupid in life.
Yeah.
I just noticed we got a new person. Aaron, if you're here and you can hear me, you need to head up to VC check-in and someone will follow you up and then you'll have the role to speak in the live stream. Oh, and Lucy are here with VC Verified. I don't think I've seen you before.
Are you there, Lucy?
Lucy the hominid.
She might be in the sky with diamonds.
That's probably where she is, yes.
Yeah.
That's probably Lucy the telescope.
Lucifer.
Oh, Lucy. Lucy left anyways. That's too bad.
Luciferous.
Did you answer the question yet, President Brandon?
I did not.
Do you know? Did you hear the question?
I think if I wanted to switch two abilities, have more of one and less of the other,
Yeah, well, if you could
I would.
increase any characteristic, yeah, basically the just way. Go for it.
Right. I would want to be more outgoing and assertive, I guess, and less hasty in decision making. I wish that I wouldn't jump to conclusions when I do. Although it does make for good, like, speedy decisions, but at the same time, sometimes you jump to conclusions from it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sometimes they need a little more thought sometimes. Makes sense. No, that's a good answer.
Yes, that's me.
Thank you for joining. Thank you for answering. Good.
I see.
Who else do we have that wants to answer? Lou? Are you there? I guess not. What about Sunny? Did Sunny answer? Is Sunny back?
Sonny was avoiding the question.
Why was Sunny avoiding the question today? Usually you want to answer.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll answer. How's the mic?
Yeah, good. You're coming in
Yeah,
fine.
sounds good.
Yeah, so if I would like to decrease a certain characteristic, is that the question? Was there a second part?
So if you could increase any characteristic about yourself but had to decrease another in the same amount, what characteristics would you choose?
Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay, so what I would like to improve is my ability to respond rather than react. So the reactivity in myself is what I would like to decrease. In other words, I'm a very sensitive person, and sometimes my emotions take me on a ride and I get reactive. And it may have nothing to do with the moment. It's just something that's going through me where I'm going through this cycle of emotion. Sometimes I'm very stable, sometimes I'm not as stable. And so I think what it comes down to really is, if I can stop being so hypercritical and judgmental of myself, then I'll stop being so judgmental and so snap judgment, like hypercritical of everyone else. So I think I don't think we're able to transmit something that we don't have. So I would prefer to transmit something that I do have, and that would be less judgmental, less critical, and more try to understand rather than to be understood. Like I could read the St. Francis prayer and it says it all. You know?
I agree.
So
That's nice, man.
where there's hatred, let me sow love. Where there's injury, pardon. Where there's doubt, faith. Where there's despair, hope. Where there's darkness, light. And where there's sadness, joy. I gotta stop because I get emotional.
Sorry, who was saying something? Did somebody?
It was Sunny. Sunny was given his answer. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought somebody else cut in there. Sorry.
I think I know what he means by saying he wants to be less judgmental, but for me, this doesn't click. For me, love means law, order, and judgment. These three words together is the best definition for love that I have personally. And yeah, so judgment is very important, because when you see a child doing something wrong, because he doesn't know, you actually judge him and you teach him, you give him teaching and explanations. And if he keeps doing that, then you will also be punishing him. Try from love, you try to protect. You see that he's harming himself. He's doing something which can be life-threatening or whatever, or immoral. So yeah. Yeah, with judgment, it's a sword like with two edges. One is righteous, one is not. So when you do righteous judgment, then you should fear nothing. But when you misjudge something, then you should be correcting yourself and be aware. That's what I fear, to misjudge. Yeah. And I think Sunny means something like that too.
Yeah. With the whole judgment, yeah, unless yeah, that is a hard one to. It's almost part of the brainwashing thing as well, right? So it's
Yeah.
hard to undo that part of it. But that was a very good answer, Sunny. Thank you for sharing that, even though I know you were reluctant to share. But maybe like sometimes, it's good to bring these things up. But
yeah, it is very good actually, because anything where I can challenge myself, like if I need a correction somewhere, then
yeah.
Okay, I'm glad that you
I
said
agree.
it, because I didn't, because that's where it's almost like if we can share these where we're like, where, we know somebody's easily triggered, right? Because we're all trying and we want to have good conversations. So if it's like, oh yeah, okay, Sunny, is struggling with this, or, Redford struggles with this. It's like, okay, then we can help each other to moderate the conversations better and just have just like a better environment and help each other.
Yeah, because I don't want to go through life as like a loose cannon, and I think I've kind of presented that in some respects here as a loose cannon, and I need to be corralled in. Look, I'm an adult. That doesn't mean I'm like perfect. It doesn't mean I like am really good at having interpersonal relationships. Has been the most difficult thing I've ever had to deal with in my entire life. So the communication with others, it for me has a lot of pitfalls. That doesn't have anything to do with the other person. It all has to do with what's going on with me internally. Like the way I feel life is treating me is exactly, and it's exact a juxtaposition of how I feel about myself. If I feel shitty about myself, it feels like the whole world is shitty. So like I have to control what I'm able to control. That's myself, my own attitude. That's about all we can do. So I need to stick to that. And the part about being able to respond instead of react, because sometimes reaction is okay, but it needs to be tempered or monitored.
That's basically what I was saying too, Sonny, about what my thing is. I don't want to be so reactive. I want to be able to think about it.
Yeah, I heard what you said, and I kind of like went with my premise based on what you had said just previous. So I appreciate all the input. It helps.
Hey, I want to say something to you though. If you believe that you can't, you're right. But if you believe that you can, you're right.
Yeah. Most of the time I believe I can, but that also has limits.
That's awesome. Thanks for you guys for sharing that. I appreciate it. And it's true. Sometimes it's better to just talk about these things. because you know, I guess the more you talk about it, the more people step up and be like, oh yeah, I struggle with that too. It makes you feel that you're not just dealing with that yourself. Like other people, right, struggle with so many different things that we don't always see. So
Yeah.
it's good to be aware.
Yeah, listen, like I've been one of these people that, and early in my life, most of my life, I refused to grow up. I was I don't know, I can't even describe it. But anyway, I've had to take a real deep look at myself to figure out, you know, like what's really going on. And what I figured out is all of my experiences are internal. There's no one that can convince me of something, that can make me feel any way, because if I'm, let's say if I'm angry, that's my anger. No one can like insert anger into you. It's not possible. If you're angry, you have anger inside of you. Like that's my deal. You know, so I have to be careful with what I choose to believe about myself, for one. That's number one. So anyway, I'll stop. So I don't want to go on too long.
Anger out of the blue is definitely not healthy. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine. I was just saying, like, Sunny, of course, like, you can, if you have anything else you want to add, go for it.
Not really right now. I'm just going to listen. I'm trying to eat something.
Bon appetit.
Well, thank you. Thank you for answering and for having that discussion.
Appreciate it.
Ooh, Karma joined us. Welcome, Karma. How are you? I haven't talked to you in such a long time.
I was just at the store and stuff, but at least I finally made it to precious metals. I can see what it's all about.
Awesome. Well, I think Nathan wanted you to answer the question, so he can ask you the question if he's around.
Yeah, sure. I was just speaking the VC text chat. Sorry. Hi, Karma. Thank you for showing up. I literally just mentioned you, and then you're here. That's pretty coincidence. So, the question today is. Sorry, did you say something?
I was saying you summoned me with it telepathically.
Yeah, I guess that works as well.
Hey, Karma. Hi.
All right, so if I got a minute now, I'm going to ask a question. You can think about it as well if you want, because I think it's a good one to think about. But the question is, if you could increase any characteristic about yourself, but you had to decrease another in the same amount, what characteristics would you choose?
Ooh, that is a toughie.
Right, that's what I mean.
Give me a minute to think about it.
Of course, there's no rush.
Oh, a Creation Bear has joined us.
Yep, I'm here.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good, Redford. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Would you like to answer our question for today?
Sure, yeah. I think this is a good question.
And bangles. Okay, sounds good. Go for it.
Yeah, mine's a little bit similar to Sunny's. Kind of two sides of the same coin. Like, in terms of the server, my goal is to try to connect with others, even though from time to time, it seems like a lot of people try to dunk on the globe earthers and stuff. But so like the ability that I would increase would be to be able to find the right words. And I'm sure some people experience this, that like sometimes the best words come out with a bit of preparation, or in hindsight, sometimes after you say them, you think of something better that you could have said. So that would definitely be the thing that I would increase, just the ability to find the right words so you can connect with others. And then I guess the opposite of that would be like I would decrease my lack of ability to find the right words. And sometimes you're lost for words, people say like lots of crazy stuff, so hard to respond. But yeah, I think that would be my answer. But I did like what you said, Redford. I was going to go towards that, being able to increase my artistic abilities, but this is just what I thought of when I was driving. What do you think?
No, that's awesome. I think that is such a great answer, and yeah, I really like it. I like listening to everybody's answer because they're always so different, and everybody comes at it from a different perspective. So, I agree with that. I would like to increase that ability as well sometime, for sure.
Yeah, like I said, like I feel like the goal for me, my personal goal, is to try to connect with people better, whether they're new or trolls or whatever. But if you can establish a good connection, I see that seems pretty helpful. I know, like I said before, from time to time, it's like we want to just slam dunk on everybody. But yeah, so I think being able to find the right words at the right time with people helps you connect with them a little bit better. So that's definitely something that I would work on. Has anyone else said anything like that? Or I heard Sonny when I was driving say, try to keep calm and find kind of similar. You finding the right words without getting reactionary or emotional. Like I definitely agree with that too.
Well, that's what I said. I kind of like said something on those lines. Sorry to interrupt you there. I said something on those lines in that, imparting knowledge at the right time is what I said. But yeah. Nero.
Yeah.
I agree with what you said. It's pretty good. Good answer.
Nice.
Also, if you want to improve your communications and help people receive it, I really recommend NLP, Neuro-Linguistic Programming, because it's a lot about how you phrase things and how you frame it so the person you're talking to receives it the way you want them to receive it, so they understand you the way you want them to understand you, and so that you get what you want out of the conversation.
Okay, yeah, I'll check that out. Linguistic programming, right?
Neuro-linguistic programming.
Grace can drop some links probably for you, or books actually.
Okay.
And then there's David Snyder on YouTube. He has free videos as well. I recommend him. He has very interesting videos about the courting dance as well.
Okay.
The courting dance?
Or the mating dance.
Oh, I see. Roger. Hey, I'd like to answer the question quickly if I could.
Quickly? Yep. No, you can take more time. It doesn't have to be quick. Go for it. Go
Well, I'm just saying it's not a long explanation. The trait that I'd like to accentuate would be...
Mic check. Sorry to interrupt. Just so you know, everybody's roboting. Please fix your mics. Thank you.
It sounds like your connection, hon. But anyway.
Oh, it was nice to hear Luca. I haven't heard her in such a long time.
I know, and she came in to say that. Come on, get back here. Let's talk.
Too bad. You gonna allow that?
It's like that old blonde joke where she's like, "Oh, I've been poking every bone in my body, and it always hurts. So every bone in my body is broken." And the doctor says, "Your finger's broken."
Exactly. Yep, that's what she did. I do hope she's joking. So the trait I'd like to accentuate in myself would be meeting people where they're at in talking to people, whether it's helping someone out, counseling, talking to a guy at the grocery store. Like, I want to be able to, as quickly as possible, make it genuine, right? Because a lot of times if people start to just become yes men, people understand what that means and they lose interest in maybe the conversation. And so, I have to genuinely, right, want to meet people where they're at, whatever that is. And so we'll talk about Globers for a second. I have a very hard time keeping calm, like Sonny said, when it's willful ignorance and somebody is just trying to waste my time or make my stance look weak. So I have to put away my emotions. So the first thing that happens when I start to talk to a Glober is I get worked up about it once they, they got to stick with their paradigm and their worldview, and it just gets to me. Everybody knows what I'm talking about, but that, I'm not meeting them where they're at if I start to get judgy right away. If this is the first time they've looked into it, even if they're kind of acting like a troll, put myself in their shoes, I probably would have acted like a troll, getting into, I heard about flat, it's going to make fun of the flat earthers, right? And then so on and so forth. But yeah, and I don't know about the bad thing. Was a bad thing about me that I want to get rid of? What was that? Is that right?
Well, we don't like to use words like that. It's just, it's not that they're bad, but
maybe the most counterproductive part of my personality. Change that.
Just decrease. It's to increase one and decrease the other with the same amount.
Okay, so I'll increase my immediate empathy is what I'll call that, and then decrease my probably wordiness. I try to distill things to a very you know what, I just want to remove my sarcastic attitude from things. It's really hard to do, but I'm working on it.
Right? I have that problem too.
It's tough because I don't know when I'm doing it a lot. I'm starting to now, but people are telling me like, yeah, you're saying nice things, but you don't sound like you want to be nice about it. Okay. So I need to work on that.
Definitely get there. I had to work on this when I started working with kids. That and not saying like random curse words while we're talking, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So anyway, that's me.
Well, it's great. Thanks. That was a good answer, and thank you for speaking up.
Totally. Thanks for doing this.
I came back just in time to hear your answer. Thanks, Glad, and good day to you. Good day to you.
Oh, good day, Sonny. Thank you.
And good day to everyone else here. You probably have no idea how important you are. I'm here to tell you.
That's awesome, Sonny. Thank you. No, it's true. We are community, family, right? We all have to support each other and all of that.
MJ writes me, don't good day to us mods, bro. Good day to all the mods, admin. We love you all. You're very important here. One thing I realize, I know I get kind of wordy and mouthy, but I'm going to miss Dave. I won't miss Dave. Oh my God, brain damage. Boomer moment. Hold on, I forgot the name of someone that I talk with. Oh my gosh, hold on.
Yeah, no worries. All good. Yeah, thank you to all the moderators for staying muted. I know it's a challenge, so we appreciate it. Oh, and admins too. Mods and admins.
Want me to answer it now?
Oh, sorry. What did you say, Karma?
I was saying, do you want me to answer now?
Yeah. We'll if when Sunny comes back, he can continue on. Yeah, go for it.
I'm sorry. Should I go now or not? Something about Sunny?
Yeah, you can go. Well, actually, did Sunny?
No, I was just going to say I'm going to miss Hank Hill on the precious metals. That's all. But there'll be plenty other times. I just want to say I won't see him on. I won't hear Hank Hill on precious metal. But there's plenty of other times. I'm sure we'll get to hear from him. Plenty of times in the future. And go ahead, Karma. Nice to hear you today.
Right. So it was what characteristics or strengths you want to increase, and what weaknesses or characteristics you want to decrease, right?
Yeah. What characteristics would you choose? Yeah, if you could increase any characteristic and decrease in the same amount, a different one in the same amount.
Yeah, then I'd probably choose something like, okay, the English word for this that works. The thing where, like, self-esteem or self-confidence, like self-assertiveness, like where you're more like, I'm just going to be independent and be super, like, confident speaking to all these people and not get stage fright, or I'm going to just go out and meet new people and not get anxious about it, that kind of shit. And as far as decrease, I would think my very optimistic, trusting nature towards people. I tend to trust and give too much to people who might not deserve it, but I've been trying to pull back on that. So yeah, that I guess.
Your first answer was the first answer I gave. Sunny's second answer was the second answer I gave. That's funny.
I mean, it's a good thing to work on, because if you keep putting everybody else first and you never prioritize yourself, you're just going to end up wearing yourself down until you can't help anybody. And I learned that the hard way a little bit.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I agree. Me too.
Like, well, it's probably codependency. I'll just keep it on my side of the street. Yeah. Codependent. I had to break from that codependency of giving, like in a relationship, giving so much of myself that I lose myself. That's not fun. Like, and then getting angry about it later, then guilt, shame, like, anyway.
I've had similar problems because if you have a relationship with someone who's narcissistic, for instance, it pushes you into a co-narcissistic role, which has codependency a lot. And I grew up being codependent with like mom, and I had to be careful not to be joined at the hip with Trace, because otherwise I'll get indecisive. Like I used to be so indecisive. I had to have somebody affirm that my decisions were right before I made them. And Trace has been helping me work on being confident in myself and not having to double check everything I do. Like other people's opinions aren't more important than mine, and I'm not allowed to be ignored and all this stuff. And I already sound all like choked up because I'm thinking about all the good stuff he's done for me, and I get emotional easily. So sorry about
that. Do not apologize for getting emotional over something like that. No, it's all good. Thank you, Karma.
I just hate how shaky my voice gets when I talk about things that are close to the heart, because I get adrenaline shakes. So I start sounding like I'm about to cry, and I hate that.
Not so much to us, I guess. At least I don't hear it.
No, I didn't hear it either.
I totally understand because I can relate. It happens to me.
I'm just going to go with we feel our emotions too strongly.
Yeah, it happens to me too. And that's not an easy thing for a man to say, but I'm willing to say it because that's what I need to be brave. And that's what being brave is about. It's not having fear or not having emotion. It's pushing through regardless of what my emotions are.
Yeah, that's why I always said fearlessness is bad, but bravery is just worth its weight in gold.
Love or fear? What's your choice?
Yeah, that's it. That's the whole thing, really.
Yep. Yeah. That's it. That's the two emotions.
I found out that I have Oedipus complex. And
wow.
Besides Tourette syndrome. Yeah.
Okay.
I think you need to stop reading all those papers or whatever these experts are telling you about any of that.
What are you talking about? I'm just telling you the truth. Like, I found out because ever since I was 4 or 5 years old, like I didn't know that was a real thing until today.
Yeah, see, the work of Freud, he basically said all males look for a female that has characteristics like their mother, meaning the nurturing type, right? Not necessarily the sexual type.
Right, exactly.
And once again, it's a survival instinct. I want to be next to mama because mama knows how to take care of me.
It's also, it doesn't matter if it's your mom or dad. It's whatever positive male role model or female role model you have when you're growing up. For example, my taste in men and my sister's taste in men are like 180. Like, she'll be like, ooh, look at that hottie. And I'll be like, you mean that troll? And then I'll be like, oh, that guy's hot. And she'll be like, you mean that word that means a long line of snot? For instance, she looked up to Dad, and he was this big, muscular, super masculine asshole, sociopathic narcissist. I looked up to Trace, and he's intelligent, he's fit, but he's not bulky like Bull. So I always like shied away from the bulkier type because those reminded me of the bad male role model in my life, and I associate that with like negative traits in men, especially when I was younger before I realized where this was coming from. And I was more inclined towards thinking men who were similar to my brother were handsome. But like you get more open to it the more you find out where your judgments are coming from. But of course, you base these things on what you grew up around with. It's what you were learning instinctively to look for, like what it would make a good mate. Just like I was like, I don't want to get near men because I'd only seen bad relationships. It wasn't until I've seen good, healthy relationships between men and women that I was like, okay, maybe a romantic relationship might be fun.
Yeah, for women, it's called electrocomplex.
Yeah, I think putting it into the complexes and all this stuff, it's putting a bit of a label on it. I don't think it's that until it's gotten
I
to
agree.
extremes.
I think
I'm
humans are
just
too
saying it was
complex
just
for
the
us to be like, oh,
opposite.
this is this and that is that. Like, I just
No,
don't think so.
I was
And people
just
fall into those roles. They start playing the roles because the doctors are like, you have this. And then people are, oh, all of a sudden, I got to act like this, even though they don't even know they're doing it.
I'm not trying to say that trying to imply I'm playing a role. I was just implying the fact that I do ever since as a child I had dreams. I didn't know how to explain to my best friend that yeah, I have dreams about like having sex with my family. Like those are thoughts that are involuntary that come to my head. It's not something that I want to happen. It's just I have these dreams and it's not something I can stop.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, well, let's stop that topic there just because it's a live stream. But Master Chief, if you want to talk with me about that, go ahead and DM me, or we can go to a different chat room or something after this.
I understand. I was just saying, letting you know.
We got you. Totally.
No worries, bro. Was there anybody else who hadn't answered the question yet?
Yeah, I haven't. The only thing I can think of is maybe increase my ability to articulate my thoughts clearly without using so many filler words.
What do you mean by filler words, Josh?
Like, and of, those kind of words.
I don't know. I mean, I've heard you speak a few times. You do a pretty good job at conveying information across.
Yeah, but sometimes I'm not all the way there. Sometimes it's away from me. And I have to like...
I wouldn't say it's you in most cases, right? Because everybody's different. So everybody takes a different approach to how you're engaging with them. You have to change the way that you approach people based on, their circumstances. So generally, it's just a person you're talking to that's struggling to understand your point or what have you. It's not always you. So always keep that in mind.
Yeah. Well, I try to strive to be the arbiter of peace, so to say, like somebody that can entertain different thoughts from different people without accepting those thoughts, so that I can see where they're coming from and see where the mislink is. You know what I mean? Like a lot of them will jump to a logical fallacy as proof and not realize what they're doing. And it seems like whenever I try to like tell them about logical fallacies, it just blows up. But when I sit there and try to go down, but you said this, now let's look at this and all that stuff. You know what I mean? It's like I need more experience in it.
Yeah, but if you ask me, it's the majority of that's on them. People just have a bad understanding of logical fallacies, and even when you explain it to them, a lot of them's got ego, so they don't concede. I'm having that pretty often in the lobby. I have debates with individuals, and you'll get them on whatever they said, and then they'll never want to concede it because their ego's too high. So again, it's not always you, so don't blame yourself all the time. And sure, we have faults, but that's why we're here. We're here to improve as individuals, and don't worry about it.
I appreciate it, man.
Principles over personalities.
Danny, I have a present for you.
Danke.
Are you, Sunny and Enoch, do you guys want to play for us in about half an hour?
Well, we're at two different locations, so I don't know.
Oh, right.
Uh-huh.
That's the
Oh, yeah, that's right.
latency
You guys
problem.
played it.
But if I think Enoch has a new song, if he wants to play that, I'm fine with that.
I'm still a little nervous about it. I gotta put it in order.
Well, the good news is we don't know the difference. Right? You can play us whatever, and we'll be like, well, that's his stuff. Yeah. Hey, you forgot the bridge, the refrain there. Just, come on. Let's hear it.
Yeah, well, you can think about it, and we'll come back to you before the end of Precious Metal Takeover. If you want to play it for us, that would be awesome.
Enoch.
You can play it now. Like, I mean, everybody's wanting to play now, so yeah, we could just do a little intermission. Or is that too much pressure for you? Like, I don't want that.
No.
Are you seeing the voice text too? You have to do this now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
And that's okay.
Yeah, why don't you play for us now, and then Sunny can. Yeah, awesome. I think that's a great option.
I can't really necessarily make everything rhyme. It doesn't rhyme, but it's something I've written for my fiance.
Oh, nice.
Oh wow, I already love it.
It's well, you guys know that I'm a flat earther, and you guys know that I told you that she's a globe earther, and so everything kind of plays in together. It makes sense to us, but that's all that matters. There's a you mind if I step outside really fast and medicate?
Yeah, you go for it, and then just let us know when you're back. And then
Okay.
you can play this. Yeah, no worries. Awesome.
All right, be right back, guys.
Okay. Fantastic.
He grows a bunch of mint and lavender, and he's going to go rub that all over the top lip, and then he'll get calm, and then he'll come in. And that's his medication. That's what I'm guessing.
Shut up, Glaflo.
Flowers are wonderful medication, man. They smell good, and they provide you with sweet things to eat if you got bees.
Oh yeah, the bees. I actually planted this flower. It's not very pretty. It's called borage.
You're trying to put my bowl, and you guys are like distracting me. I can't stop laughing.
Oh, but that one, holy man, the bumblebees just like flock to that flower. So if you want some bees in your yard, plant something called borage.
Ew, speaking of bumblebees, you know about the fig wasp?
Yeah.
Not the wasp that you want to eat.
Why would anybody eat any wasp?
Why
would anybody want to eat the figs? Yeah, right?
I have a lot of figs.
You've eaten dead flies, dead moths, or not moths.
No, you're not eating anything dead. You're eating the maggots and moths and the nest, basically. That's the nest.
Is that the crunchy stuff inside the...
No, those are the seeds. What happens is it's like a Venus flytrap where it will absorb the nutrients from the wasp. That is the only thing that pollinates it. Like the female wasp is the only thing that can leave. The male wasps stay inside.
And they incest
the female
with each other.
wasp, when they leave, they can fly, but when they enter a fig, they lose their wings. Their wings are ripped off, so they can't leave.
You know, if an intelligence made this place, it is sadistic and weird. Sorry. That's my opinion.
So perhaps the
So
fig
that's
is
why
the
God
forbidden fruit.
said, this is the fruit out of all the fruits that you can eat. This is the only fruit that you're not supposed to eat because you will
fig?
surely die. Yes. Yes.
Bro, it's really
Yes.
good for you, though.
No.
Yeah.
No. Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Stop
Lots
saying
of
that.
latex in it now.
Do your research,
Figs,
bro.
who
I'm
cares what it
serious.
is comes
See, 'cause in
from,
the
dude?
beginning, no, hold on.
It's a
Listen,
fruit,
I know it's all wet right
and
now,
my
but
body
listen.
likes the digestive stuff it
No.
brings with it, and the vitamin C and fiber. And
Flo, listen, seriously. In the beginning, we were all supposed to be vegans.
how do you know that?
Well, in the book of the Genesis,
Right, but that's just a book. How do you actually know that?
In the very beginning in the book of Genesis, okay,
That's
in
just
chapter
a book.
1, it
Come
says,
on.
"Behold, and I have hold on, listen to the verse. Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed which is on the face of the which is on the face upon all of
Yeah, you know.
So
But
what
you
makes you
don't
feel?
live in
100% disagree with you, bro.
You don't
I
live in
100% disagree with you. I disagree that everyone's supposed to be vegan because that's just not true.
Okay, then well,
Yeah,
understand. You don't have to be vegan, which is why there's sacrifices and you can eat meat and everything else like that. Anyway, look, what I'm trying to say is,
Just
where
eat a
there's
pig.
no
That's not
good,
vegan.
we have given every green herb for meat. So in the beginning, yes, at first we were, but then when we were doing the sacrifices and we were not supposed to be we were supposed to be eating the meat a certain way, and that's why there's certain ways that we eat meat now. And it's also said in the Bible how we're supposed to eat the meat.
Okay, we're
Right?
gonna stop right there. No. We're gonna stop. If everybody continues with the diet, I'll mute everybody. We're gonna stop. We're gonna move on because everybody's right. Or, you know what? I'm not even gonna comment. Let's continue. Cyberblitz wants to answer the question, and then Enoch's
There we go.
gonna come back and play for us. It's gonna be awesome.
Perfect.
All right.
I'm sorry. Sorry,
No,
You're fine, brother. You're fine.
It's all good. Don't worry. It's all good. We're fine.
Okay, I'm gonna get medicated now.
Sounds good. We'll see you in a few, or hear from you in a few.
Take care, Enoch. Be well.
Hey, I would just answer the question sort of like the first guy did and say I would increase my height and decrease my weight. So I'll keep it simple like that.
Oh, so you're copying him, Cyberblitz. No, I'm just joking. I mean, it was a good, Elmo did give a good answer. I mean, he kicked it off.
That was an amazing answer.
Yeah, it was a good one, though. Thank you.
I'm like, mine was shit compared to that one.
Thanks for participating, Cyberblitz. If you want to add anything else, go for it.
Oh, I did want to comment. I really like a lot of people were focusing on communication with others. That's really important. So, I mean, I want that as well.
Yeah, I think that. And you know what? It's good that I think we're talking about it because I know lately there has been some issues potentially, right? Where we do get a little triggered and sometimes we do need people to help us, right? To remind us that we are getting triggered. Because sometimes, right, it's just that switch that goes off and it just happens so quickly and sometimes we can't catch it. So I think it is good to talk about this stuff and bring it up in a nice, peaceful environment.
Well, I love that we have this meeting of the minds because you become like the 5 or 7 people that you end up hanging out with the most. So getting to hang out with all you smart people makes me feel better.
Right? You are the company you keep. Good point. It definitely helps. I mean, there definitely is benefits, and I've gained a lot being in this server. So I'm grateful for everybody. All right, let's get back to the
I'm
question.
the stupid
Anybody
one.
else answer it? Sorry, Cappy.
So you're not hanging only with smart ones, because I'm the stupid here.
What? No. We can't be putting ourselves down yet. You are not stupid. I don't think anybody would.
You can say whatever you believe or think, but that's not what I believe of myself.
Oh.
Yeah.
Most people are their own worst critics.
Yeah, that's a good point,
Yeah.
God. Mm-hmm.
Well, now we know what he should decrease: his self-criticism, and he should realize how awesome he is.
Again, neurolinguistic programming helps. Got to talk to yourself the right way.
Yeah, it really helped me with that as well.
Yeah, that negative self-talk is it can be pretty detrimental.
The worst thing is, this is predominant in our society nowadays.
Yes, karma, it is. Yep.
I see it especially because of my work with the kids and stuff, and I mentioned this before, but there's been examples of entire classes where the parents' self-talk is affecting the kids. It's not that they are saying you're ugly, you're fat. They're saying I am ugly, I am fat. And so the kid learns to say I am ugly, I am fat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They copy.
Yeah, and then also having like the dominance as well. Like when say such as your cousin showing that they're more prettier or they're more masculine than you are, also can really affect you too. I didn't know it did until like really thinking about it.
That's psychological trauma. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and
that
that's also
idea
a
of, like,
kind of self-talk, how you take that in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got a book for that. Hang on. I'll put it in the voice text.
Yeah, I had a book of Malebranche. I started reading it like a quarter of it, but then I gave up. It was too complicated. So that's all my psychology study.
Well, I recommend also, if you like listening to audiobooks, anybody, I listen to Wayne Dyer's 101 Ways to Transform Your Life on YouTube. And I found a lot of really good things in that helped me out.
Yeah, Noir's pretty good.
What book was it, Carmen?
It's Wayne Dyer's 101 Ways to Transform Your Life. I'll link it in the chat.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard of Wayne Dyer. Oh, I think Enoch's ready to play for us. Are you ready to go, Master Chief?
I'm actually warming up, yeah.
Oh, okay.
No worries.
Okay.
You guys can continue.
All right. Can you just let us know when you're ready?
It's sunny there. I need a backup.
Thanks, Karma.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
What? A tree.
I'm ready.
I want a tree.
Perfect.
Yeah, I've known about Wayne Dyer for over 20 years.
Way to brag. Good for
What?
you.
No, I'm saying he's been around. Get out of here. He's been around for, like I said, anyway. You just gotta call people out all the time, don't you, Redford?
Only you got.
I'm just messing around.
But that's, yeah, I can't remember where I came across it, but I have heard that name. And that's awesome. It's an audiobook. And it's like in an hour. So, yeah, that's awesome. Thanks for sharing that, Karma.
Tony Robbins with the big teeth. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not a fan of Tony Robbins, but
He's strange. Strange
he's
guy.
a very that's a good way to put it. He is a
He's big and weird.
I've seen him work some magic, though, you know?
Oh yeah, I mean, people, if they it's all again that belief. What do you believe, and what is your mindset? So, yeah, he just gives me
like with the
energy. But anyways.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, like, just like with the glopers, some glopers need a full logic approach where you're just like, here's the facts, bam, 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 and they're like, oh my god, too many facts. This must be correct. I need to look into this. Then there's others that are like, I don't give a shit about facts. All I care about is how I feel about it. And then you have to go into the whole like emotional bit about it, and you have to like emotionally walk them through the whole grieving process for the boss, kind of like a eunuch. But like the same thing with self-help gurus. One self-help guru might be like, exactly what you need at the time you found him. While another person might hear the same words and be like, "Psh, this doesn't mean jack shit to me." But like I found Wayne Dyer when I needed him, and when I needed to hear the words, the things that are most difficult to talk about are the things that are most important to talk about. That's the time I found him, and that's the time I heard that, and I was like, "Oh fuck yeah, I got to do that, improve my life."
Yep.
He helps you. He helps you stay in the deep end of the pool and get some work done instead of just waiting, treading water.
Mic check.
Yeah, so
Mic check. Sorry, is it coming in and out?
Let's hear you first.
Both of you.
Go ahead. Give us a level check there, Master Chief.
All right, hold on. How's that?
We need to hear your guitar and your voice.
Oh,
take it off push to talk or turn your sensitivity up.
Okay, is it better now? Hold on.
No, you got to turn crisp off. If you don't
turn crisp off?
it'll keep drowning. Yeah.
Okay, what video?
It's the like diamond shaped straight lines, vertical lines, right by your the room that says live stream voice text at the bottom.
Oh, okay. Noise suppression sound by crisp.
Yeah, the noise suppression is what's like with the noise. If you have that on, you can sit there and cough and clap your hands, and it won't come through.
Okay, and then if I turn it off,
yeah, then it should be able to pick everything up.
All
Also,
right,
if you
can you hear me
bring
now?
continuous- yeah.
I better.
All right, is it better now? Okay, mic check. Alrighty, hold on.
Master Chief, turn your sensitivity up just a little bit. It's cutting in and out.
All right, where's my sensitivity?
You might need to open that one on the bottom to the far left. Drag it all the way. Is that
Sonny, you're coming in really low.
Yeah. So do I put the output volume all the way to the right?
No, not. Don't worry about the output volume. It's that green and orange slider. You have to slide that all the way to the left.
Yeah.
Green and orange slider at the
You might have it set to automatic.
Yeah.
Well, turn the automatic off. There should be a little green pill, and then there's going to be a green line that's going to turn half green and half orange, and then slide that all the way to the left. That way, there's no threshold.
Oh, is it push to talk?
No.
No. Turn off auto sensitivity.
Sensitivity. I feel like a stupid idiot right now.
It says output, auto sensitivity,
output volume,
auto sensitivity.
Input volume. It's at 100. So.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm saying you should see an input mode. So
Do not go.
that's either voice or push to talk. You want it on voice. Then
Right, I'm
gonna
at
have
voice
auto
and video.
Right? With that auto sensitivity pill, if it's turned on every time you talk, the bar turns green. When you turn that auto sensitivity pill off,
right,
it turns into a green and orange bar. Slide
and
that
then,
bar all the way to the left on sensitivity.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now try.
All right.
Perfect.
Got it now? You guys can hear me?
Back away. Now maybe just back away from the mic just a little bit.
Okay, sorry.
All right, let's not micromanage his
song. You guys might hear me far.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good.
Better now?
Pretty loud.
That's great, dude.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Hey, baby,
I need to check mine.
Hey, baby, are you there? just want you to know that I'm thinking about you. You're 24/7. Can't stop, won't stop, 'cause my heart won't stop beating. Every breath you take, time stops when I'm looking at you. And the only gravitational pull between us is me and universe is not complete without you in it. No, no. Now wouldn't it have existed if it wasn't for you being born into it? You and I meant to be, and to be meant for one another. I am your Adam and you are my Eve. Like it was meant to be beginning. 'Cause all of the beginning and the end, He created everything, and everything turns back to Him. One, 4, 3, baby, down to the end of the earth and back. Many times over, over to infinity and beyond. Your love is this is your love is. Your love is for my baby. Sorry. I was trying not to cry.
That was awesome, brother. Awesome.
Oh, that was so nice. Thank you so much for playing for us. Thank you.
It was like a letter I wrote to her, and like her birthday was coming up, and so I wrote it into a poem.
That's awesome.
Beautiful, man.
That's so nice. Thank you.
A lot of people in the voice text too are applauding, as it were. So you got a big support group here. That means it's a good song because we're picky with our music, dude. Just saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Master Chief.
Yeah, don't worry. I cry a lot of times whenever I've written a really good poem or song, and I'll try to recite it out loud, and it just makes me cry.
I meant to say Sunny. I didn't mean to say my name.
That was so funny.
I know.
I was like,
I saw
you know
my
what?
name.
I'm gonna let him have it.
I saw my name. I meant to say Sunny. Sorry.
You were congratulating yourself for writing a cool song, and you should.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to say thank you to Sunny for for doing helping me.
Cool, man.
Should have been a guitar player, man.
No, they make it seem so effortless. Just do it. Awesome.
Well, as a drummer, when I freestyle like he's doing and just have a little fun, it's really loud, and no one likes to listen to it. But like a guitarist with a soft acoustics sitting in the corner of a party, you bet.
I know, that's true.
They can go all night, you know what I mean? And it's like everybody loves it. They'll sit down, come get some, and then go out, and it's perfect background music just to have a guitar playing around in the background, an acoustic at least, in my opinion.
Yeah, you don't get the same vibe with the drums.
Say what?
You don't get the same vibe with the drums. That's
No,
for sure.
you have to be like in the mood to hear drums.
Is this overpowering? I just want to make sure.
No, it's perfect for me. And I got you at 100%, so dead metal on my thing. Should be good.
Cool. Sure is a convoluted way to do it.
And you resolved. I like that.
Oh, I blew it. How you like that? Sonny, you weirdo.
Sonny, that was awesome. What are you talking about? That was good. Thank you. Thanks, Sunny. I think who was it? XG had some questions potentially.
Ooh.
So it seems like that little character that just played that little ditty for y'all was kind of a playful little character, huh?
Yeah, it was.
Where the hell is that? Where the
I
hell
really
did these
liked
characters
it.
come from, man? Like, literally, they come out and go, "Here I am today."
You're the conduit. They come from somewhere else.
They start making my fingers play this shit, and I'm going, well, that's interesting. Where the hell did you come from? Like, because, yeah, I did learn how to play the guitar. Some say very well. Big deal. Like, that doesn't mean all this different music that I don't understand the origins of it, that I just happen to, like, start playing out of nowhere through the ether.
It's your fault for being good at guitar. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, it's just it's awesome. I enjoy it.
So we did have VG though, right? In here.
Say what?
XG.
Sorry, XG.
And then prestigeless as well. But I think XG had said that they might maybe have some questions, but if they don't want to unmute, we can get back to Sunny playing.
I was just trying to remember what I was talking to with the person, the check-in DC about. I've completely forgot, so I'm trying to remember.
That's okay. So how did you... Oh, go for it.
I was going to say, yeah, we touched on a couple things in the check-in, right? We we touched on circumnavigation and gas pressure. Was that it? XG, does that jumble your memory, or?
Oh yeah, I mean, I guess the only way I could then expand that to the floor is to get another perspective, I guess. Because unless you guys all share the same perspective, or do you have different concepts, or what?
Well, do you remember those three claims that we sort of touched on? The curvature, the rotation, and the gas pressure. So I think that's something that you might find those as a general consensus here, that those are three globe claims that need to be validated. So if you have any evidence for those three claims, then maybe we could tear into it. We can get into it.
I mean, the only thing I really have off the top of my mind is that sun argument I stated before, and you sort of said that you couldn't really explain it, and it was more of a story, but I'm not too sure if I'm putting words in your mouth right now or what.
No, you're all right. Yeah, I mean, so we like to ask people, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container and next to a vacuum? And so a lot of people kind of go the route that you did, no offense or anything, but people will say, well, just point up at the sky and there's the sun, see? But we'd like to be able to verify things. That way we don't have to just believe stuff. So,
but isn't the whole perspective that the sun is generates heat through the thermodynamic energy, concept, and that's supported by the whole factor that we get sunburns, which are a result of radiation. What would you say in response to that?
What? I would just ask, what is the sun?
It's a pressurized ball of gas that has been ignited due to a star imploding.
And
pressurized ball of gas in a vacuum?
Well, how would we verify that is the question.
What would you explain the sun to be otherwise?
I have no idea. I think it's okay to not know. I think it's, I sometimes type in the chat saying not knowing something is better than, I hate to say it, but then just making stuff up. Not that you were making that up, but if it's not verified, then sounds like it's going to be just a story that we have to just believe. And I don't think people here would be very comfortable with just believing stories. We'd like to verify stuff. So if you don't know, then we don't know. That's fine.
I'm just a bit confused about the fact that I go outside, I get burnt, I have a higher chance of getting cancer from radioactive burns, and the perspective that I have is just science and such, and yours is more, it's just a story. And
no, it's kind of the other way around.
I'm not trying to.
Well, you're talking about radiation and sunburns and stuff, but what we asked was if you could demonstrate gas pressure without a container, and then you started talking about how the sun is a ball of gas in a vacuum, but you didn't demonstrate gas pressure without a container. So can you just do that?
Well, the persistent existence of it through several millions of years.
Okay, you're begging the question, though. You're making up a story about the sun, so can you get us a vacuum chamber and show us a similar phenomena occurring inside of that?
I'm not talking about that, though.
Stop giving up billions and billions of years and show us a citation, please.
Well, let's just let me be the greasy globe lawyer here and say that these guys were pretty chill in the VC check-in. So if we could just cut them some slack, they've been cool.
Let's let CB do this, everyone.
Okay.
I mean,
I was just saying the claim that he was saying that it was billions and billions of years. So I was just saying, he claimed that so he should show us you know what I'm saying?
I just didn't really like how he said that we have stories, he has science, and then he went and told us a story.
I have a question for him.
Exactly, which is why I'm saying he claimed that billions and billions of years. So that's why I was saying, okay, give us a citation of what year of what they claim of when it happened. You can't just come in here and say billions and billions of years ago and tell us a story, which is exactly what you were saying, right?
Master Chief, I wish you'd just let CB take care of this because he started it. So I appreciate your comment, but let's let CB do this.
Yeah, I would just add that XG I think we touched on this a little bit as well, that I think the majority, if not almost everyone here, was on your side at one point. So we know the story, hate to say it, but we know the story pretty well, right? Everything was in a vacuum, millions and millions of years and all that stuff. We're looking for verification of this. So if you do have some science, we'd love to get into that for sure. But if it's just believe us, just believe it, then I think most people would have an issue with that is all. So
is there any
question to ask?
Go ahead, Gladflow.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's quick. I'm going to try and make it quick. Okay. Who am I talking to? What's his name? I want to be respectful here.
XG, and there's also Prestigious.
Great. Thank you. XG. So, if you want to know everything about a subject, do you listen to someone else or do you go study it yourself?
A mixture.
Great. So, do you think it's physically possible to validate the distance between the sun and Earth? Without going there, though.
Yeah.
And how does that happen?
By detecting the time it takes for light to move from the sun to the Earth and calculating it based on the speed of light.
I would just ask that, what does that information give us? What does that information tell us about the composition of what the sun may be?
Referring back to my previous point, the whole perspective of you go outside, you get a sunburn, which is a result of radiation burns, refers to the fact that the sun contains an excessive amount of energy and is able to, light up the Earth at times and also produce radiation burns from extended stays within, the, vision of the sun.
The reason I didn't want to take up too much time, I just wanted to see if you could tell me at the very least it is a belief that you have in it, and it's not actually verified fact just yet, based on assumptions, right? Nobody's gone from Earth to the sun, no one. So in that, we don't have a real empirical direct answer for that question. Not really, we can calculate and we can do this, yeah, but did you go there? No? Okay, well, then there you go. So anyway. Thanks.
I think the question also would be, go where? Exactly. So,
Yeah.
But maybe I could bring us back down to the Earth, because I don't think anyone knows what the sun, moon, or stars are. So maybe we could talk about the surface of the Earth. We can bring it back down to the Earth, hey? So XG or prestigeless, like one of the other questions we like to ask people is about the curvature. If they say that the Earth is a sphere, that requires some curvature. So where is it, and are there any measurements for this?
I haven't gone that much detail into it. I'm kind of just getting into this entire discussion, I could say, regarding curvature. But regarding curvature and gravity in the atmosphere and such, how would you explain satellites then?
Well, we sort of touched on that. Go ahead, Central.
I was just saying, to clarify, how would we explain cartoons?
Well, yeah, XG, we sort of touched on this a little bit in the check-in with the gas pressure argument, right? So if we can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container, then that medium called outer space quite possibly just doesn't even exist. So, but then again,
so
let's take those.
Real?
Huh?
Did you just say satellites aren't real?
Can you verify that there are any satellites in orbit?
Well, the medium they're claimed to exist in.
Okay, you guys, too many people are talking. We have CV and the other guys. So can we just let them continue? Thank you.
Hey, real quick, Precious Metals is about to end in 3 minutes. I just wanted to tell everyone thank you for coming.
Thank you. We can go longer if it needs to. So, but thank you.
Well, I'm just saying, the 2 o'clock thing. I just wanted to say.
I'll just add 2 things to that question. Is, well, it's not that quote unquote satellites don't exist. It's just the medium that they're claimed to exist in. Like, we're challenging that doesn't exist. And then so 2, let's take a look at those space pictures, and they show us curving lakes and curving oceans. So why don't we go out into reality and find out if these lakes really are curved?
I'm more trying to refer to the whole concept of Google Earth, the whole, satellite imagery of the Earth, and then being able to zoom in on a position and then have a street view.
It's not satellite imagery.
So
they have planes. They take pictures of planes and balloons.
Can you see someone walking on the side of it? Can you zoom in like that?
That's a good question.
What?
Like when you zoom in, it just switches to a top-down view. Is it possible to zoom in on Google Earth and see someone upside down or a ship going up to the side of the Earth?
The Earth is massive. Why would you be able to see such a minute detail?
Well, here's the thing. You're saying that we have stuff in orbit, and the very first thing that you would need to be able to do that is to have the Earth's radius. So how was that measured?
From people in history measuring it?
Well, would you be more specific?
No, because I haven't really researched into that aspect of it.
Well, if you don't have that, you don't have orbital mechanics, and therefore you have no satellites, so that's the end of that.
Right.
Bro.
Just like a question to your model. Well, you don't call it a model, but earlier, the model I was talking to in the VC check, he said something about the Earth being the bottom of, well, I don't know if you used the word universe, but like just being the bottom of everything. So where does the sun and like moon go when you don't see them in the sky?
Too far away to see them.
Too far away?
Yeah, too far away.
Have you ever heard of what
Sunny, you're coming in so low.
1%.
Well, just for me, I don't know. I could hardly hear you.
For me too.
Okay. We'll let him try to. Yeah, but we'll just let him try to fix his mic, and then he can answer your question.
Can I say something in the meantime?
Well, he's not coming back, so what are you gonna say?
So if you're saying the sun is going too far away, then why does the sun not get smaller as it's getting further away? It's just like it's constantly the same size as it fades out of vision.
It's not. It does angle down throughout the year at different times. It's also very far away to start with at the beginning of the day when you see it, in the middle of the day, and at the end of the day. So it's always far away when you're seeing it, so there's not as much of a relative change, right? Whereas if you're seeing like a boat 100 feet in front of you going out to miles, relatively that's a much bigger change in distance than what the sun is doing.
Hi guys.
Hey.
What's up, E?
Hi. Yeah, we'll stop. We're gonna stop Precious Metal Takeover then, and then Elijah can say something. So thank you everybody for joining us, and thank you to the moderators in advance for keeping their mics muted. That was appreciated, and thank you everybody for the great conversations that we had. Nathan, did you want to add anything?
Just a big thank you to everybody. It's a lot of fun. I've enjoyed myself here. I love hanging out with you all, and I'll try to make it to the live stream more often, not just for Precious Metals, but for the Ladies' Nights as well, and just in general. I am quite busy, but I do like hanging out here. Love you all, and thanks for joining us for Precious Metals.
Thank you.
Solid work, likewise.
And the event.
Nice.
That'd be great.
Thank you,
Thanks everybody.
Redford
Okay.
and Nathan. Is
Thank
this better? My mic okay?
Yeah, you sound good now.
Check.
I think
Okay, good.
Elijah wanted to say something as well. So.
Yeah, Eli, what's up?
Brilliant precious metals. Thank you guys. So I just wanted to say it does change. What gave you the idea that it didn't? And I mean throughout the day.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just like asking you guys if
Oh, yeah, but he asked you a simple question, right?
It does change throughout the day. Why do you have an impression that it doesn't?
As everyone's arguments in this channel is, can you prove it? Then I'd like to counter you with that same argument. Can you prove it?
Okay. Yeah. What's his name? I don't know if it's Wolfie. He did a video trying to debunk that it didn't happen, and his video is actually yet another proof that it does happen. So I need to share with you that video so that you can see that it happens. This is the best that I can do outside of you actually doing it yourself. Because if you did it yourself, you would also realize on your own that it actually does change throughout the day.
All right.
Hey, but to be fair, bro, right? Like, you asked us the question, you got the answer. It actually does change. He explained to you earlier that it doesn't change as much relatively. So he asked you what gives you the impression that it doesn't change.
I had a question regarding this entirety of the sun changing distances and such. How would you explain seasons then?
Wait,
we wouldn't. I don't know what that has to do with the previous.
We're just gonna have we're trying to have an honest conversation. They were doing so good before us, keeping everyone cordial and honest. And so what we're not gonna do is be dishonest, right? Because that's not gonna help anyone out. So he's saying he asked, why are you under the impression that it doesn't change? That's a very crucial part of all of this. If you come in asking someone else, then why doesn't it change? And then they say, wait, it does. Why do you think it doesn't? And you can't answer that question. It's dishonesty. So you're never going to.
You're saying this
if you're being
is no place for Christians, even though that's exactly what you encourage people to do, but yet you act hostile and attack people who can't answer.
I'm not acting hostile. I'm explaining that you can never come to the truth of any situation unless you're honest with yourself, honest with the information. That's the only way you can come to knowledge and truth. It requires honesty, right? And so if you're looking at this question honestly, you've heard to say, if the earth is flat and the sun's just above the earth locally, then why doesn't it change? and then you're now told actually it does. So if you've never tested it or seen it, you just think that, then you need to be honest and admit, okay, the follow-up is, well, wait, why do you think that it doesn't change? What's the evidence for that?
That's called an I can't. English isn't my first language, but an assumption. Yeah, assumption. By own observations. Not really that I researched into the area, but just by looking into the sky every day.
But how can you have an assumption about no rewind, because I think you're saying I have the assumption because you've seen the opposite of what I said. But the bottom line is I mean, probably by now people are posting in the live stream videos of it getting smaller and smaller. Now, for whatever reason, you guys don't accept those, so I've gone ultra deep and actually found a video where even when filtered and you cut out as much glare as possible, even then, the size does change. We're not talking about what degree it changes. The only thing is, you said that it doesn't change. And I'm saying, no, actually it does. A whole lot if you're talking about the glare, and enough to say, yeah, it does change even without the glare. So
Okay,
we're only asking why you believe that it does, and you're telling me your observation is the opposite of what it actually does. I kind of don't. Okay, you know what? I'll share with you and everyone the video. Maybe we can watch it. It's very short. And when we see that there is a change, what are you going to say?
The starting argument to the topic was that the sun actually goes too far away for us to see.
Yeah.
Well, you asked why we can't see it. So other than the presupposition that is that it's obstructed by Earth curvature, the only thing that happens where there's light and then we can't see it is when the intensity isn't strong enough to reach us. That's our experience with light. Other than it being obstructed, those are the two options. So one is an experience and one is filled with presupposition. But again, because we said that it goes too far away, you said, well, how come it doesn't change size or get smaller? And then I said, well, it actually does. And I'm sure they've posted videos like up to this point showing you exactly that. I'm also looking for a video where even without the glare, you can see the change so that we're all on the same page and there's no room for error.
All right.
Just a quick note. Just make sure you guys are in the live stream voice text. I'll tag you all so that you're in the correct channel, just in case people are posting anything that they want to look into. This goes to XG, Prestige, and the last dude that was talking.
Where is that video? Jesus.
Are you talking about the quotes that tell us?
No, I'm just looking for this random video that I stumbled across one day where, well, it was a guy talking about Wolfie.
Okay.
And Wolfie was saying that the sun doesn't change. And then he provided footage and someone reviewed the footage and lo and behold, it did change.
Shows it changing. Shocker.
Of course.
Like the one with the stripes on the boat. Oopsie, horizon's further back, higher up. Bad news.
Oh, I found it. 7 minutes long, so
oh yeah.
I don't know, but I'm gonna go ahead and post it so that you have it at least. Oh shit, I've gone so beyond my location that I was supposed to go. Anyway, I shouldn't be so flippant. This is the big money order. I should hurry up. So yeah, it'll be in the chat in about 5 seconds.
No worry, man. Take your time. Be careful out there. You're going fast. I know that for a fact.
Wait, so do we have? Sorry, do we have someone in here that thinks that they live in a heliocentric model? I thought, right? Because it's just super funny that, like, we just don't at all, and it's really stupid to ever think that you would or could in any way. There's literally no evidence at all for it, but it's even worse than that. There's incredibly large amounts of damning evidence against it.
Well, I really
Now look at this screenshot.
Go ahead, man.
Sorry, just to progress the conversation from where we were. Now, the screenshot that I'm posting right now, that's about to upload right now. This is a still from the video where the guy is trying to prove that the size doesn't change. Now, just for the sake of argument and for now, say you believe me and say that what you're looking at is a difference in size. I realize you're going to have to go away and do your own investigation, but let's just say I'm telling the truth about what's being portrayed in this video. What is your response?
Come again?
What is your response to the observation which is opposite of what you believe to be happening? AKA taking at face value the argument and the screenshots that I've posted right now, showing you that the sun does change in apparent size. What is your response?
Like, you blame satellites, then how couldn't it be the camera?
What? He's talking about the sun. Did you not hear the part? He's talking about
Yeah, I know.
the sun, and you bring up satellites again?
No, your arguments against satellites not being being.
No, I don't have. There's no argument. There's no argument. You have a belief that the sun is exactly the cosmology they've given you. Okay, that's you. We're saying, maybe it gets dark because the intensity of the light can't reach us due to light attenuation, which is an actual thing.
Also known as maybe the sun just gets further away.
Which is true whether you're on a ball or whether it's moving overhead. Technically, it would get further away from you either way. But that being said, the only thing is you said, well, if it was going away, then I would think that it would get smaller. So I'm showing you that it does get smaller. So what do you have to say to that?
That it gets smaller, I guess, yeah.
Okay. So then you should
what is your point?
wherever you got the idea that it does it from, right? And maybe you can't trust that source of information if it's just a Google Flat Earth hit piece or Simon Dan on YouTube, huh?
I have no idea who Dan Tipman or whoever that is, but sure.
Whenever you do research, if you just look for why we know the Earth isn't flat videos and articles, then you'll never get to the actual truth that way.
Just a genuine Christian, how do you explain the moon and any other planets, to be fair?
We don't have anything to explain. You were told, you were given explanations for the things that you see in the sky.
No, the moon,
right? And you weren't given any, and you weren't. Listen to what I'm saying, because I don't believe it's a language barrier when you're talking through me, and you understand that you're making an objection to what I'm saying, which means you understand what I'm saying.
So what
I'm telling you, so what I'm telling you is, you've been given a story about what's going on in the sky. We don't have those kinds of stories for you.
But Is it a story if it's documented?
You asking what the moon is, what the moon does, what the sun is, what the sun does, what the sky is, what the sky does, what the sky is made of. How is that going to get you closer to whether or not the Earth's a ball or not?
No, I'm just putting questions up to your belief. I'm not defending my own. You can believe whatever you want. I'm just asking to your belief.
Are you Christian?
I'm asking. Well, hold on real quick. I don't care about any of that. I'm asking you questions too, because I'm responding to you directly. The only reason I started talking about the sun is because you asked. Every time I ask you a question, you seem not okay with answer. You seem to be uncomfortable
I can answer,
with
but
answering.
I just don't have the facts. You know, I haven't really researched any shit.
No, I understand that. So with that, this is my question to you, and I probably have a follow-up depending on what you say. Why are you here, and what do you want from us? And then I'll tell you if we're capable of giving you what you want so that we can make this a lot quicker transaction.
I'm just wondering how you wouldn't call it a model earlier, or whoever the model was, but how the Earth can be flat.
Well,
it doesn't curve.
You know where I started? I started with whether or not the Earth was a globe. Do you understand how it's a globe? Because obviously that's where this all begins.
Yeah, why do you think it's a globe?
Because I don't fucking improve on the internet.
What? Thank you.
Arguments from videos on the internet. Yeah.
Okay, but we were all just told the Earth's a ball, right? We weren't shown arguments against flat Earth or anything like that. We were all just told the Earth's a ball. Everyone thinks the Earth's a ball. Everyone in here thought the Earth was a ball. There's no shame in it, bro. It's okay, right? It's like we're just talking about the first step is to actually examine your belief that it's a ball.
Can I?
So the reason. Hold on. The reason that Witsit and I are talking about this is because you're asking us about a flat Earth, and we're trying to tell you, well, you have a lot of biases, and I guess the term flat Earth comes with certain connotations in your mind, and ideas that we don't hold. So we don't want to waste time trying to tell you that we can't answer the questions that you have, because I don't know how else to say it, but you're trying to get us to answer for a model that we didn't come up with, that we don't subscribe to. So when you say, well, how does it work in this model, or how does it work in this way? Well, we never proposed to have answers for that. We're here because we're all finding out that it's not a globe. And the only way that we've all found out that it's not a globe is by investigating the geometric claims, like specifically, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So
what you're coming out as
we had to do was verify. So all we had to do was verify and validate that that was the truth. Since that wasn't the truth, this is where we are. So unless you can validate or verify the thing that you've been told your whole life, the thing that you know to be true, quote unquote, until you validate that that's actually the case, we can't really help you.
So you're saying basically that I have to validate or disprove the model I'm currently believing in, but you can't validate your own model.
No, we didn't make a claim.
No, see,
Wait,
one person speak at a time.
time out. I'm out. I'm out. What's the diameter of the globe?
I don't know.
Exactly.
You told me
Exactly.
because you don't know
You wouldn't
either.
you wouldn't know how to verify a measurement because you don't even know the dimensions of the globe. So you have no idea what we're talking about.
But here's what
Pretty
I'm gonna say.
much.
Well, the summary is that you
Oh,
have
all right.
to.
I'm gonna give it over.
I
I'm
just
gonna give it
want to help.
over.
I'm going to say this. I want to see if this lands here. Like, it's really simple, bro. You have to give the same scrutiny, meaning you have to examine it, look at it the same way, right? You're coming at the flat Earth, and you're like, if the flat Earth was true, this wouldn't work. You've yet to do that with what you currently think is true.
But that's
which is that it's
exactly
a
what you're
globe.
doing. That's exactly what you're doing to the globe. You're just
That's
coming
my
with a bunch
point.
of
Wait, time out.
arguments.
That's our point, bro. The first step for both sides is to do that with the globe first, because that's the model that was actually claimed and taught to everyone that's alive when they were little children.
Okay, but why come you don't do it for the flat Earth now that you believe in the flat Earth?
The only way anything works is on a flat Earth.
What?
Literally, the only way that anything actually works is on a flat Earth.
That's not even an argument. That's just a claim.
No, but it's just the truth. Like the way you fly planes or shoot ballistic missiles or have any type of coordinate systems or have any type of quote unquote GPS tracking, everything, mapping, everything that we do. And in fact, everything that they try to bend into the globe doesn't work. So you can't even name, when I say literally everything, I mean literally everything. But we don't claim a model because we're not even allowed to see the whole Earth. And we don't live on a model. We live on the actual Earth. Why would we try to make up a story that we can't even possibly know because we're not allowed to see the whole Earth? We just know they claim to have seen the whole Earth in a vacuum where everyone would die instantly and go insane because they have no
Who isn't
equilibrium.
allowing you?
I need you to listen, brother. I'm trying to help you. The biggest part of all of it is you have to apply the same scrutiny to your current belief. You have to see, why do you believe what you believe? Is it true? Can this model answer questions? And then you move on from there.
Yeah, you said that like 4 times already.
But do you understand it? So are you willing to do that? Have you done that yet?
I haven't done so, no.
One question.
What we're saying, does it make sense to you that is what you would do first?
Yeah, but then you would have to do the same for your model.
I agree.
I don't understand why.
We have to do the same thing. I agree, but we don't, right? But
Yeah,
whatever
but why?
claim that you make after that, you're right. You have to do the same thing with any claims, because with you, only way you know evidence is real is that you can verify it and it's empirical and true and provable, right? So that's all that's real. Anything outside of that is not real. It's just an idea.
So you want me to do something about my belief, and then you don't want to do it to your, well, you're not doing it, but you want me to do it to mine.
No, we are telling you that you're in a cult of beliefs, and we have stepped out of unfounded beliefs and stuck with true, provable evidence.
Your arguments are based on another model doesn't work. How's that an argument?
There isn't a model. No one has a flat Earth model. No one in here has said they have a model. That doesn't exist. You can't see the whole Earth, so you could never make a model. It's literally impossible to make a model because you cannot see the whole Earth.
So regarding the entirety of your whole perspective of not being able to produce a model and
Stop
such,
using red herring fallacies, please, so we can have just a logical conversation. Stick with facts that are provable, repeatable, falsifiable. That's what we're about here. Do you have any of those things for the globe?
Yeah, guys, we did touch on the model thing in the VC check-in, so try to keep that in mind as we move forward.
So regarding to the entirety of the model and perspective that you are unable to produce a model of the Earth, how do you know it is flat?
You just said model again.
I can answer. He said, if you don't have a model, how do we know it's flat? because it's measurably and observably a level plane for as far as we can see. As a matter of fact, that's the globe's claim too. But on top of that claim, they say, yeah, sure, it's level, but in the broader scale, it's actually a sphere, but you're so close and so small that it appears level. So we're starting with what we already observe and what we already perceive. We're not talking about the entirety of the Earth. We're talking about what we know about what we can test. Now, when you talk about doing celestial navigation, we can talk about thousands of miles that would have to be a level plane in order to come up with the angles and figure out your position and how far away from land you are. You could do that, but that would require a plane that's effectively thousands of miles flat.
So then how would you explain taking off in an airplane from London per se and flying westbound?
If the Earth is flat, how would you explain it? How about that?
Can I finish what I was saying?
If the
That was
Earth
why
was
it's impossible on the flat Earth distinctly.
if the Earth was flat, if you accepted today that the Earth was flat, how would you explain? How would you answer your own question?
What?
If the Earth was flat, how would you answer the question that you're about to ask?
I wouldn't have an answer for that question itself because I don't have that perspective in mind. Because I'm asking and coming here today to find out that perspective from you guys.
There is no flight that happens that's impossible on a flat Earth. For the plane to fly in the first place, it has to treat the Earth as flat and stationary. In fact, there are emergency landings with planes that debunk the globe and prove they're using a flat map when they fly. So go ahead.
If you got, let me finish my thing. I was going to say, you took off in a plane from London to say you went west, United States, that takes about 8-9 hours. But if you went east, why does it take longer?
Who knows?
Why does it take longer to go east? Why does it take longer to go east on the globe?
Yeah, why do you think
because of curvature?
Because of the curvature? So there's more curvature. Wait, time out. There's more curvature east than there is going west?
Well, there's more distance because London isn't exactly center on the globe. Well, the fucking Earth. If it's staying neutral.
You said if you go east, it's different than going west.
Yeah, the duration distance is different. It's larger.
Wow.
Whoa.
Everywhere is the center on the globe, man.
Yeah.
Let me just slide in real quick as the greasy globe lawyer and just remind the panel that these guys were fairly chill. So if we could just give them a fair shake. It feels like it's getting a little spicy in here, but just wanted to remind everyone that these guys were pretty cool.
Well,
So
being chill and being passive aggressive, two different things. If you ask me, I'm being cordial. Well for now. Like you don't have to cut through what I'm saying. I'm being cool. I'm being cordial. Everyone's cool here. There's a bit of contention because, well, I still don't understand why they're here. Like I've tried to give them our position. We don't have the model. Talking about flights, as if one way would be different than the other, when we only use one mapping, well, not one mapping system, but it comes from the same set of data, which is the sky. This is where our grid system is made from relative distances taken from the angles off of the Earth to the stars. So that being said, the maps that we use, all of them, they're all coming from the same set of data. I thought you were going to ask the question differently, but then you said, why is the flight time shorter or longer east than west? But the curvature is the same, so I don't even get where to go with the end of that.
Well, in reference to the curvature, I'm not talking about the distance. The curvature is different. I'm talking about the distance eastbound is further than it is westbound, and the curvature allows.
No, it's not.
Then how do you explain a flight taking going westbound is shorter?
How is it more of a distance? I don't get that. That makes no sense. You're making the claim, how is there more of a distance going east than going west?
Because
Please
it
explain.
takes longer if you were at the same consistent speed.
No. That's affirming the consequence. That's a fallacy.
What?
That's an affirming the consequent fallacy. Okay? So I'm asking you how you know that the distance is longer. It can't be because the flight takes longer. That's an affirming the consequent fallacy. There has to be a better answer, or an answer that isn't a formal logical fallacy.
Well, I guess the only thing I could say in response is the fact that all airlines that fly planes from London to New York go westbound, not eastbound, purely for time consumption, fuel consumption.
Okay.
Because it's a shorter distance.
Are you talking about like a plane, instead of going west, I guess, trying to wrap around China and go over there, then to America, then to New York? It's just easier if they just go from London straight to New York. Eastward.
His flat claim is that the area that you have to travel is larger going one way than the other. I just want to know how he knows that.
Well, no, he's misunderstanding something he read on Google that's probably like what she just said. Like it's some like clearly inaccurate idea that they took a certain route that only works on the globe, which is easily debunked, but he doesn't fully understand that, so he's thinking that he just said the word curvature. I mean, it would have been smarter to say spin, I guess, but still that wouldn't work either. So you should fully understand the home run questions against the flat earth before you say them. For example, here are the wind patterns over top of a flat earth. So it's like you have to factor this in. We know we have, air currents over top of the earth. So in the voice text right now is that's it on a flat earth. Okay. So here it is, just the nonsense that is the globe, claiming to show you the patterns. What a cool story. So yeah, you can actually catch air currents and travel faster. Probably irrelevant to what you're saying, though. It's probably a misunderstanding of how the flight wasn't even the same.
I think more what I'm trying to say is there is 0 flight plans from London to New York that go eastbound. Because who in their right mind would take the longer distance over a shorter distance?
I just don't understand how that has anything to do with what we were talking about, because that you're talking about, instead of going east towards China, wrapping around the world, quote unquote, and going then to America, why not just go through the Atlantic Ocean? Because that's what all planes do. They just go through the Atlantic Ocean from London to New York because it's a shorter distance. I don't see how that's relevant to what we were talking about.
Because if it was flat and, as you guys said, a plane, which represents, no curvature, how is it possible that there is recorded flights of going eastbound but no longer used anymore due to the distance?
Why would that be different on a flat earth?
Because how would you get to America, which is on the west side, from the east side?
How would you fly over the Atlantic Ocean to the East Coast?
No, how would you fly underneath the Earth, fly back to the other side of the Earth after going underneath the entirety of it, and then appear in the same place?
You're assuming.
I think he has an east and west problem, like where he think if you go west, you just fall off or something.
Yeah,
just go right.
He's assuming something that could be like gone underneath.
So then how would you explain going so far west that you end up east?
How do I explain?
All right, you don't understand. Let's do this. Let's explain east and west on a flat earth. Do you understand how east and west travel would work on a flat earth?
Yeah.
How?
Oh, actually, no. If you said flat earth, no, I wouldn't.
Okay. Cool. Let's just be honest, right? So if you have a compass in the middle of a circle and you go around it, right? If you have a magnet in the middle and then you go around it with the compass, it's going to always point north, right? So as you go around it, your east and west is going to update because the north is updating to the center. So if you go east using the magnets, you're going to come all the way back around to where you started because it's going to keep updating as you go. So east to west works perfectly on a flat Earth. That's why it works that way.
But how is the entirety of the Earth magnetized and north usable on a compass without a south pole?
Whoa. Okay. So do you think that compasses on a globe use the South Pole?
No, I know that compasses use a magnetic field generated by a south and north pole to, either show true north or north.
Okay, so for one, you are admitting that east to west would work. You just don't think there could be a magnet in the center of a flat Earth, right?
No, I'm saying for a compass to work, which is your argument and what you're using, you'd need a magnetic field. And
that's why there's a magnet in the center of the Earth.
Okay, and that's the North Pole, right?
That's correct.
So do you know how a magnetic field works? It needs a positive and a negative. It needs a positive and a negative side to generate a magnetic field.
Okay, so what type of shape does a magnetic field take?
What?
Oh, the energy moves in a certain motion, right? It's a field of energy. Do you know what it is?
Yeah, it goes out and then returns back to the south.
Oh, no, it's a toroid.
Well, yeah.
A toroid, right? Like if you had a donut.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so the center is where the magnetic source is, right? So you have a toroid coming out from that and then touching down on the outside. Everyone stays within that outside area and uses a compass that faces to the center. This is literally what everyone's done for the history of mankind. In fact, east to west works because you're on a flat Earth.
Yep.
Okay. You know, compasses don't work in the quote unquote near the quote unquote South Pole, right? They just start going crazy. We actually use magnetic declination, which varies.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that a good question might be, why don't we think it's a globe? Are you interested in that answer?
Yeah, sure. Give me that answer.
Well, I was kind of laying it up for somebody else.
Oh, okay. Well, the significance of it is that you understand that that's an important question to ask, right?
Yep.
Because it's crazy to say the Earth's flat, right, bro? I mean, everyone's gonna attack you. You can't even when you're new.
I haven't attacked any of you guys once.
No, I'm not talking about you, man. I'm talking about your experience when you're trying to look at the subject, right? So what goes through everyone's head. So you can't trick us because we went through it. So we know what's going through your head. It's okay. But you're like, dude, just the idea of saying that the Earth's flat to people I know or my homies or anything, it just is insane. I can't imagine doing that. And then so you fight it, and we get it. So the question is important, right? Because what would ever make someone want to publicly state it and stand on it for years, despite that ostracism? Well, it's just what the truth is, right? So we just went and tested the globe. They told us we live on a globe. They lied to us about almost everything, bro. And I don't know where you are on the spectrum of realizing that, but almost everything they teach you is a lie. And so once you actually realize that the globe is a question that you need to ask the validity of, then you test it and you can just easily debunk the globe with physical measurements of the surface. It does not curve, and it has to curve in all directions away from you at all times, everywhere on the globe at basically the exact same rates. And it doesn't do it anywhere. And you can go do it yourself, which is what I did. I just went out to large bodies of water and I could see way too far for the Earth to be a globe.
How would you explain being able to see the tip of a mountain and not the base of it if you're a certain distance away?
Wait. You're asking another question about
because
explaining.
he discussed the visibility.
Right, but do you understand what he means about seeing too far? Because if you accept that, like, what does he mean by that?
He means he's able to look out of the distance and see a long visibility.
Now, what's the problem with that if the Earth is a sphere? Do you know the technical answer? Yes or no?
A horizon.
Okay, so the horizon has to be geometrically somewhere to obstruct your view of things, correct?
Yeah.
So if he's saying that that's not the case, and the mathematical model is not predicting where that is in reality, what does that mean?
Sorry, what? Can you rephrase that question?
What does that mean? If the horizon isn't a geometric consequence of the shape and dimensions that they told us the Earth is, what would that mean? You're not too sure what that means?
No.
So why are you asking him to explain why you? What? I don't get it.
To be fair, like, if you're kind of new to it, you would be like, well, there are times it looks like that, and he's asking why would that happen. I mean, I'm glad that you did that, because he needs to realize the honest way to have the conversation is not to immediately see if you can get a gotcha on us. It's to take in the consequence, like the magnitude of what we're telling you, and you can test it yourself. He's asking you, what does that mean? Because what it means is it literally cannot be the globe they said that we live on. Like, it literally cannot be that geometrically. Like, it physically has to be that. In reality, it has to be that. It isn't that. Now, why do we only see the top of the mountain? Well, whenever things increase in distance that you're viewing them from, right, they start to shrink. Angular resolution, they get smaller, right? And you're looking through more and more and more air in what they call in the atmos. Okay? So, yeah, you can't see forever. Now, how much is in that atmos, how thick it is, how clear or not clear it is outside determines how much you can see. Because if you go see the top of that mountain, you can come back in 2 months. It'll be a little colder and much clearer, and you'll be able to see almost the whole mountain. So we know it's not the Earth's curve blocking it, because the Earth's not a ball breathing in and out, showing more and less of the mountain. It's just because of the atmos. Because I don't like the word sphere. Do you get it? So the main problem, we go back to where we first started, which is why Eli jumped in, because that's how you adequately explain it in reality on the flat plane we know we live on. But the most important part is that what we observe literally cannot happen if what they told us the Earth is true. And this is why flat Earth is censored, admittedly so, because it's not actually a debate. It is something you can physically test and prove. You can falsify the globe. So what they have to do is censor us, lie about what flat Earth says, make up fake cartoon models, and then just flood you with all kinds of information about how stupid they are. That's their actual only thing that they can do, right? That's their only potential response at all. So we encourage you to test it. And when you do, you're going to have to just put the big boy pants on. Like if you used to think 9/11 was legit, or if you thought the moon landing was legit, whatever it is, if you thought the Federal Reserve actually cared about you, if you thought the CIA wasn't corrupt, whatever it was that you've had to figure out the government did lie about, it's the same thing. You just got to put your big boy pants on, look at the truth, and then you find out what the truth is the most that you can. So that's pretty much where we're at. That's why we get frustrated when they're like, "Oh man, what about this model?" And what are you talking? No, we're trying to figure it out too. They drew a circle around us and told us that we're not allowed to leave it. So we don't even know what the Earth is. Most of the world's population doesn't know there's a circle drawn around them, and it's openly admitted. So we're trying to wake everyone up, right? And so we can take our power back. There's my sermon.
Can I ask you about something you said? It's not really relevant to the topic, but you said 9/11 was fake, as in it never happened, or the government conspired?
Wait, say which one?
You said 9/11 was fake.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Talking about-
the official story they said about 9/11 was that 7 terrorists with box cutters took over a plane, accomplished a piloting feat that couldn't be done by the most experienced pilots in the entire world. The same exact day, at the same exact time, the U.S. government was coincidentally running a drill in case someone tried to hijack planes. So the radar system ignored them, thinking it was part of the drill, coincidentally at the same exact day. And this is literally the day after they came out and said that we were mysteriously missing $2 trillion of taxpayers' money, and the evidence of that money was stored in the Pentagon in the very area the other plane supposedly hit. So, yeah, the government lied to you about 9/11, yes.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad lie, too. Like, it was pretty, I don't like the fact that I'm agreeing with you, but yes, very much so bad. But wait, we all know that terrorists, their IDs are made of special material, and it floats out of the plane and onto the ground so you can get it. And you can identify them. Which is pretty cool of them to do.
Paper passports pop out of fire and float down so you can find the bad guy.
Or maybe they just have extensive logging of passengers who get on flights and have investigative skills.
The official story is that an FBI agent found a paper passport from a terrorist, and that's how they knew who it was. That's the official story.
So anyway, this is definitely way off topic. Do you know why, if the radius is wrong, the rest of the mathematical derivations of that number have to be false? And do you know what else is? Can you explain to him what the implications of the radius being wrong are?
Yeah, literally every single part of the model is wrong, because that's how you get this, how fast the Earth moves, how far away the moon is, how big it is, how far away the sun is, how everything is moving in the sky, any number you would get to supposedly go to space, any mapped out distance that we accurately know because it uses the radius value. Gravity, quote unquote, uses the radius value. Literally every single aspect of the model would have to be trashed and redone, and it couldn't be redone because of the distances. So the radius falsifies the whole model.
What does that mean to you? What do you gather from what was just said?
Words. Gravity bringing me down.
So you know, it just keeps getting worse and worse. So then they ignore all this and just pretend that it is a magical globe anyway, and all their math they think proves everything is by 95%. Couldn't even make it up.
Did anyone find any Earth curvature during this moment of silence?
No,
You don't have any. You guys don't have any questions about what was just said. You don't have how did you guys go about this? What method did you use? Where is this information? Do you have citations? Do you have any questions about what was just said?
I was in the room when this stuff was actually hashed out the first time, I think.
Yeah, not you,
Nathan
Tony.
Oakley's. I know.
Yeah, not you.
Weird.
The good old days.
You still think that the Earth is in a heliocentric model?
I think so.
That's very archaic, man, if you've been looking into it for years. Well, let me ask you this, because I don't want
So many questions.
Yeah. Like, I want to ask you this: you are aware of the fact that very prominent, credentialed people on your side all agree that you cannot prove that the Earth is in a heliocentric model, and that it could just as well be geocentric and stationary?
No, wait, are you talking to me? Because I don't think that's true. I don't. Where's that? I need to see full citations. See, I don't need to see full citations. I'm sure you guys have them.
Okay, so it's safe to say that you would be surprised to discover that this is in fact factually the case.
Yes, it would totally surprise me if prominent scientific, I'm just going to say science twice, scientific scientists, that sounds stupid, damn it, said that, yes.
Okay, so can you see the voice text?
It is a three-dimensional spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
Is this a recording or is this someone talking?
Yeah, that was Vsauce.
Wow, man. Oh, it's Vsauce. Okay, cool. Okay, can you play it again? No, I thought it was someone in the room talking. I'm sorry, my bad.
It is a three-dimensional spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
Well, that's true. Yeah, science doesn't prove anything, but yeah, but I saw that one. I saw that one. He elaborates. He goes on and like explains different stuff. I mean, that's kind of like a snippet you got out there. I mean, that's not all prominent like scientists. And plus, that's only what he said. But you said he said that's not what he said though. You say it was helio.
Anyway.
He didn't say it was geocentric.
Okay, so can you see the voice text?
Okay, which one are we at here? I haven't been here in a while, so which one are we working at?
Live stream voice text.
All right, cool.
Okay, so that's Adolf Baker, Modern Physics and Anti-Physics is where this quotation's from.
All right. God, that's small. Whew, I gotta get my glasses.
You should be able to click on it to enlarge it.
That was convenient. Well, there's another one from another astronomer with a PhD. Oh, here's another one from world-renowned physicist Lorentz Krauss. So, but when you look at the cosmic microwave background map, you also see that the structure that is observed is, in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the Earth around the sun.
Those are just like little snippets out of there. I know that in front of that there's more. Who's that? Is that astronomer? Okay.
But you can't say there's more. Obviously, there's more. What you're looking to say is that this is quote mining, or what you're looking to say is that this is cherry picking. But in order for this to be quote mining, it would mean that these quotes were taken out of context.
Yeah, but he's saying
I can promise you they're not taken out of context. So what you're looking to say is, yeah, I know how those read, but in full context, it means something entirely different. That's not the case here.
I see what you mean. What I'm reading is, or at least the second one was that we are the center of the universe. Every star is actually the center of the universe, like a raisin in a loaf of bread rising. Every raisin is the center of that. Why are you laughing? That's not, is that? Whoa, wait, that doesn't make sense.
How could everything simultaneously be the center?
Everything's expanding like your loaf of bread. Like a loaf of bread. If you put raisins in a loaf of bread, it all expands.
What the quote says is that you cannot tell the difference. In all actuality, you could say any star was the center. There's the proposed idea is that either the Earth is the center, or we have to say that, well, really everything else could be the center. We don't really know. That's what the quote says.
Yeah, because we don't know, and we could be the center. We could be the center because we are the center. We are the center, but we're not the center of our solar system. Like the sun is the center of our solar system. That's just the way.
And
now, if you're talking about the universe, then yes, we are the center of the universe. We are the center of the universe. I agree with you on that one.
No, you're.
But our solar system, we're not the center of our solar system.
Yeah, okay, what solar system? And also, you're invoking infinity, so what infinity?
No, I'm not invoking infinity. I'm just invoking a loaf of bread with raisins in it. Not one raisin is going to get closer to another raisin. They're all expanding away from each other. Not one raisin you're going to find getting closer to the other one.
All right, look, this is what we're not going to do. We're just going to let the quotes speak for themselves. Because
yeah, I got you.
You said you knew it wasn't true. Well, we have dozens of them. Okay, so here's another astronomer with a PhD. I'm going to read it. I don't know if I posted this one already, but again, once more for the record, it has been shown at least 6 different ways this century alone that the equations and physics used by NASA to launch satellites are identical to the equations derived from a geocentric universe. Thus, if the space program is proof of anything, it proves geocentricity and disproves heliocentrism. The evidence for all heliocentrism is even weaker than the evidence for evolution.
That guy. No, he's not a. Who is he? Who is he? Who's he?
Astronomer.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to see his name, and I'm gonna need to check this dude out.
Right there, buddy. It's everything.
I think he's a young Earth creationist too, isn't he? Okay, I can almost read it.
Oh, so do you know what poisoning the well is?
Foul, right? Well, you're kind of doing that a little bit, right?
No. I just now. What about when I quote Einstein and Edwin Hubble? Yeah, you're gonna get destroyed.
No. He definitely didn't think that you're geocentric. Like he definitely thought.
It's not about what they think or choose to believe. It's about them saying that it's just a belief and that it factually cannot be proven. You said that what?
Yeah, so of course we can't be proven. We can't. Science doesn't prove anything. I mean, that's what they're saying. You can't prove it.
They're saying you cannot show with evidence one way or the other in any way definitive.
I don't think they're saying that.
Well, that's what I'm sitting here showing you them saying.
Well, then why would he make an equation that's so intricate and it describes orbital patterns of other celestial objects? Why would he do that? Why would he do that?
He had to try to explain how
it
wasn't stationary. That's why.
Really? That's a red. You just made that up, man. It doesn't say that anywhere.
I'm about to quote another PhD saying.
Look, I got you. You don't have to quote anymore. I got you. I'm gonna check out that one book. I got you. You make your point with that, but I think you're just misunderstanding it. You're not misunderstanding it. You're not.
Go on mute because what you're doing right now is you're freaking out. And
no, I'm not. I'm not freaking out. I'm talking. You think I'm freaking out? No, I'm not.
It's a sign of you freaking out because you're impulsively interrupting over and over.
It's just a lot of information to take in at one time. So naturally the brain sort of is in shock. It's natural.
Yeah. So no physical experiment ever proved that the Earth actually is in motion. So
cool. I've been here a long time, probably longer than most of you guys in here. So don't tell me that it's a shock. I'm shocked. This is crazy.
Oh
no.
All right, so then you can't justify why you keep interrupting. So then
I didn't interrupt. Did I just interrupt? I didn't just interrupt.
You interrupted me.
Now. Okay, so here's another one.
But anyway,
wait. You interrupted. But you started this conversation.
Guys, take a deep breath.
You guys are crazy.
Dude, I'm gonna mute you if you don't stop, man. Okay, so maybe.
That's cool, man.
Well, then chill out, bro, because you don't have to talk. If you want to go on mute and just hear, we'll explain it to everyone else. You don't have to defend it. So
I'll do that.
So you don't feel like you're on the spot or whatever. But if you can't control your impulsive actions, you're going to have to be forced to. So here's another quote. This is so everyone can learn, not so you can just interrupt with zealotry. Okay, so here's cited in Stephen Hawking's A Stubbornly Persistent Illusion. To the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, meaning any experiment on the Earth, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result. Which is exactly what I just told you.
Cool. So this is how this room just hasn't changed then. Okay. So I thought I was going to come back in this room. It was going to be cool and stuff, and you guys weren't going to be like the way you are. So you guys have fun in here, man. You guys have fun in here. You guys have fun by. You don't even need me here, man. You don't even need me. You guys got a good argument going.
Just relax. Just take it easy,
You
man.
can stay here, just like let everyone, like they'll say something to you, then you say something. Like when the conversation is going on, you can't just always interrupt everyone, because then it makes other people want to interrupt you, or right. So now that you've read the quote, do you have a response?
He left.
Oh, okay. Of course he did. That quote really hurt him.
Yep.
Dude, it literally says that without the theory of relativity, we couldn't even pretend like we could make this make sense.
Now, there's also
Clearly, you're misunderstanding it there, too.
Yeah, when he says science doesn't prove anything, I have to find the quote, but there's a quote where this guy draws a distinction between astronomy and actually doing tests in a lab. What do you think that difference is called? Science versus pseudoscience, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
I like this idea of using I think I'd like to see a trend of using nothing but these quotes from these guys.
It's the best idea ever, I think.
There's so
Shout
many
out to
of
Jared.
them, man. There's volumes of it.
You're coming through real low, quite Sonny.
Oh, I'm still coming in low? What the heck?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it's like the best thing ever, bro, because they have to throw everyone under the bus. And so if you progressively bring the more prominent people out at the end, it really messes with.
Right. You're quote mining. No, we're not. It's in proper context. Yeah, but you see, that dude's not a real PhD. What's his name again? Let me Google who that is. Like he effectively stopped the audience from learning something. He tried to poison the well. That's exactly what he did. And then he wants to, oh, you guys haven't changed. This is what you get. Like, come on, get out of here.
Hey, Farguten, are you trying to get a word? Yeah, go ahead. I was just going to let you get the floor. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, well, hello. I was hanging here for a few minutes, a few 15 minutes, watching all this going on, and I must say that they didn't quite look that good.
The last gentleman?
Oh yes, especially the last one. He was a bit fast-paced.
He seemed like an interesting guy. So, what side of the fence are you on in this debate here?
I think just to set it all a bit straight on my side, I'm a current student of physics, so I place myself on the very, very other side from yours. That the Earth is a globe, and I think that entails it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Glad to have you.
Well, that's good.
I just have one question, and I'll let you guys take care. Is there a difference between physics and theoretical physics?
Theoretical physics leans more towards generating new mathematical models and theories that are then observed and verified by experimental physics. They are both both sides of the same coin, experimental and theoretical physics, but they just focus on different areas of physics.
Are you saying there's no difference?
Oh, it's a difference of either spending the whole day in a lab or right next to a blackboard, doing math, or creating theories to test. That's the word.
Making stuff up, yeah.
The difference in physics and theoretical physics is one is doing experimentation to draw a conclusion from the hypothesis test, which comes after the hypothesis, which is a supposition as to what causes a natural phenomenon. versus theoretical physics where you have presupposition or theories as to why something's happening, and then you draw up a mathematical abstraction with that. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, in the broad sense, yes. Physics can be split this way into either focusing on doing experiments or creating theories to test in those experiments. I mean, like 50, 60 years ago, there wasn't much of a distinction because back then I think everything was a bit more simpler. So physicists can be at the same time very good at doing mathematics and theory, and also doing experiments in a laboratory with glass, bells, and vacuum pumps, and such things. But yes, in a broad sense, yes. I mean, there might be some disagreement in the details, but in a broad sense, I didn't hear anything that was blatantly off. So yeah.
Yeah. So were you in here when we were explaining that all of these theoretical physicists and different astronomers and people with PhDs or whatever, they're all on record saying that there's no way they can actually prove that the Earth is heliocentric in a heliocentric model as opposed to geocentric and stationary?
Yeah, I did hear you talk about it, and I think there must be some things to remember. I mean, this might seem like a cop-out, but it still must be kept in mind. Those quotations, where did they came from? Was it from a book they made to the public or in a textbook? For instance,
all kinds of different ones. So they have lectures they gave, textbooks, books, like infamous books like authored by Stephen Hawking. So these are direct quotes attributed to the people in this field, supposedly subject matter experts, right? I mean, within these quotes, we have Edwin Hubble and Einstein, and again, Stephen Hawking, Lorentz Krauss. It's ridiculous. We have the Royal Astronomy quotes. So an attempt to try to handwave dismiss the whole thing with some excuse isn't honest. You should look at each quote individually, right? And if you really want to think there's a globe, then you may instinctively want to assume that they're out of context. Well, I encourage you to check them. They are not.
Oh yeah,
here's another one. Go ahead.
Okay, go on. Yeah, all right.
Cool,
sorry.
because it's the best way to learn, right? If you think that those people are right about the Earth being a ball that spins around the sun in a heliocentric model, then you should fully understand what it is that you believe, right? So whether the Earth rotates once a day from west to east, as Copernicus taught, or the heavens revolve once a day from east to west, as his predecessors believed, the observable phenomena will be exactly the same. This shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, since an empirical science ought not to contain a metaphysical assumption, which can never be proved or disproved by observation. Dennis Schema, the unity of the universe. One of the founding fathers of modern cosmology.
Yes, I do get it, but to be fair, I'll tell you what. Those quotes, they are very interesting, and I would love to see them search back to the source and see that in the context. Because it is a quote.
You understand? Well, we need to make sure they're understood, right? So, like when it says this shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, right? We're talking about Newtonian physics, right? So, like this shows a defect in Newtonian dynamics, since an empirical science ought not to contain a metaphysical assumption, which can never be proved or disproved by observations. That's a very important quote if you understand what it's saying. He's saying that for Newtonian to be taught as physical definitive reality or make a claim as such is ridiculous, because it cannot claim to be empirical science when within it is contained a metaphysical assumption. That's philosophy, religion, belief. That's not empirical science. The conflation debunks it.
What do you think he meant by this metaphysical condition?
Yeah, like these fantastical concepts of gravity causing us to move around in this other concept of a universe with solar systems.
Metaphysical, abstract.
Yes. I do get what you mean, but the thing is, Newtonian dynamics, the model in which forces are applied to objects which can cause them to accelerate to accelerate. Those can work without a local acceleration, i.e., gravity. You know, that's the whole equation F equals ma, from which we can derive many interesting things about how things can change in their position and speed.
That's not the point. The point is that using it doesn't differentiate that the Earth is spinning and there's magical force called gravity that's causing it, or that the Earth is stationary and things just fall based on the equilibrium being side over top of it, not moving. That's what it's saying. That's why it starts off with the distinction that you couldn't tell the difference if the Earth was moving to the east or if the sky was, or from the east.
Yes, I mean, from like, if I just go outside and look at how the stars move across the sky, from that alone I wouldn't be able to say which one is moving, because that's relative. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's right. So how you apply Newtonian dynamics is different if the Earth is moving or not moving.
Well,
so
of course,
if you understand there's a difference if the Earth is spinning and you're applying Newtonian dynamics than if it's stationary, which is why he's explaining that it was nonsense for Newtonian dynamics to make claims about definitive physical reality, including the assumption the Earth is spinning, because there's a metaphysical assumption intrinsic within it. It's just a belief. It's a philosophical belief of the Earth being a ball that spins around the sun. So since of that philosophical belief, you cannot conflate that to science. That's what the quote is saying.
Yes, but the thing is, you can apply the basic Newton laws of motion, and and I don't know if I remember this correctly. There is one of the three laws says that there is a local acceleration. Is that right? I don't think I can quite remember them correctly. If you can correct me.
It's an overview. It's not to get into random specifics of what you think about Newtonian anything. It's an overview of the foundation of Newtonian dynamics as a thing that was proposed. That's what it is. It was postulated as explanation of definitive reality when in fact it requires an assumption that is metaphysical, ontological, spiritual, philosophical, conceptual, abstract,
religious.
I frankly disagree with this. The laws of
what part of it do you? What part of, before you continue? What part of it do you disagree with, and on what ground?
That the basic form of Newton's law of motions, the three basic laws,
we're talking about the difference between. We're talking about the difference between physics and metaphysics still, right? And so we're pointing out that you shouldn't conflate the two, because natural science and writing on the chalkboard is two different things. What about that do you disagree with? Because this is what it was summing up.
But it's not a metaphysical. It's a physical assumption about reality. And metaphysics is by definition beyond reality, unknowable.
Right. So these things that are balls that have mass that we haven't verified or validated in any way, it's just presuppositional, which presuppositions don't belong in hypotheses or scientific theories either. Which part of this do you agree or disagree with?
Let me think. Sorry, could you repeat that question? I didn't quite catch it. I'm sorry.
Hypotheses don't have presuppositions that are predetermined, such as the mass of objects and how they move because of a force, without being able to validate or verify them in any way.
Hypotheses can have presupposition if they can be valid, and they can be valid if they are valid in an experiment.
No, but presuppositions aren't tested. Only suppositions are tested. So the supposition is what caused the natural phenomena observed. That's all it is. Then you run experiments to figure out either my independent variable does cause the natural phenomena or it doesn't, which gives you either a positive result or no result. Then your conclusion is the result of the hypothesis test. That's it. That is very different from a presuppositional statement that will not get tested.
Yeah. So, like, let me ask you this, bro. So, like, do you agree that in science, preference or convenience or philosophical idealism, so philosophical preference, right, or convenience, is that included in science?
You are talking. Yes, but those are subjective notions that differ from person to person, right?
That's right.
No, in science we strive to not include these in objective models. That's the reason why it is a science at all, to create as close a models as to reality as possible. If you include these cultural notions of philosophy, you model it to a local version of reality, which is not, real. Like, for instance, trying to incorporate your notion of, let's say, superior genders to others. If that is not true in reality, then it would not be. Then it is not true. No matter what you think, reality is the ultimate arbiter of truth, as in or models, which work and which do not work.
Exactly.
Hold on. Listen, I don't think he's understanding what you're saying. Really.
Oh, but I got him. Because where he's about to go.
I think he needs like a specific example, example of where this fails.
Yeah, maybe so. Go ahead.
You want me to give it to him? Okay.
You can.
So we have epicycles, right? That predicts the planetary motions as accurate as the second, can't remember his name. Kepler's planetary laws, right? So Kepler's 3 planetary laws of epicycles. They're two models. They both have the same predictive power. Now, which one do you choose as the reality?
That's a good question.
So this is what they're talking about. How and even if you have one model, right? There could be another model out there with the same predictive power that nobody's thought of yet. This is why you can't say models are reality.
Of course, they're not reality. That's true. They are a fiction of our humans, but still, if we try to model nature, reality in those models, we will not get a true value, but we will get a very accurate, pragmatically accurate value. So in the case that we have these two models with the same results, then that's a big problem. That's a big problem in science. It's called the indeterminate. It's indeterminate. In which case, we try to step back and see from what tinier models are the bigger models made out of. What are their predecessors, as in on which theories those models are being based on, or models. And then try to evaluate closely and see if those models that those two are made out of are actually accurate, and see if they can fail in some experiment or observation.
Okay, so philosophical preference and convenience can only taint any attempt to accurately recollect on reality. So a model is tainted intrinsically if it has some philosophical undertone of preference or convenience.
It's subjective preference. Philosophy is a very wide subject. For instance, it does like a logic it was originally included in philosophy. It was a field of study, which then evolved into math. So So if you mean philosophical by subjective cultural or social values, then those can only model the experiment and the model unless that model tries to explain these social dynamics, like from groups and nations.
Okay, bro. So I'm not trying to. You did pretty good. You admitted there's a difference. So here's a quote. The ancient argument over whether the earth rotates or the heavens revolve around it, as Aristotle taught, is seen to be no more than an argument over the simplest choice of a frame of reference. Obviously, the most convenient choice is the universe. Well, we just talked about how convenience is literally irrelevant to actual science, right? Nothing except inconvenience prevents us from choosing the earth as a fixed frame of reference. If we choose to make the earth our fixed frame of reference, we do not have to, we do not even do violence to everyday speech. We say that the sun rises in the morning, sets in the evening, the Big Dipper revolves around the North Star. Which point of view is correct? Do the heavens revolve or does the earth rotate? The question is meaningless, which actually isn't meaningless, of course, but do you understand what he's saying?
Yes, that unless you try and see what other metric these two models predict and how they differ, then if you just focus on this simple notion of whether I'm rotating or the sphere or the universe is rotating, then it'll be very hard to see which one is more right in this case or more accurate.
No, they're explaining there's no difference in predictive capability, and I'll give you plenty of quotes about that as well. That's what they're explaining. It's nothing more than, it's not that one's more viable than the other. And if that were the case, it would be geocentric because that's the default. This is what they're saying. I've showed you quotes of them saying it right now. Okay, so it is nothing more than a convenience issue, a philosophical preference. So you cannot adequately make claims about definitive reality if they are confined to your philosophy. If your philosophy is wrong, as you just said, then automatically your claims about reality are wrong.
If my philosophy is, as in my approach to or my view of how science is done, is that what you mean?
Yeah, you just now agreed and long-winded that philosophy is not science, and even Indio jumped in and gave you an example. You have to make some philosophical decision, or you just choose with arbitrary means which one you want to believe in. That is not science, and people are shocked to find out that in fact heliocentrism versus geocentrism is that very type of a decision.
Can I read two quotes also?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So before I read these quotes, now the reason that we're pulling these quotes is because you just said yourself that in science, if you have, what is it, two explanations for the same thing, something is wrong?
Well, if you have two explanations that are by themselves contradictory to each other, as in they can be both true, then you have to. Then you find yourself in a very serious problem. As in, you can't say which one is which. You can't prefer which one is better solely based on what their predictions. Now you can try and be a bit more pragmatic, saying which one has more complex calculations or which one makes more assumptions. I think that's called the Occam's razor.
So you do know that that would be the heliocentric model. That would be the one with more assumption. But setting that aside, because you're probably going to ask for that citation. So reading this one right here, all masses, all motion, indeed all forces are relative. There is no way to discern relative from absolute motion when we encounter them. Whenever modern writers infer an imaginary distinction between relative and absolute motion from a Newtonian framework, they do not stop to think that the Ptolemaic and Copernican are both equally true. Ernest Mach. is his name.
So did you put it into the chat? I can't seem to find it.
No, I didn't. I'm just reading it. I can put it in there for you in a second. But
Yes.
here's another one. Einstein and Infeld, The Evolution of Physics. The struggle, so violent in the early days of science, between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. Two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems.
Yes. Again.
So you don't see how it parallels with.
Sorry?
Oh, my bad. You don't see how this parallels with what you said about the problem in science. If you know what you just said prior, you don't see the parallel here. And then you said, well, the one with the least assumptions, Occam's razor, and I said, well, the one with more assumptions is a heliocentric model.
The thing is, the number of assumptions is not set in stone. Anyone can try and question the assumption and then split them into small assumptions. But it's more of a which one is probably more accurate. It's a guesstimate. Unless you can definitely discern which one is more.
But it's not science, though, right? Because it's a problem.
No,
or is there now not a? So it's not a problem.
Operating by these estimates and guesses is more about pragmatism.
Estimates and guesses. That isn't science, is it?
No,
natural science. I'm sorry, natural science and dealing with the physical and natural world through the scientific method. What you detailed is not that, right?
It's not accurate. That's the problem.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The question that I'm asking is guessing a part of the scientific method? Or, well, outside of the hypothesis, right?
Well, sorry, go on.
Is calculation and guesswork without the test of a hypothesis science? Yes or no?
If you don't test your guesses, your hypotheses, then you can't really say that they are true because you didn't test it by nature, but by experiment. So,
okay.
So they only remain hypotheses, unformed, unbased. Of course, they can have very elegant maps, very nice results, but if you don't test those results in reality, saying if you set an experiment that can tell you if this number is the same number as the one measured, the one that came out of this model or hypothesis or theory, then it just remains a hypothesis. Experiment is the sole judge of truth. Well, accuracy, truth in this case.
Okay. So anyway, man, dude, we're trying to explain to you that it's philosophy, right? So they did this thing where they looked at the microwave background. The idea is that it's all the energy in the furthest parts of the universe they can see and all this nonsense they make up. Well, it showed you that everything was dispersing away from the Earth perfectly. And so here's another quote. But when you look at the cosmic microwave background map, you also see that the structure that is observed is, in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. I need you to listen to this part, bro. Is this Copernicus coming back to haunt us? That's crazy. We're looking out at the whole universe. That would say we are truly the center of the universe.
Yes, if that was not a coincidence of alignment, then it would be a very strange thing in the and would warrant some further attention.
Okay, I'll go find the quote that explains to you. It's nothing about it's.
Why do they call it the?
That's not how.
I want to know why do they call it the cosmological axis of evil? Why is there a moral connotation to what's supposed to be a scientific question? That's what they call this observation that Earth appears to be in the center of everything. Called the axis of evil.
The axis of evil.
Yeah, cool. Cosmological axis of evil.
Correct.
Yes, that's a very That's a name.
Oh yeah, so astrophysicist right here. The apparent alignment in the cosmic microwave background in one particular direction through space is called evil because it undermines our ideas about the standard cosmological model. The Copernican Principle seems to be in jeopardy. So he just told you why they call it evil.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then they came up with a mathematical explanation to band-aid the issue on top of the bad science. You don't see a problem with that?
Wait a minute. Could you expand on that, please? Elaborate.
It's been a long time since I've... So, after they came out with this result, maybe India can help me out. What did they propose to correct for this issue? Was it dark matter, or is that something else?
I have not yet
No,
studied
that's
this
something else.
matters.
I actually can't remember, but they did say they came up with some weird geometric thing. I don't know, where like I can't remember off the top of my head, and I'm not at my laptop, so just have to
Well, I
like
haven't really
I
come
don't
up
know.
with much viable at all, from my understanding. I'm trying to find the quote where the dude just admits as much.
No, I saw a Vsauce video on it. They did have a something. Something like maybe things are different at different scales or something. Like physics are different at large scale. I think it was something like that.
Yeah. So that's what they're gonna have to say.
I mean, physics as we have it today does differ based on what scale we are, located.
We're literally
located in.
sitting here hearing you admit that everyone that you look up to doesn't know anything about what's out there on that scale, or even about the scale, or how to prove the scale, or that they know anything about the movement in the scale.
No.
How can you then turn around and say that it is like that? We're literally covering in excruciating detail how the people that have given you this story, when you say scientists and they are telling you that they don't even at all know how to adequately map out that scale. They have no idea what it is.
Yeah, I posted the picture with the axis of evil, and yeah, they claim they sent a satellite in space to measure the microwave cosmic background radiation, and they detected. So this satellite was like above the Earth's surface. And the problem is that this satellite detected that actually the Earth's North Pole is the center of the whole universe. And this satellite was not in that center point. So whatever it measured, it found out that everything pinpoints to our North Pole. So in that sphere of scan, which they claim they did, or a dome, they found that North Pole is the very center of everything, of the world and the sky. And they call it axis of evil because, it demolishes the heliocentric model and also the Big Bang Theory.
To be frank, I have not yet looked at this particular issue, and to say anything on it from my side would be an opinion in this case.
In the Big Bang Theory, the center of the universe is very, very, very far from our galaxy.
But the thing is, there is no center of the universe. That's the whole.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. In the Big Bang Theory, there is a center of the universe. Yes.
Right. So Yeah, I was able to find a quick article, but yeah. So the problem with the CMB is specifically off of the back of the Big Bang Theory, quote unquote. We wouldn't expect to see what they saw with the cosmic microwave background. That's the problem. Right here it says, at the heart of the picture is the cosmological principle, which says that the universe appears the same on the largest scales no matter where you happen to be looking. This is what you'd expect in the aftermath of an explosion like our Big Bang, with all the constituents winding up mixed together in a randomized homogeneous soup. The reality, it seemed, wasn't like that, meaning the observations didn't match the model.
Yeah, and another funny thing about this satellite measurement, when they did the first measurement and they found this, they said, oh, some things inside the satellite, some sensors must have been miscalibrated. And then they reapproached the problem, they checked everything, all the systems, and then they did the measurements again, and they found the same result. And also a third time, because the second time they also claimed there must be something wrong with the satellite. And they checked it, and then they did again the measurement, and they got the same result. And after that point, they dropped the project.
Just so you guys know, I've heard a lot of people screw that word up. It's homogeneous. Homogeneous.
Yeah, so
Homogeneous.
say the adverb version. Wait, say the adverb version. That's the hard one.
Yeah.
It's the homogeneous. That's what it is.
Yep.
No, it's like hypothesis and hypothesis. To me, it's tomato.
Well, they're two different words, homogeneous and homogeneity. But here's
Is it? I don't know.
Yeah. Here's a different bro for you. So dark energy appears to be in the dominant component of the physical universe, yet there is no persuasive theoretical explanation for its existence or magnitude. The acceleration of the universe is, along with dark matter, the observed phenomenon that most directly demonstrates that our theories of fundamental particles and gravity are either incorrect or incomplete. Most experts believe that nothing short of a revolution in our understanding of fundamental physics will be required to achieve a full understanding of the cosmic acceleration. For these reasons, the nature of dark energy ranks among the very most compelling of all outstanding problems in physical science.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so what they're doing is what they're doing, instead of going and even acknowledging that there's a viable option, which is that the Earth is stationed with a fixed frame of reference, they're frantically trying to explain the other as if it's not even an option. That is not science, is it, right? That is religion. That is zealotry.
And forced religion. Not to believe it, it means to be a heretic for them.
He's sitting here saying, we have to scrap everything. Our fundamental understanding of everything has to be wrong. Yeah. And they're not even going to address that there's one other alternative that isn't wrong at all. And all this does is confirm it even more. And they pretend it's not even there. That is religious zealotry.
But that's not quite true.
It's literally true.
I'll tell you why that's not true. Because
Wait. What's not true? Specifically,
the notion that the geocentric position of the Earth is still remains a viable alternative to this problem that you mentioned.
Okay. So you're answering a question that wasn't asked.
I'm answering an issue. Can't I do that?
I'm just saying you're answering a question that nobody asked here instead of addressing directly what's been said here.
I'm just putting up. I'm
I know because I know because the point that we're making to you is that though both mathematical representations or coordinate systems are identical, actually practically the same. The only reason that the Ptolemaic model is not viable, it's simply because they don't want it to be, because they don't feel like it should be. And there's tons of quotes where they say specifically that. There's no actual evidence, according to them, that could go against this. There's no hypotheses or no test that would disprove that the Ptolemaic model is correct. But on the grounds of philosophy alone, they accept that we're not at the center of the universe. So what about that is incorrect?
Yeah, when you disagree with it, you're disagreeing with the people that brought you your belief.
Well, to be frank, these are quotes. And the problem is science is not through quotes. You are basically distilling a whole position to a few sentences.
They're not true quotes. Okay, so what?
No, they are true.
Wait,
but
okay, don't.
Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. Go.
So all you can try to say, and I covered this with you earlier, right? Because we're experimenting with this, and what we found out is that anyone that needs to cling on to the ball, they don't have many options here. It's very difficult for them because they think they know the Earth's a globe because they appeal to this idea of these superhero scientists with their capes on that did it all for them. So when you start to bring them those people one by one, and you show them what they're actually saying to explain what it is that they hold to be true, right? Then you don't really have many options to disagree with it. So the only thing you can really say is, oh, this must be taken out of context or cherry picked. Now, if something is cherry picked, that means that if you left it in context, it would actually reveal information that was contradictory to what you're claiming it says. Not one single quote that we're showing you is like that. They're all completely in context, and we encourage you and any of the readers to look up the citations and go verify this. I did.
All right. I thank you for the quote that you have posted in the chat, and I will go look at them later.
Okay.
But you should already know this because in academia, these kinds of arguments happen all the time. There are hundreds of models. Like you should know that if you're in school for this stuff.
So do you know what?
I'm trying to figure out what's going on because I'm an outsider looking in. I didn't go to university, and I know this. Why? Because the people at university are informing me. Because I care about the information, right? So I don't understand why you're just hearing about this today.
It's not that I'm hearing about it for the first time. It's about that I'm hearing this particular. Yes, I am kind of hearing about it for the first time because physics is a very large body of knowledge. So to expect anyone to know every single bit of it is
No, I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying.
Very limited.
I get what he's saying because he's lumping physics in with theoretical physics, and we get that already. That's
okay.
Please continue.
Sorry,
we get it, man. But we need you to understand what we're trying to inform. Like the reason you don't know about all of it, even if you are studying it, is because they don't teach it. That's right. They don't actually teach it because what it's set up to do is to get other people to try to help figure out the holes in the story. That's literally what it is. You're going into a field of study that has already made the assumption. That's what astronomy is. That's what modern astronomy is. It is a field that has made the assumption of the Earth and its position. It doesn't even cover the fact that that entire field is actually not even viable or in any way has been proven. They just assume it, and then they try to teach you the details about what's wrong with some of the stuff, and mostly what they think they've gotten right, and they want you to, over the course of years, once you fully get the fairy tale, try and help them piece the fairy tale together. We're letting you know the people that helped bring you the modern version of the fairy tale let you know they had to piece it together just to even propose it to you, and it's with all kinds of stuff they can't prove or understand. There are all kinds of stuff they can't even adequately explain. Do you see the bigger picture, bro?
I think I do get what you are meaning meaning to say, there's the idea that you're trying to get across, that this is a big narrative formed from narrative and not from reality. And it's trying to make a fairly fitting narrative of the real world that can be, or should be, fairly easy to find spots where this narrative should and will disagree with reality, or i.e. experiment.
Yeah. So what exactly is it that you're going to school for?
Physics, science in this case.
That's a
But
super
of course, yeah, it's a very vague idea, I know, but still.
Okay. Fair enough. It's cool. So, to understand the physics of the natural world, and it would depend on where your focus is. So, are you interested in explaining physics on the Earth, or are you interested in explaining physics in outer space?
Imaginary.
Well, it is kind of true that some experiments done on Earth will be different than ones done in space. But so the first thing is to try and see what the underlying physics would say would happen if it was done on Earth or in space.
You're answering a question that wasn't asked. I don't mean to be rude.
Oh, of course.
I'm just pointing out that a question was asked to you, and I don't know if you're aware or not, but you're not answering the question. You're answering a question that no one asked.
Okay, well, I must try to get to it through this context, but all right. I don't really care if it is done on Earth or in space, because I believe it is universal, depending on the local context. Like, things don't fall in space, but on Earth they do.
Okay, so anyway, dude, I'm just gonna fast forward this, dude. The reason I brought it up was I'm asking if you wanted to explain physics on the Earth or not. All right. Well, because if you want to fully understand physics on the Earth, you need to look back and see what brought us to our understanding of physics that we currently have on the Earth. For example, electricity and everything that we use in the world. And so when we look back, then we'll figure it out. And so all the people that gave us everything we still use for physics on the Earth, the original people, they actually assumed there was an ether. Then there was a test where they tried to.
Oh, sorry, you cut out.
They try to do a test that proved that the Earth was spinning in the ether, and it showed that the Earth was completely nil. Its velocity was nil, nothing. So It was like, damn, what do we do now? Obviously, the ether must be wrong, because we can't even entertain the idea that the Earth's not moving. That's what happened.
Well, yes, that's a Michaelson.
Funny thing,
right?
These laser interferometers are the most precise measuring instruments in automotive industry. Yeah, we use it to measure micron precision car parts. Yeah, and when you put the part that you made, to measure it, its dimensions, so that it fits the tolerances accepted. If you move that table where that interferometer is, that instrument, when it's measuring the part, you're messing all the measurements. If you move the table. So they don't work if they are in motion, those laser interferometers.
Yes.
Yeah, so they show you that, speed, velocity in space is imperative. They have to be still, so you can perform accurate measurements. If it's not still, if you install this interferometer in a train and you try to measure any component, you will get fake readings. You will have to take the speed of the train, which is moving, and actually equate that into that measurement anomaly readings. And then you will get your real value.
Yes, that's true. Yes, that's true.
So how can be something? How can something have zero velocity and it's actually constantly accelerating?
Acceleration doesn't always mean that the speed changes. Only the direction can change.
Well, we are always moving in a electric and magnetic field. Yeah, whenever we make a step in the world, we are moving in a electric and magnetic field. Yeah.
Yeah, and really the important part that you need to get, bro. I brought this up because you need to understand what happened. Okay, because obviously as we show you these quotes, you don't know what's happening. They found out the Earth wasn't moving. They had to pretend that that wasn't the case. They didn't even entertain that the Earth was moving. So then the theory of relativity eventually was come up with. And they took something called the Lorentz contraction, okay? And Einstein tried to apply it to the actual apparatus in the Michaelson Morley, saying that the apparatus itself, the physical apparatus, was contracting. Literally, okay? It's insanity. And that's just the beginning of the insanity. Then the theory of relativity goes on to desperately attempt to explain how the Earth's a spinning ball on an axis, but it's going to appear to be the exact opposite. That's what happened. That's what relativity is.
As a physics student, I would like to ask you one question, if you guys okay.
Sure.
Yeah, as a physics student, do you believe in Einstein's relativity theory?
I've only had experience with the special theory of relativity. I've not yet encountered the mathematical theorem behind the general relativity.
Okay, so my question is simple. Do you believe that your feet are older than your head?
That depends on what you usually mean. As in, do the photons that left my feet how much time elapsed since they departed and since they arrived in my eyeball? Then,
so you believe it? So you believe that your feet are older than your head?
The feet are older than I see them. That's the word.
Than your head. You know, your head is not where your feet are, and your feet are not where your head is. They are at different position locations at all the time.
But the relative speed of velocity is nilch, zero. In that case, they both experience the same time.
Not according to Einstein's theory of relativity.
Could you elaborate on that?
He claims that your feet are older than your head. Yeah, the twin, which goes into space and comes back, will be younger than his twin brother.
Yes, but do keep in mind that the twin was in a spaceship moving at very high speed, had very high velocities.
Yeah, and in your heliocentric model, your feet are on the ground and your head closer to the sky. So the radius from the axis of spin is different. So your velocity in space is different than your feet.
They do still have the same angular velocity.
No.
Radius, dude. If you're in a little gravity well space-time fabric, then you're in a different place in that relative to the mass that displaced that magical space-time fabric. So you would have a different effect, and he incorporates time to that, right?
Yes. Oh, that's general relativity. Yes, that's if you are including that one, then yes, then those will have different time spans, but of course very tiny, very tiny. You
So your feet. Then I was right. You believe your feet are older than your head.
I was assuming that you were speaking about special relativity, but yes, from what I know of general relativity, then that would be true. Of course, you wouldn't really know how you wouldn't really detect that.
Do you think that it's normal to believe that?
That's pretty crazy, bro.
It is not common sense.
Do you think it sounds normal? Huh?
No, it's crazy, I know. But the thing is, we cannot rely on common sense in these cases.
Oh, that's fair enough.
Right.
You mean actually you have to exclude common sense? Is that what you mean? You have to get rid of it.
Where do you think common sense came from?
Common sense is inherent in our reality. Common sense is inherent in our reality, and whoever made it or whatever made it.
Yeah, I mean, if they come from your senses, that's why it's in the word. That's why the heliocentric model is, by definition, nonsense.
Well, let's get to the crux of the philosophical debate.
Okay.
So now people say, what shape is the Earth? Is it flat or is it round? Now, problem number one, flat is not a shape. It's a description. It's an aspect of something. So automatically this juxtaposition is that the media puts out is already incorrect on arrival. So the question is it a sphere or is it not a sphere? So how do we determine that it's a sphere? Well, they've given us certain methods to calculate that it's a sphere with a certain dimension. Now, being that that's the case, we can actually measure and test to see if the sphericity is there or not. So before we even go into that, if the Earth isn't a sphere, what really changes?
Okay, well, on the locally, like within your room and such. So now, actually,
no. If it's not a sphere, like if the Earth isn't a sphere, what does that change academically for you?
Well, I was getting to that. Locally, not much difference would be felt. Like your cup of coffee wouldn't be different on the different laws of physics.
Well, is there any difference though? You said not much difference. Is there any difference? That's what he's asking.
Oh yes, difference would be that under known laws of physics, a series of things would happen depending on what actually do you mean by flat Earth.
Okay, so all the physics were come up with on the assumption that the Earth is stationary and flat. That's the only way we can physically do anything in the world successfully. So physics, if it's science, then you can physically test it, meaning you can use it. You can do something with it successfully because it's physically true. It's physics. That all assumes that the Earth is flat and not moving. So when you say on the local scale, not much would change. No, the answer is that literally nothing would change. And if you claim the Earth's a globe, you just have to say that it's identical to what it would be like if it was flat and not spinning. But relativity says it just tricks you. It's an illusion, and that must be true.
Well, let's not for a moment include general relativity because I don't have the math behind it to tell what would be the consequence.
Okay,
So
it's just important to understand it, man, you know?
Yes, I do know what you mean. But when you ask what will be different, well, to answer that, I would need to know what is different in the scale on the Earth. So would this flat Earth have a thickness? Of course, we know.
The deepest anyone's ever gone in the Earth, ever, is under 8 miles. So it doesn't matter what anyone says about anything beyond that. Literally means nothing. It's just a fairy tale. So we know nothing more than that.
So let's. Sorry, go on.
Well, yeah, because when the globe Earth made all kinds of predictions about what would be all the way down to the 8 miles, they were wrong about the entire thing. So that definitely doesn't help out anything but flat Earth. And that's the point we're making, is everything is like that. Let's use radio waves for an example. What would it change if the Earth's flat? Nothing. That's how we use them. We shoot them horizontally for thousands of miles.
Not quite. In a flat Earth, the signal bouncing back from the ionosphere would travel a larger distances because they would encounter the upper bounds of the opportunity at a different angle. This comes from.
Well, I didn't really want to get into. I don't know. Maybe I asked the wrong question. So what I want to do is take you to whether or not the Earth measures to be a globe or not, and then go from that perspective, because we can't measure it not being a sphere, and then you then say, well, it wouldn't work if it weren't a plane, therefore it is a sphere because of lasers bouncing off the ionosphere, whatever the case.
But
right?
real fast though, bro, I think it's important to make him before that. I mean, okay, the conversation was, so like, what would be the difference? And so I brought up a perfect example that not only would there be no difference, but it's just how we actually use something. And so he said, nuh-uh. He needs to know specifically, this is a good example because this is how the whole thing is going to be for you. You think right now, nuh-uh, the radio waves wouldn't work like that if the Earth was flat. Now, here's what actually happened. Someone named Marconi sent the longest radio transmission ever at the time, over 2,000 miles, 2,200 miles. All the people said, you can't do that. The Earth's a ball and it'll block it at 200 miles. He ignored them. He used line of sight. He horizontally hit his target the first attempt 2,200 miles away. He then ended up sending one 10,000 miles horizontally, hitting his target using line of sight directly in front of him, assuming a plane underneath him. Then people had to theorize with the idea that there's an ionosphere up there and there's an area where it actually reflects back down and comes down and lands on the globe. Now that's what actually happened in actual historic reality. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's a good example of what you talked about before, about the two models still giving the same result. So in either case, the signal did go a very long distance, and in your model, on flat Earth, you say that the signal went further because there was no bend, no curvature, so there was a line of sight between the target and the receiver.
Correct.
Yes, and on the globe Earth, another idea was formed that there could be something like that, or can be there might be something that can reflect back a portion of the signal from this layer of ionized atmosphere.
Right, but they came up with that idea to try to explain how it could have happened on a globe. They said, you can't do this. It's physically impossible. There will be a huge hump of Earth curvature physically blocking the radio waves. You cannot send it that far. He ignored them, sent it anyway, and it hit his target the first try 2,000 miles away, and it was supposed to get blocked by the Earth's curvature at 200 miles. but then he sent one 10,000 miles. Okay, so the facts are that when you assumed the globe, you said you couldn't do it. Then you physically did it, and we do it all day, by the way, every day, all around the world. Okay, and it showed that it wasn't over top of a curved surface. It was over a horizontal.
Hello?
How could that have happened hypothetically to keep the assumption the Earth's a globe? It's just objective. If you want to know the truth, you have to put your big boy pants on and be honest about it, right? So like they didn't teach you this in school. There's a reason, right? But this is just very easy to verify. National Geographic covered this, saying what I'm saying to you. Even mainstream knows.
Also, yeah. Also, when you go to U.S. Military Academy and you want to learn about radar technology, you will be learning electromagnetic waves propagation over flat stationary Earth.
Correct. The military has a ground
Yeah.
weapon system.
Yeah.
As a weapon system, they send radio transmissions, a ground weapon system, and the title of the military paper that you can have access to, it's declassified, is Electromagnetic Propagation Over a Flat Earth. And it explains the only way they can adequately acquire target acquirement, is assuming a horizontal propagation over a horizontal plane, and they use it, and it costs millions of dollars to produce it.
Yeah.
I have not read that report, so I can't really speak on it. But I can say that this comes back to using what models for which purposes. So let's say, for instance, that this is a hypothetical explanation of why they might have used a model of a flat Earth for radio propagation. So let's say that the calculations needed to calculate this effect on a spherical Earth are more complex. They need to account for curvature, so we need to use.
What happened to Occam's razor?
No, it's very simple what happened. If they shot the waves assuming that the Earth was a globe, they couldn't hit their target. So they had to create a viable model to shoot and hit their target, because we're talking about the military, that people's lives are at stake. You have to get the bad guy. We're not talking about I want to play games and make up stories. This is like real life. And so they have to assume that for it to work, and it's explained in the document. They have to assume there's a dielectric plane. Dielectric is just a word that means electrostatic. The Earth is intrinsically electrostatic, and it's a plane within a magnetic field, and it's horizontal. They have to assume that to use the weapon system that they do use on a regular basis. And this is they are dropping the document for you. If they're not, I will.
Okay, I'll look at it later. Thank you for that.
Do you, as a student physicist, you also have to know about electromagnetic waves reflection.
Hmm.
What happens when light is being reflected by solid matter or liquid? How does it reflect? When it's reflecting off an object, will it have the same lumen intensity? It will carry all that lumen intensity infinitely, or we have light attenuation, light inverse square law?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
So when light does reflect off materials, of atoms, two things can happen, or two kind of thing happens. Either the light reflects elastically, just bounces back off like a perfectly elastic marble, which really
that's how we try to imagine it at atomic level. But in reality, what we see is that when you have light reflecting from a solid object, when you shine light on a wall, every light beam wave, that hits that wall will be reflecting at infinite angles. all the angles, not just like that certain ray beam. Like when you shoot a laser beam into a wall, yeah, you see the laser straight line, yeah, and it doesn't reflect at the same angle, opposite angle, backwards. You will see only a very bright dot on the wall, yeah, and it's very much like the light source itself, the laser, but it will not shine to you in your eye the same kind of laser beam coming from the laser device.
Yes, that's true. And
yeah,
I can give you
it will be diffused.
Yes,
you know?
that's the word. That's the word.
Yeah,
I
it's not
can
a
give you
beam anymore.
All right, bro.
Yes,
But just because
Yeah.
I did take it away from Eli, and like he's asking the most important question, I wanted you to
Yeah.
realize that it sounds like a crazy thing to take in. We get it. We thought the same thing. Everyone has different amounts of times they can even be honest about it. You find out, well, what would be different if it were flat and not moving? And then you look at everything else in life and you realize that literally nothing else would change because that's how everything you've ever experienced your entire life is. And you see the sun move in the sky because it moves in the sky. And you don't feel like you're moving because you're not moving. And the horizon is horizontal because it's horizontal. That's why it's horizontal.
Yeah.
Sea level is called sea level and assumed to be flat because it's flat and level. That's why it's called sea level. And you will find out quickly that everything that works in the real world has to assume this and utilize this fact. And we're trying to break it down for you. You're going to have to look into things because it sounds crazy. And we were all taught that idea.
And you know, even on the
Cut out with
globe, the down vectors are divergent from the center. Yeah. On the surface of the globe, the down vector is convergent to the center.
Yeah, like if you want to know the
And
truth.
this means, yeah, go ahead.
Well, okay, Eli was telling you the most accurate way, most efficient way to know the truth. They claim the Earth's a globe. It has a radius of 3,959 miles. It's on a 23.4 degree tilted axis. It spins 1,037 miles per hour east at the equator. If you want to know if that's true, then you can physically measure the surface of the Earth. It has to curve at a rate consistent with that radius value. That is 8 inches per mile squared, specifically 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is where you would see the curve of the Earth. Now, I'm not trying to overload you. I'm just trying to explain to you. It's very simple. The Earth's a sphere with a certain size is a geometric claim. The way that you can test or falsify this claim is by physically measuring the surface, and geometry is how you do that. When we did that, and you can do it, it falsifies the radius, which means everything they told you about the Earth cannot be the truth.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take a look at the geometry of that lecture. Okay,
You
thanks for
agree
much.
that geometry is how you measure shapes.
Yeah, I think using geometry in this case is a valid method of saying what will happen and what is, well, yes.
Well, it's what we have to use, right? Because if the Earth's a sphere that's this size, you're making a shape claim with a size. The only way to test a shape claim size is by the measurement of shapes, which is defined as geometry. And it's simple. The sphere has to curve at a certain rate if it's a sphere with a certain size. So that's the most efficient way to test it. We tested it, bro. We have observations where the radius value would have to be over 250,000 miles. And they claim that it's 3,959 miles.
Did you post your methodology in the what was it in the videos in the section about some of the topics below?
Yeah, everything else we're talking about is in the sections below, and we can drop in the voice text the observation that showed the radius would have to be over 250,000 miles.
Oh, good. Thanks. I'll look at that later. Wait, let me just write it down.
Don't want to drop the like.
Um,
I never use commands or anything. I'm modded, but literally never use it.
A black swan.
Do you
what
see the
about modern technology like linear encoders?
I'm not familiar with those. What are they?
You don't know what they are?
I've not yet come across them in linear encoder.
Linear encoders is like a ruler, yeah. We use in mechatronics, yeah, for precision positioning and repeated motion, which you want to be happening between 2 points very precisely, yeah, like CNC machines, computer numerical commands controlled.
Continue.
Yeah. So there is a company manufacturing linear encoders. It is a band strip, yeah. And on these band strips, you have very, very thin lines, yeah. Just like on a ruler, you have those millimeters or inches gradations, you know, and at equal distance. But this band strips has these lines like a few picometers in thickness and a few picometers apart from each other, but symmetrically apart from each other because it's a ruler, you know. And they are laser engraved. So when you look at it, it does look like the surface of a CD. You can see it looks like a rainbow, you know. It refracts light.
Oh yeah. That's a very cool effect. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Now, there is a optical laser device, yeah, which shines a beam on that strip, yeah, and there is a sensor which counts all those strips, you know, and this way the machine can tell you precisely how far it has traveled, yeah, and it's coming back. Now, this linear encoder is 200 meters long, and its precision tolerance is 65 nanometers. So I send this machine moving in a straight line 200 meters far away. I give it command to come back, and I give then command to go back far away again in the same location with a precision of 65 nanometers. As a physicist, I am 100% sure that you are very well aware how much is 1 nanometer.
Yeah, it's not a very small amount. Very small. Yeah, that's impressive.
65 nanometers is a high grade precision. This kind of small size, we use it in computer microchips, like many computer microchips and smartphones. Inside their chips, they have technology of 60 nanometers. Yeah, 80, 120. Like before 2010, vast majority of computers were above 100 nanometers. So those cables, those wirings inside between the transistors and stuff, they were 100 nanometers in thickness. We're talking very small sizes. And you see, according to the Earth's ball radius, 3,959 miles, yeah? When you convert that to metric units, in 100 meters, yeah, you are supposed to have about 7.8 millimeters curvature drop, according to the overall globe curvature. Now, now this is not really a problem for us, which I mean, we can build flat surfaces, because that's what these people actually did at Airbus. They built a very big building, 200 meters long, and the floor is perfect flat from one end to another. It's a plane, very precisely measured. So they installed this 3D printing machine, yeah, which is laying carbon fiber, and it's printing large structures of carbon fiber for aerospace industry. And the precision grade in printing those carbon fiber structures, they are laying down micron size carbon fiber, yeah, and align it in all their chosen patterns, yeah, so they achieve the best structural resistance according to the way you are laying those fibers. Now, this machine, when it's moving from one end to the other, 200 meters, yeah, the down vector on the ball is not parallel between two locations, correct?
Yes, but this is a small part.
Well, we have included. We have included, like, in 100 meters, there is 7.8 millimeters drop. But with our engineering, we built that flat surface. Now, at the start location of the machine, yeah, we align this machine, yeah, with the down vector to be perpendicular, yeah, and it's moving across a flat surface, perfectly straight. And when it's reaching at the other end, after 200 meters, are you trying to say to me that that machine will not be affected by the tilted down vector?
The machine calibrates how many times during its movement? Only once or continuously?
Well, they use actually that encoder, which the machine uses to measure the distance it's traveling. They use that encoder. At both ends, they place two plumb tools, yeah, plumb lines. They hang them from the ceiling, yeah,
right,
with a very thin wire, yeah, at both ends, and they are measuring the distance at the bottom, yeah, and at the top. And this way, they form a perfect rectangle, yeah. So now they know exactly when this machine is tilting or not. And guess what? They found, not they didn't found, they weren't searching, but the way they installed this machine, those plumb tools, they were found to be perfectly parallel with 65 nanometers precision in 200 meters. So if there were any change in the angle of the down vector, you would have noticed it in those plumb tools. You will see that they are not parallel. But in building this machine, they use those plumb tools because they are perfectly parallel to each other. So the down vector in location A is parallel with the down vector in location B.
Yes. So yeah. Right.
So how does this work on the ball?
Well, do you, first let's can I ask what is the precision of those? Yeah. So you could measure any the difference that is beyond those 65 nanometers of accuracy.
Well, when you travel 200 meters, yeah, your margin of error positioning is 65 nanometers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you are 10 nanometers further or closer, you know.
Yes. Because the thing
those
is,
65 nanometers, you split them by 2, yeah, divide them by 2, yeah, 32.5, yeah, and that is how much that machine will travel further or lesser, 65 nanometers, which if we are measuring the curvature of 7.8 millimeters, yeah, with 65 nanometer precision grade, I think you have no clue what you're talking about. How many nanometers are in 7.8 millimeters?
Sorry, how
You
many
can
millimeters?
measure it very, very precisely.
Yes. Yeah. I believe you what you saw.
Yeah. So.
Well, so just let me get this straight. So to check if I got it all correctly. In this room, in this hangar, you have a perfectly flat manufactured surface within that precision. Yes. And to measure how the let's say if you have something that's standing on top of this plane, you want to measure what is the angle towards it. Like, is it perfectly 90 degrees above it, or is it at a slant? I assume you have something like that, right?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Sorry. You mentioned that you use those two weights on a string to check.
Yeah, the plumb tools. Plumb tools, yes.
Yeah, and then you compare your. I think it's your printing head to these two calibration devices to see if it's still pointing down perfectly. Right?
Well, you see, the machine is moving perpendicularly with the surface of that building, you know, because that building surface is perfect flat. It's built engineered like that. But at the start location, you have the machine calibrated with the downward vector. Yeah, so it stays perpendicular, and the downward vector is also perpendicular with the machine. Now, if the Earth was a globe, when this machine is traveling 200 meters, yeah, on a flat surface, yeah, it's not curved. Yeah.
At
the end of that location, because your surface is a straight flat, yeah, at the end of that location, your downward vector will be inclined.
By
so the machine will feel like it will be tilted, you know, because it will not be perpendicular with the machine anymore. Because you're moving the machine on a flat surface built on the surface of a sphere, artificially built on the surface of a sphere. And when you have a flat surface on the surface of a sphere, yeah, you can actually choose, let's say we build a flat circle, like a disk, yeah? So we have a radius of 100 meters of a flat surface circle. And we choose that downward vector, which is perpendicular with that surface, will be in the center of that circle. And now, when you move...
Can I interrupt?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Before I got on the train, and we were talking about geometry or possibly the lack thereof.
Yeah.
Is all of this conversation in response to maybe a measurement or something he saw, and now he's trying to figure out, like, what laser was used, or like what is that what's going on?
No. I was telling him about.
Talking about.
Well, I didn't get to even tell you. You asked me, and then you asked me what the hell I'm talking about.
Okay, why did you change
Never
the
mind.
subject? I'm trying to figure out what was the reason for the topic shift, or am I wrong? And are you like, how did it get here? Because
No,
I heard you
didn't
talking
say
about
you
it.
were wrong.
I heard you talking about it in Midtown, right? I had to ride underground, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna bust his chops because let's see what happens. So here I am 15, 20 minutes later asking you, how is it relevant to the conversation that was being had before I got on the train? And you're telling me it's not. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm talking about that curvature, non-existing curvature, and divergent downwards vectors, which are
So he's
has
seen
to
a
be
measurement?
present on the ball.
So
Yeah,
he's seen a measurement?
I told him that this machine is actually doing a very precise measurement between two plumb tools, and they found them that they are perfectly parallel, yeah, in 200 meters distance with a 65 nanometers precision grade.
Okay, well, I apologize.
Yeah, and this will be impossible on a sphere with the down vector converging to the center of that ball. No down vector on a sphere can be parallel with a different down vector from a different position on the surface of that sphere.
Yeah,
that will be like saying you can have a sphere with two parallel radiuses.
Yes, that's a very good question, a very good example of something that can say which model. Okay, it can very well test the assumption that we have on Earth. Yeah, that's a very good question, a very good model.
Yeah, it's either is there a variation in what would be the proper word? Is there a like an elevation change or an altitude change from the point of the observer or the plumb to the next plumb? Like there has to be a change.
No, there is no elevation. Like the surface of that machine, the floor, is made perfectly flat and level. So wherever you put a level in that building,
I mean the elevation
bubble will
as
point. Yeah.
I mean, the elevation is in the theoretical, like the 8 inches per mile squared. Like from you, the ground would have to be descending away from you on any on any point of the globe. So it's like
Yeah.
for them to be perfectly 90 degrees and parallel to one another, that's impossible on a curving surface. That's not
Correct.
possible. It's not even about shape at that point. It's about whether or not it's the sphere or not.
Well, the interesting thing is that he mentioned that the surface is made to be flat, and those 200 meters are flat, right?
Yes. Yes.
So, so there's not much. Well, yeah. So the thing is, on a
There
globe,
is zero curvature.
yes, on that plane there will be zero change in elevation. Then very well flat. And you are right. If this was a globe Earth model, would predict that the two vectors, those two plumbs, there will be an angle between them.
Yes.
Now, this is the $1 million question: is could we measure this difference?
Well,
you mentioned that you have
we
like those.
can measure.
Oh.
You see,
Go on,
when I said this linear encoder is the instrument that actually tells you, the distance when you travel 100 meters. Yeah.
Yes.
And it tells you went in a straight line or curved line.
Yes, and so the way to a very simple experiment. Let's say I'm going to calculate how much difference, how different the angle between those two plumb should be, assuming assuming that those 2 point to a center and are not offset by, say, a local mountain or a lake. And then I'll come back with an answer, and we'll see what's the answer. Is it below or above your detection limit? That seems like a good experiment, right?
Yeah. I mean, for 100 meters, the arc curvature should be 7.8 millimeters. So this means that between these two radiuses, you have an angle, which that angle we must be able to measure it. That angle cannot be parallel lines. You can't have an angle between parallel lines.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah. This is the problem. Yeah.
Did you can you provide a link to your calculation that shows that the difference? I would love to look at it. If you
This
at hand or
one,
later.
I tell you honestly, I'm looking into building my own CNC machine. I was looking for linear encoders. I'm a flat earther. And I came across this company that's producing these linear encoders, and I started reading about them. And I saw that they supply Airbus with these linear encoders for their giant 3D printing machine, which are printing carbon fiber structures for the aerospace. And I went into looking how they calibrate that. I read how that 3D printer actually works. You can find it at Airbus. It's not like secret hidden technology or whatever.
Small question: are you confident and sure that this machine does not account for any possible for this difference? Let's say that the answer that it provides is the raw measurement and not some corrected factor number.
Yeah, it was about 1 month ago or 1.5. And to be honest, I didn't save this website, which now I'm pretty sad about it. No, I should have saved it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because if they, let's say that they are in on it and that they want to still perpetuate this, the myth of the globe Earth, then it would be very easy to ask them, does the machine account for this and how?
Well, they were saying, they were not saying about taking into account the Earth's curvature or anything like that. They were talking about installing and calibrating the machine. And they used plumb tools, to precisely position and also to verify the rail tracks, that they are correctly installed, perfectly straight. So when that machine is moving across inside this building, there is no deflection in the down vector or anything. This machine in no position in that building is not perpendicular with the down vector. And on a globe, if this was true, when you build such a big machine, when you move this machine, like 4 or 5 meters tall machine, printing head, and the down vector is tilting, this machine is heavy and will be bending, and it will change the angle which the printing head position will not be correct, precise.
Yes. Yeah, that's also a factor in this.
Yeah, and what I read there is that they built it on a perfect flat surface, a building with a flat floor inside, 200 meters long and about, 20 or 40 meters, 20, 30. It's a huge building. They have airplanes inside there. And Airbus, does build very big airplanes.
All right. Well, that seems like something I can try and work out the specifics of, the numbers.
Yeah.
And then I'll be back because it's frankly getting a bit late around here. So I thank you all for having me here, and I'll be back. Simply put, goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah, I just noticed he had a mushroom cloud as his profile picture, his PFP. I don't know if I'm coming through on audio. I think he's trying to be an atomic physicist, is where he's eventually going to go. So how many times has anybody gotten this question? It's a dismissal of flat Earth because we don't have a model. They seem to think we need a model when their own model is flawed on every level. How do they know what is at the core. They've never been there. As far as I know, they have like this dynamo filled with sodium, and they say this is what causes the electromagnetism on Earth. I thought the core was iron that was solid. Not sodium. No, I was saying Brenda is a troll. I think it's one of these things to where she has tried so hard to convince flat earthers of the globe that everything that comes out of her mouth is asinine. I think she had said something like, depending on the positioning of the tripod, the plumb bob will be different, thus giving different vectors of gravity or some shit. That's the only thing I can think of. And that was before my time. I've never met her. I've never been to Gem Pandas or nothing. No, I think she was trying to explain the force of gravity and coined the term Brenda force. I'm not sure. Ask the citation police. He's the one that brought it up. Hey Yoda, how you doing? I see you got VC verification.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yo, what's good, bro?
Not much. So how's your day going?
No, it's pretty alright. I just got back from bowling.
Nice. Did you score high?
I scored like 100 flat, and then I got like 80. So like, not that high, but decent if you don't go often.
Yeah. Shoot, I think I would probably bowl an 80 right now. It's been years. But interesting thing about that bowling alley, right? You have a ball and pins, and you have a flat board that's kind of crowned in the middle, right?
Right.
Now, if it was flat, people would be getting strikes too often, so they have to arc it.
Mm-hmm.
But lawn bowling, you know, you're going on just the dirt itself. So unless you level it, you know. Anyway, so what do you think about the shape of the Earth? Do you think the Earth has a shape?
Oh, I think the Earth is flat.
All right. Well, so no shape attributed to flatness, right?
Right.
Right. Because it's a surface feature.
Right.
Yeah. It doesn't necessarily mean smooth.
No, definitely not.
All right, on. I just saw you in here the other day and you didn't say anything, I think, yesterday. So I figured I'd talk to you and give you a chance to speak up and introduce yourself.
Wait, who's talking right now? Is it Joshua?
Yes, Joshua.
All right, just wondering. Yeah, so like, kind of like just my opinions on like, or kind of just like some thoughts I have. I feel like for all like the round earthers in here, like, I mean, like we're kind of like all like indoctrinated at like a young age to like believe like the objective fact or like ideology that the earth is round, right? And because we're taught it as like an objective truth, it's kind of like just like, oh, like the sea is blue, right? Because it's like such an objective truth, it kind of changes the question from the earth is round, what does this prove, instead of what proves the earth is round, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like that's why there's so many like discrepancies amongst like once you feel like further your research, right? Because under like a false pretense or false narrative.
Right. That's pretty much what it is. There's a myth in the land, and everybody accepts it for truth, just like back in the days of ancient Rome and all these other civilizations. The religion of the land is not necessarily the faith, you know? It's not necessarily what individuals believe, but it is what the hierarchy believes and puts forward as a method of control.
Right. And I completely agree. I saw like somewhere in this like Discord there was like a red pill like channel or something. And I feel like that analogy is like really applicable just because like kind of like we're all like brought up as blue pills, right? And like through like becoming an independent thinker, right? Like kind of like challenging the beliefs of like their authorities, we become red pilled, right? And you can't force someone to take the red pill. Like you can't tell someone like, yo, the earth is flat, bro, and then list like, you know, like some like counter arguments or like arguments to support that, right? You can't like overturn like 12, 15, how many of your years of like indoctrination, right? They have to like be willing to do it and do their own like research.
Exactly. And the older people get, the worse it is, right? Because they've been going under this presupposition for many years.
Right. Completely agree.
It's almost like they can't think outside of the box and entertain an idea just to see where it leads, right?
Right. And I don't think like believing that the earth is round is like inherently of itself like dangerous, but I think that what it represents is, which is pretty much like not like questioning like what you're told or like these like so-called like objective truths, right? It's like, I mean, like some people like equate to like being like a sheep or a follower, and that in of itself is dangerous, right? Because like I don't want to be that guy who like makes the comparison to like Nazi Germany, but that's essentially what it is, right? Like you're like brought up on the like it can be like super dangerous under the wrong like pretense, right?
Yeah. In fact, the weird thing is, you know, like what was the one thing that really convinced you, right? Like, because with me, it was using water levels and leveling the foundation of a house and not understanding how that process is. But yet the guy that I was working with, the foreman, he knew exactly how it worked. And he didn't want to tell me what he knew, right? He just kept saying, yeah, it's the thing. That's how it works. We don't know. You know?
Right.
Until like I kept asking him, I go, but wait a minute. You know, because I'm sitting here swimming in the river and I see, you know, the water's pretty flat when I have my nose in the water, right? To where my eyes are just barely above the water. There's a dead calm and I see birds like skimming over the surface of it. Without like, you know, breaking their necks because they're skipping water off their beaks, you know? I mean, so that right there, I'm just like, so does that mean the world is flat? He says, maybe. So it's just one of those things to where I think he's had experience in it and he just doesn't want to come forward as a flat earther because, well, he's a construction worker. He's just going to do what he has to make sure the structures are built and squared, so
Right.
that he doesn't have to come back and fix it.
And it's hard to like publicly say like you're a flat earther, right? Because it's like so stigmatized.
Exactly.
Yeah, no. So like what like kind of started me to like dig a little deeper is so I was arguing this like there's this kid in my like freshman year of high school, and he was saying like he was essentially a flat earther, right? And I had an argument with him, but like most of the people who like are brought up on like the objective truth that Earth is round, like the moment you get in an argument, you realize like, oh fuck, like why is the Earth round? Like I don't know, like, and so that is what like kind of incentivized me to dig deeper, and like I found like discrepancies like fish lens is like what causes like the curvature, like photos and shit, and like all this like information.
Yeah, I have a fisheye lens and I play with it all the time. It's pretty
right.
It comes in handy when you're in a mine in a low light environment and you have, basically, a flashlight as a point of light. With the fisheye lens, you're able to catch more of like the walls and the ground and all that than normally, because it's point of aim instead of bringing in a wider field and coalescing it onto a single chip. Yeah. But I urge everyone to try to purchase one of these cheap, I think $17 is how much this one was, and it came with a macro lens and a wide angle lens, and it just clips onto your cell phone.
Wait, hold on. I have to go real quick. I'll be back in a sec.
All right. But I'm just saying the reason for the fisheye lens is so we can debunk the curvature of the Earth, even at ground level, say 4 foot. You can see the curvature of the Earth if you have the phone positioned in the way that the ISS would have their camera positioned, Doesn't mean that it's there. It just means that the optic is bending the image.
That is correct, Joshua. That guy doesn't sound like Yoda, though. I'm disappointed.
Right. I'm just trying to fill the dead air, guys. So if anybody has anything else to talk about.
Earth, it is flat. The hell Yoda says it, I don't know. How would Yoda say that?
Flat the Earth is. Mm-hmm.
Flat the Earth is, yes. There you
go. Bending it is not. It is your mind that is bending. Oh, man.
What you have learned, unlearn you must.
You must learn to trust the force of gravity. No, that's the dark side. Sorry. Yeah, George Lucas certainly did a lot to create the modern mythos. Or George Lucas. My bad. What did I say?
It started in the 60s on TV. They got us lost in space, and he got us completely lost in space then, didn't he?
Mm-hmm. And they got everybody rooting for the terrorists without even realizing it. I mean, it's a neat story, but that's all it is. It's a fantasy story. It's like I was watching, I was looking on my Kodi for like new TV shows, and it's all Star Wars, right? And I guess the newest one is the Chronicles of Boba Fett. First, like, episode has him crawling out of that worm that he got eaten in, whatever fucking one that was, where Han Solo, like, knocked him into the pit. Empire Strikes Back or some shit. I can't remember. And I'm just like, yeah, right. He would have been digested.
I've seen all those movies. I can't remember who Boba Fett is, though. It's been
The
too
bounty
long.
hunter.
Okay, yeah.
The one with the helmet.
He was like Han Solo's rival.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was always trying to get that bounty on him. As a cowboy. Space cowboy. Oh, yeah, that's another one. Cowboy Bebop, you know? Capturing the minds of youth through flashy graphics, cartoons, fun sounds, and jingles. It's like that Mobile. Now, see, when I was growing up, we had He-Man and Masters of the Universe and stuff like that.
I think the next big space movie is Tom Cruise. I don't know the name of it. It's supposed to be coming out this summer, I think.
He-Man.
Space movie.
Isn't that what it's called, the space movie?
I don't know. I haven't heard the title. I just heard he was going to be in one.
Yeah, how much you want to bet they're going to drop that film on Earth Day or the day after Earth Day, the so-called Flat Earth Day? Because the second level film is dropping.
Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising if they have it ready already in the can and everything. But it might still be shooting. I don't know. So
Don't people realize?
Sorry. Be right back. But go ahead.
Well, don't people realize that Tom Cruise is a Scientologist who believes in an alien god? Come on. You can't make this up.
I recently found out one of the doctors or chiropractors I've been following for years was a Scientologist. And I'm like,
really?
Man, I'll post the channel. So his son came out and said that this is this guy, and I'm sure you all know him, and I'm his son, and he's a Scientologist, and the reason I know that is because I'm his son. And then it's like, okay, that doesn't negate like all the other helpful shit he's putting on the internet, but I still respect his right to say it,
Yeah.
So don't tell me, Hank, you let a Scientologist crack your back. You didn't do that, did you?
No, it's a YouTuber. He's a YouTuber.
Oh, okay.
I'll post it. I'll post it.
Like a personal chiropractor. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's some dude on the internet, and the stuff that he's talking about. Like I've looked into it and checked it out. Makes sense. Not the Scientology part. He doesn't talk about Scientology on his channel. He only talks about the medical stuff. Just to be clear.
I thought we lost you to Scientology there for a second, Hank. Thank God.
We'll post this. You guys can start analyzing yourself and everybody else.
Yeah, too bad vitamin C does nothing without magnesium copper. It's like a synergy. It works better with those. And I think it actually, too much vitamin C can deplete copper levels. So that's why I just drink orange juice.
Yeah, I've heard of people taking thousands and thousands of milligrams vitamin C just for no reason. trying to boost their immune system and stuff like that.
But it actually does damage.
Right. Any idea what the
It's an acid.
No, the copper. You were talking about copper.
That's so cool.
Yeah, the copper.
When you deplete copper, any idea what you would notice?
You would not necessarily. I don't know what you would notice, but I know that you need copper in order for the uptake. Like the copper actually gets consumed in the uptake of vitamin C, and I think in the liver it requires magnesium to metabolize.
So it's more like a kind of a requirement of absorption or something like that.
Yeah, usually people don't have a problem with that because they eat salads and stuff. Green leafy vegetables, organ meats, we don't really eat too much anymore, but that's full of copper. Chocolate's good for you too. It's full of copper and magnesium. Dark chocolate, not milk chocolate.
Yeah.
Cacao.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's people that get a bit of a high on cacao in whatever form, more raw of a form.
Oh yeah, the raw cacao nibs. They're purple inside before they're roasted. I got a buddy who frequents Mexico. He's got a hacienda down there. And he decided to start growing cacao. So he's got like 6 different varieties of cacao. And they all have different properties. One, like they're all full of antioxidants. So he's just naturopath type thing.
I don't think I've ever seen even the plants. Let me look that up. Oh, wow. These are colorful and large. Interesting.
The other guy's got one video on there how vitamin D affects every organ and every tissue.
Vitamin D?
Yeah, that's one of his videos, the Scientologist guy that I guess now that I know he's a Scientologist, I want to watch him a little closer.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Is it possible to be a flat earther and a Scientologist at the same time?
I don't think so.
Everyone's a flat earther.
I don't think so because it's a space religion, right? Just like the globe religion.
You're right.
Oh, yeah.
Sasha, you're not a globalist, right? How much longer you got? You got another week?
You know what's crazy?
Wait, did you ask if I'm
The globe, the space religion. The space religion is like the globe. It's really a space religion because they never talk about the dimensions of the geometric shape that they're claiming it to be. They talk about all this space stuff that wouldn't work if it wasn't a sphere. Well, duh.
And you have to be an expert to talk about it. So you're even what's that word? Shoot. What do you when you withhold information on purpose?
A liar.
Gatekeeper. Liar.
A gatekeeper, a liar. Right, because there's 3 ways to lie, right? Lie is the outright lie. So you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the 3 lies. The lie by omission, the lie by addition, and the outright lie. And of course, I guess you have to have intent behind it for it to be a lie. If they don't know or they haven't put it together, like, oh, that's why they're passing these draconian laws so that they can make money. Like, you have to realize that what they're doing and then hold the information. Trying to make the monies. Gotta get more monies.
You saying people would lie for money, Hank? Oh, come on, man.
I know, what a whopper of a conspiracy theory, huh?
Were you guys all exposed to the clothes? Maybe it's not the. I think it's just clothes make the man. It's some kind of short story. Does that ring a bell for anybody? The clothes make the man.
I remember that as a George Michael song, but go ahead.
I think it was maybe 10th grade, high school. And it's basically just like a story
What
about
if
a.
we
What was it? What were you saying?
No, I was just gonna say that what if we interpreted that saying wrongly? But that's not really nobody really. I don't think I read that book. No.
Pretty much just came down to whether or not what you wear changes your behavior and attitude, I guess.
I think it's a little bit of that and
especially uniforms.
A little
right?
bit
We should
of
leave that out. Uniforms.
expectations. Yeah, so I think it's the expectations of others that really shape, I guess, how you act when you're wearing certain things.
That makes sense.
I guess after you're successful a few times, it becomes your. Well, okay, maybe I said that backwards because I'm kind of making it up as I go. But you guys tell me if it sounds like something or nothing. So you kind of build an expectation after you've worn the right thing a few times, and people treat you a certain way. And there is like me being a Gemini. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but typically, like the way I dress and the way I dress, it really does change how it's almost like it changes my personality in a sense. In a sense.
I'm sure a lot of you guys will be able to fill me in, actually, but for some reason, it's like one of those synchronicities. Like, it's just one of these phrases that keep popping up, but I've been hearing about the king's new clothing a lot. Where does that actually, is that biblical? The king's new clothing? And where does that come from? What's the verse that's about?
I don't know.
I don't think it's
You're
biblical.
not talking
The
about
king has no
emperor's
clothes. It's something else. Emperor has no clothes.
I don't know. Whatever it is, I keep hearing the king's new clothing. It keeps on popping up in different fucking places that are unrelated. I'm just like catching on to this pattern. I'm like, what is this about the king's clothing? And you were just talking
So
about
it was like
new clothing.
So it goes. I'm sorry, you're asking him. I apologize.
Oh no, I'm just saying, yeah. Like the new
Okay, I'll
clothing
explain it.
was being talked
The
about,
emperor,
yeah. Like
the emperor has no clothes. You never heard that before. So
no, I've heard a little bit of. I think I just don't remember the story. You know, like I think I've heard it before, but
okay, so the emperor, he had so much power that his people would just kind of go along with whatever he did.
What he's doing is he's misinterpreting the idea of clean food from non-clean food, and he's misequivocating the context of what that actually is.
Wait,
So
what's going on here?
it's like effectively. 1 second, I'm nearly finished. It's like so by him doing that, he's just not realizing what he's doing. So 1 equals
Did you
1.
switch rooms, Crack?
Hmm?
Dave, sorry. Hank was in the middle of saying something, and then
Why am I
you
even
started
in here?
talking about it.
Why am I
That's a
even
good
in
That's
this
what
fucking
room?
I'm
question,
saying.
bro.
That's what I'm saying. Discord is like changing channels. I don't know what the hell's
I
going on.
didn't. Sorry, guys. I was in chill text in the middle of a conversation. Sorry.
Somebody moved you.
Yeah, I'm about to
Because
look.
I was
Nah.
thinking the same thing.
Yeah. It was Battle Mod. Battle Mod moved me here.
Somebody moved you mid sentence. What happened to you?
Battle Mod moved me here. Moved one
You go back
user
to
to
BattleBot
Motion.
and you start bitching in his ear about this.
No. Can't be bothered.
He
Yeah,
said no.
go.
Stay here, hang with us, man.
Why am I even
It's
here?
much more chill.
That's great.
Sorry, guys.
Anyway, I was about to get an explanation about the king's clothing and all that. Like, what was that story again?
So the short of it, he went to, his kingdom. He went to his people and convinced them that he was wearing the most beautiful clothing, right? And everybody was going along with it because they didn't want to get their head chopped off until finally he goes outside in public and everybody was like, "Oh, his clothes are beautiful," and a child says, "The emperor has no clothes," and everybody at that moment realized that he had
He's
no
transparent.
clothes.
He's transparent. We can all see. He doesn't know that we can all see. Like that's kind of the moral of the story. Like, all right, so
So
why
that
does
was
this
what
keep
space
popping up
time is
in
about.
different unrelated
Sorry, go ahead.
places? Is what I need to connect those dots, right? Like it's just it keeps popping up. I've heard it a couple times in
Really,
music.
it's a
I've heard it.
popular. Yeah, it's a popular term. It's been used frequently throughout my life. So I don't think there's anything weird. Maybe you're just now paying attention to.
Well, no. I understand. It's just it's me picking up on it. But like, is that? I'm just saying, like, I've noticed plenty
It's
of
a very popular.
synchronicities before in life, and it's not that it was new. It's just that it was relevant at the time, and that's what kind of like when you're reading the Bible and you're like, you're feeling a certain way. You read a certain verse, and you're like, wow, this verse really freaking hits right now, But like, you might come at it with a different attitude, and you read it a different way. And I kind of feel like life kind of throws these things at you that way too, like these common sayings and shit like that go around. Like if they keep popping up, like it's like there's some message that they're trying to send to you, like, hey, you need to understand this whole king's clothing thing.
Could be. That's what the globe is. It's like the kid comes out and says, "But Dad, Mom, Professor, Pastor, the horizon is flat."
Well, often when I keep hearing often what I've noticed with the king's new clothing, where I've been picking up on it more, it has to do with like this change in social structure, basically. Like, we almost like we have a new king. Like, the new clothing of the king. The king didn't really change, but like we're moving into this total technocratic world. And this is their new clothing, and you can see right through it. But that's where we're fucking moving. They've driven societies all around the world, like every country, through religion for as long as we know. They're moving. And you guys know about like the whole idea of one world religion and all that shit for the New World Order and all that stuff. So, I mean, yeah, I think that's kind of like what it's talking about is the king's new clothing, the New World Order, basically. That's the way I've been seeing it recently. Anyway.
So, would you say like the globe in space is the king's clothing or part of it?
The emperor's
Yeah,
clothes.
yeah. That's definitely part of it. Uh, I'm almost thinking of the clothing, like a giant robe, like a veil over all of the people who he rules over.
It's like part of the grand illusion, right?
So if you think about, like, if I were to go out publicly and I was famous and I were to announce that, hey, wasn't it NASA that gave us the weapons of mass destruction? And didn't all those children die because of their actions? Like, that would be me, the little kid, calling out, the emperor has no clothes. Or, if you think about how I started, like, attacking, like, gravity and their idea of space time, right?
Every time we attack their legs, every time the footing that they stand on, when we attack their basis of all of their pseudosciences that they have up above, and we say, "Oh, hold on, you can't move one step more forward." We say, "Like, hold on, I see through this bullshit. Give me empirical evidence. Show me." Like, that's kind of seeing through the king's clothing. That's, I don't know.
So then I started attacking space time and dark matter, right? Because that's the emperor's new clothes. The dark matter was, because it fixed it was a patch for the gravity thing, just to make people go, dark matter. Well, I don't know what that is. Well, it doesn't interact with light. Okay, well, that's the new fabric of the universe, right? It doesn't interact with light. It's the emperor's new clothes.
Well, then, so my question was, then, where does that story come from? Because you said it wasn't biblical. Where does that story come from?
Oh, I forgot. It's probably philosophy, 1500s Europe, I think.
I want to know who said it and when.
Yeah, I'm probably wrong. I don't remember.
I'm sure I could look it up. I'm not asking you to go do that for me, but if anybody knew.
I vaguely remember. I think Hank's generally right.
Oh, sorry. Here we go.
Loud, Sonny.
1953. A folk tale written by Danish author Hans Christian Andersen about a vain emperor gets exposed before his subject. The tale has been translated in over 100 languages. Here we go. It was first published with The Little Mermaid in Copenhagen by C.A. Reitzel on 7 April 1837. And as the third and final installment of Andersen's fairy tales told for children, the tale has been adapted to various media. And
Oh man, do we have to look into this? Do we have to look in the Little Mermaid for more clues? Like,
the phrase "the emperor has no clothes" and variations thereof have been adopted for use in numerous other works and as an idiom. From Wikipedia.
So what year was it written down?
It was published in 1837. Here's the wait a minute. Here's the link. Sorry about that.
So it's floating around before
I just closed it. Yeah. Here we go. That's probably a deep rabbit hole to go investigate. Oh my gosh. All right. Here's the link. I just looked up the Wikipedia. I didn't actually know either. I thought it was a fable though. You know how you have Aesop's fables and things like that. I thought it was one of those.
Probably was, It just got written down and published in the 1800s, but like I said, it was floating around before that.
Let's see, what else did he do? Andersen fairy tales. He made 156 stories across 9 volumes and translated into more than 125 languages, culturally embedded in the West collective consciousness.
Like why do stories like that take off? Especially considering what it took to spread a book or a scroll or whatever it was. Going back in history, but before we had railroads, what it took.
Yeah, here's what else he wrote. So he wrote, the famous fairy tales include Emperor's New Clothes, The Little Mermaid, The Nightingale, The Steadfast Tin Soldier, The Red Shoes, The Princess and the Pea, The Snow Queen, and The Ugly Duckling, The Little Match Girl, and Thumbelina. So I bet there's some things to be gleaned from those stories. I don't know. Just saying. Could be.
The ugly duckling turns into a swan.
What if the Little Mermaid was topless?
What if?
Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. That's pretty cool. Hold on. When I look at this, here's this other story. It goes, first installment, 61.
Is Sonny just low for me, or is it everybody else?
No, he's been super quiet all day long.
I'm still quiet. I'm probably not close enough.
Yeah.
How's that?
There you go. You're good now. Now
I
go
have to
ahead.
turn it up then. Okay. It's probably just too far away. It's a cardioid mic, so I probably need to be in line with it. There, how's that? It's in the blue here. Better check it in Discord.
Loud and clear, Sonny. Continue.
Okay, so here we go. So, look, if you go in this article with Hans Christian Andersen, here's a couple different things. The Tinderbox was one of the stories from May 8th, 1835 of the series. So the Tinderbox is a literary fairy tale by Hans Christian Andersen about a soldier who acquires a magic tinderbox capable of summoning 3 powerful dogs to do his bidding. When the soldier has one of the dogs transport a sleeping princess to his room, he is sentenced, and you'll have to read the rest. So little blips about Little Claus and Big Claus is a literary fairy tale by Hans Christian Andersen, our boy, published in Danish in 1835 in the first installment of his booklet, Fairy Tale Told for Children, first collection. So I don't know what that story's about. Thumbelina is a fairy tale by same guy, first published by Reitzel on 16 December 1835 in Copenhagen, Denmark, with a naughty boy and the traveling companion in the second installment. Tom Thumb. Let's see. Thumbelina was completely Andersen's creation, although inspired by Tom Thumb and other stories of miniature people. Yeah, the miniature people. That's probably us, folks. That's my personal opinion. I won't go on because that's kind of boring.
I would bet that Hans Christian Andersen was a flat earther. No way to prove it.
If you think about all these stories and folklore and mermaids and the Irish got the leprechauns and all these different things, like, how bad does it suck that we don't get to hear that shit from Russia because they were going through a communist takeover for half a century or longer, who knows, right? So imagine if that shit were to happen to us, then all of our literature and all of our artwork just fucking burned. Oh wait, that's what they're doing right now. They're censoring people. Fucking assholes.
Yeah.
You don't have to burn it these days. You just hit delete key, right?
Sorry, Dave.
I was just saying you don't have to burn it these days. You just got to hit delete and it's gone.
All I have to do is pull the plug after that, and bye bye.
Those are book rules, Hank. Like we're in the age of digital technology, and these are unsailed seas, unprecedented events. Like there's no such thing as censorship like this. So for them, they're not breaking any rules. These are outdated rules that apply to books. We're online, and all of the forums we're on are owned by tech giants, and they get to decide what they want to show on their own, platforms. It's not the government doing it. It's the businesses. They're able to censor. They're able to I don't know, hold what is the right word? Anyway, like when you're a private company or a private person, you have like all kinds of like shit that you're allowed to do because it's part of like being an individual. Individual freedom is out the window, though. That's this new world order. No more individual freedom. It's always going to be about the greater good. And who decides the greater good? Well, right now it's looking like those who run technology, the technocrats. They determine what's right and what's wrong. They've got the most influence and power when it comes to in our governments in Washington or wherever else. The New World Order is subservient to, obviously, it should be obvious anyway, to the corporations, not to any government, what we call government. The government's subservient to them. They create the tools that are going to enable them to better control society across the world, across the plane. And then they institute the change needed to make it happen. When it comes to technology, necessity is not the mother of invention. I mean, unless your necessity is the need to control every man, woman, and child on Earth.
Look, I'm not all about invading people's private rights. If you own a publishing company, then it's a publishing company, right? You can publish whatever you want or not publish whatever you want. But these, social media things, they're more like public forums than publishing companies because we're not getting paid to, get the scoop, right, and bring them, whatever it is they're going to publish, right? Like whatever we'll cook for dinner or whatever, my selfie or what my new haircut looks like, right? So it's really a public forum, I think.
Well, I would agree with you, but they don't see it that way. You're still allowed to go down to the street corner and freaking hand out flyers and wear a sandwich board, and you're allowed to do that. You still have the public forum, like the real public forum, the one that matters a lot more. But the one that apparently, it doesn't matter more when it comes to swaying public opinion, where most people aren't out on the street, especially when you're telling people to social distance and everything else. Yeah, now people are going to get all of their information through the filter of the internet and its, conglomerates that are within it. But no, I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, that's the new public forum. But again, how I started with this little rant, it was about, these are like unprecedented times that they like to tell us. These are like the laws that were written didn't think ahead for the technology that we have now. And so when they create new technology, there are no laws stopping them in many cases from using it.
So, did you hear about the guy who goes around from town to town and he stands in a public easement and he holds a sign that says, "God bless the homeless vets," and he got arrested. And the cop, they had the internal investigation and they recorded it, which wasn't very wise. And you can find, if you want to know more about this, you can find it on that guy's channel, High Impact Flicks, but he changed the name. He got a new channel. It's now called Here's the Deal. Anyway, they arrested the homeless vet guy, and the cops were like, "Yeah, this guy targeted us, and he set us up to make a mistake, and we're not going to let that happen again." It's like, wait a minute. How did that video go? Wait, you guys targeted him and then violated his rights, and then after you punched him in the face and bloodied his nose, now you're making this video like, "Oh gosh, my nose really hurts. That guy hit us really hard." Like, it's so crazy to think about it from like that point of view, because you can look at it from the kid's point of view, like, "Oh, the guy shouldn't have been, shouldn't have had that sign. He looks like he's accepting donations, which is probably illegal, and the cops, have every right to arrest that guy." It's like, no, he was holding a sign with speech on it. That's it. And the cops came and kidnapped him and put him in a cage, and then said it was his fault.
Yeah, no, and yeah, they do that type of stuff, but often with these stories, there's a portion that's being left out, being omitted. Like, the person might have been, I'm not saying that they weren't within their rights to be, but they might have been very aggressive or ornery, or like trying to antagonize something with the cops. That happens really often, but it doesn't mean that they're not within their rights to do so. But
there used to be about 6 shootings by cops in this city alone of homeless, unarmed people. There was a rash of them. There was almost one every week. They're all the time. They slowed down because it got attention. They love shooting homeless,
Can you guys
unarmed people.
name
They love it.
a situation where a cop in a situation, how the situation is better? I mean, sure, if there's a body, right, you can't touch it, but wouldn't you call the morgue? When they get Yeah, I'm just saying that there's more than one emperor. These secret kings are all over the place.
Mic check. Mic check.
A little rough around the edges, but yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, is that Helio?
No,
Oh, Hank.
it's the other one.
Hank. I was just having a thought. One day, parents gonna say to a kid, one day people claim that they went to outer space and they called themselves astronauts and stuff, and the kid's gonna be like, did they put them in any institution? And the parents gonna be like, no, they actually paid them and promoted them.
And everybody thought it was actually real.
Yeah.
No, they didn't put them in an institution per se, but they did give them all IMDb profiles, which is movie database.
Yeah, and SAG IDs.
Yeah, the SAGs. Yeah.
Nice job. Hollywood stars, actor-nauts.
Yeah, why do astronauts have Hollywood stars? I mean, we already know why Trump has a Hollywood star, because he was in a couple of movies and he had a hit TV show. But why the fuck is Buzz Aldrin on the Hollywood Walk of Fame?
Yeah, and what was it? The whole entire Apollo 11 crew is named on their own, or was it Apollo? I forget which one.
Yeah, it wasn't. Here's the thing: it wasn't Apollo ELEVEN. It was Apollo II, which is Roman numerals for the second giant Apollo. Can't make this shit up. They even said the giant Apollo has returned during the ticker tape parade.
That crazy stuff, huh? Amazing.
Yep.
So
can't make this shit.
What is the giant Apollo? What does that mean?
I don't know. I think it was technological giant feat or something like that. All I know was on, I can't remember where it was. They were walking into New York with the parade, or not walking, they were cruising around in New York. There was a bunch of ticker tape coming down and a big banner across the buildings.
What's up?
They were telling them as heroes.
I saw them prepping the lunar lander because there's, I guess, the 50th anniversary is coming up or something. I saw that thing and I'm thinking, how the hell could that carry food and water and all that crap? And it's so friggin' small.
And the rover, that's almost larger than the lander itself.
Oh, boy.
Anybody believes that? Like when someone comes in here and goes, well, I shouldn't be like this, but I will for a second. They're like, you guys don't believe the moon landings? Anybody, that is very suspicious to me, because I don't see that anyhow any sane adult individual could believe any of that hogwash. And I'm a boomer.
John Thor had a freaking awesome clip before his channel got taken down, and it showed that thing being dropped out of the back of a military plane and plunging into the ocean.
Is anyone here a model specialist?
Yeah, I am. I used to make models when I was a child. Which one? Any of the
Perfect.
World War II, World War
You're
II.
exactly what I'm looking for.
It's
If
been
you don't
around.
mind to entertain me for just a second. Are there any three-dimensional objects with four corners other than a triangular pyramid?
Wow. Could you repeat that one more time, please?
Yes. Are there any 3D shapes or objects or whatever you will, right, that are not a triangular pyramid with four corners, including depth?
But you're not saying in nature. You're just saying, is there such a thing as this? Yeah. What about a trapezoid?
I may
Okay, so
misunderstood
does
the
a
question, but
trapezoid have four corners in depth?
No doubt.
isn't
yeah,
a
what
square
about
building there?
How about a
I
3D?
mean, I don't-
No. Stay with me. You're the model specialist, right? I asked you one more time. A
Okay, I'm
triangular
talking about
pyramid
aircraft
has four
models,
corners in
bro.
depth, correct?
What? Say it again.
A triangular pyramid has 4 corners with depth, correct?
That's true.
Okay. Now, are there any others out there that have the same thing, or is that the only one? Because we know from the book of Revelations that the earth has 4 corners, right? And it has depth, correct?
Yes, but it's actually a geometry question. I'm not an expert in geometry as far as all the shapes and what's available.
Okay, I'll
There
keep
probably is
looking.
somebody here that does have that knowledge.
Yes, it's only the triangular pyramid.
Okay, Sasha 2.0. Thank you. Now, if the book of Revelations, which came from God himself, correct, would indicate that the earth has 4 corners, and now through Sasha 2.0, we only have one model, right, that can fulfill that prophecy, and that model is a triangular pyramid. Now, I'm not saying that the earth is a filled upside down triangular pyramid. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is that there's only one shape that exists in nature that can fulfill the prophecy of Revelation 7:1. That is all.
I
The
never heard
Bible
that
also says the earth has no shape. So, I mean, I don't know what you want to go with.
There might
The earth doesn't have a shape. That's correct, because the earth is the dirt. The dirt's always moving, tectonic plates, shit like that, right? So of course it's formless, it's shapeless, it's always changing.
Go to the goddamn thing.
Tectonic plates, you're going a little bit far there.
Well, I'm just saying that you can say that it doesn't have a shape, but it can still be something that's filled with earth, right? If earth is dirt, the shit that gets between your toes, right? If that's what earth is, then yes, it is shapeless because it's always evolving. Every time a Sasquatch takes a step in a jungle, right, that earth changed shape, right?
Well, the
Yeah,
earth,
but that's not what it's talking about.
the earth
That's
is
as valid
everything.
a statement as your upside down triangle pyramid.
The earth is all of existence. So it's, how would all of existence have a shape?
Now, see, that's not what the definition of earth is based on my findings, right? My findings claim that the earth is the dirt that gets between your toes, right? So again,
Balls. You have the
now a
heavens
lot of
and the earth.
people have convinced other people through lies and various brainwashing techniques like MK Ultra that model is the earth, right? Now obviously that's not the case, because the earth is taking the form of the container, and if through the book of Revelations, which came from God, claim that there's only one shape that this container can take through geometry, right? Then it has to be included in the model. I'm not saying that an upside down pyramid filled with dirt is the model. I'm
No.
saying this shape must be included in some way.
Here's why not. That you would need to know the entire extent of Earth. You don't have that.
Well, I have access to God, so I have the entire extent of the earth. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's inconclusive, and God also says no man will know.
No man will know.
Salvation.
I never claimed to be a man.
And to be honest, to be fair, I don't know the scripture you were actually reading. I would have to read that on my own.
Revelation.
The bottom line, the bottom line is that's inconclusive. So
yep.
You can go off, you can go off the Bible if you like, but when it comes to geometry, before I make claims to things, I'd much rather count its size or measure.
Yeah, if you want to go there, fixed and firm in its foundations. You have usually foundations or like a building. You have, and 4 corners have been mentioned before. So yeah, how do you build a building? You have foundations. I'm not claiming any shape at all. But if you have foundations,
I mean, what was the question?
Pyramid.
What was the question anyway?
The question was, were there any model specialists in chat? That was the question.
And then what was the next question?
Who cares?
I told him.
What
to
was the
study
next
models.
question?
Hey, let me
I
let
told
me help
him.
you guys. Let me help you guys out with this.
No,
God,
I
hey,
don't.
God.
Not yet. I just want to know what the
Okay.
next question was.
Here's you know you
Just
need
thought
to
you
know the
wanted to know who
answer.
you're talking
He asked
to.
me what model wasn't a model expert. I told him as a child I built all models of the airplanes, World War I, World War II. He goes, great. Then he started asking
Relating
me
to
what
the
is the most
only shape
perfect
with four
3D shape.
corners, what did he say
Yeah,
about that?
that's how. He goes, what
That's
other shape besides a pyramid is 3D and has four corners? Am I
a
right?
cube. We,
Only a pyramid. So he's claiming an upside down pyramid. No, no one's going along with that. Ridiculous.
well, a cube, unless because if you're talking about the top, that would be. What would you consider a corner?
That's what I'm
Does it
No,
have to
saying.
have?
a cube has eight corners.
Listen to what I'm saying, because I wasn't done with the triangle. That's actually a pyramid. You would have the fifth angle at the top. That's another corner, unless you're only talking about 90 degrees.
Now, like I said, a triangular pyramid has four corners, four vertices,
Five
correct?
corners. Five
No,
corners.
a
It has five.
triangular
It has
pyramid has
five.
four. Do
It
I
has
need to
five
Google it
corners.
for you?
Five
PR.
corners.
P drinking. It
It's
has
not called a
five
pyramid.
corners.
It's called a tetragrammaton or a
Pyramid has
tetrad.
five corners.
Okay, so a triangular pyramid is called what?
Tetrahedron. A tetra.
Tetrahedron. Okay, thank you for that information. That's very valuable to me. Thank you.
And all that is four triangles arranged into a geometric shape, or a what do they call it? It's Pythagorean solid, the first Pythagorean solid.
But the
Okay,
five
thank
corner
you.
thing that Elijah brought up is even more crucial.
Well, I don't know. I could be wrong. It says four sides when you Google it. I'm just thinking the top. I don't see why that can't be a fifth, but
He's not saying four
whatever.
sides though.
It's
He's
the
I
saying
don't know.
difference
four corners.
between the base of the two different
Oh,
triangles.
you're
One
right.
base has
Yeah,
four corners, and the other
It's
base
not
has
four
four.
sides.
The four
Yeah, it's not four
corners.
sides. It's
Yeah.
four corners. That's correct. That's true. Yeah, like I said, five.
Okay, so all I know is that from my findings today in my research, that only one geometric shape has four corners with depth that can be filled with earth.
Yeah,
Right?
and it's
That's what
not
I'm
a
saying.
pyramid.
The
We
three-sided
just told you it has five corners.
No,
What
it
do
does
you
not
say
have
about that?
five corners. A tetrahedron has four corners, correct?
Listen,
Pyramid
you're talking
has
about
five corners.
the Pyramid of Giza, the big one, has like 8 sides, doesn't it?
Actually,
So,
yeah.
I don't understand what this guy's trying to correlate.
But he said corners, but again, there's five. Unless you're looking for a right triangle
Okay,
or
hold
right
on. I'm going to
angle.
go to live stream voice text for a second.
Yeah, it has five corners.
Listen. This is very simple. I don't understand what's so complicated about this. I'm saying unless you're specifying that a corner is a right angle, it has five.
What shape has five?
A pyramid.
Well, there's more than one.
Well, it
type of
depends on what
triangle.
the base of the pyramid is. It would need to be a triangular.
No, it doesn't. Listen.
Yeah, if it was a square pyramid, it would have five. But
You would have to exclude anything but right triangles. But right,
It's just a pyramid with a triangle as its base instead of a square as its base.
Okay, so Hank Hill, I have DM'd you a couple pictures because I do not have image perms. Can you please put these in the live stream voice text for our friends?
Sure, give me a
You're
second.
not getting
Thank
it
you.
either.
Okay.
Yeah, just picture it from its base. Every pyramid you're talking about.
I don't know if you heard what I said. Did you hear what I said? People are hard of.
No, it's
Oh,
cutting
can I
out.
go through?
It's cutting
No,
out.
I didn't say it. I'm talking about what I said before.
Oh yeah.
So if you can direct your attention to live stream voice text,
Oh my
here you can see the difference between a
Thank you.
square-based pyramid and a triangular pyramid. The point
Nobody asked
is,
about the
if you
difference.
think Jesus is
Hold on.
God and you read
I'm
Revelation
about to.
7:1, the only
This is not the biblical. You know what? I'm just gonna have to
So like I said, you made the claim. Hey, your premise is that there's only one shape that has four corners. A pyramid has five, unless you're only specifying the right angles at the base. If that's not the case, then there are five. All I'm asking for is clarity. All I'm asking for is what you mean. I mean, I don't. Everybody wants to make everything a debate. Jesus, maybe. Well,
not
let
really.
me not say his name in vain. But I mean, is it crazy? Like I'm just saying, no, it has five. Like so, I'm not gonna listen to the rest of your premise, and you talk about revelation and the only shape that the blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
If the premise is wrong, bro, like
Yeah.
what's the issue?
Unless you address the fifth corner and excluded it somewhere, like we didn't hear that part. You just kept rambling on.
now, do you think a container is a part of the model?
What the hell? What model? Why do you keep saying model, bro?
I told you I'm a modalistic researcher. I'm working on the model through the flat Earth and the globe
You
side.
can't have a model unless you have it.
Listen. Nobody's answering his questions until he addresses what I said. That's it. The end. You're not saying nothing else.
Exactly. I agree. That's ridiculous.
Okay, what's the question?
Did you hear what I said?
I heard a lot of what you said. I just wanted you to repeat the question for me.
It's not a question.
Wait, what?
You said a pyramid has four corners. I said no, it has five.
No, he's talking about a triangular pyramid, and you're talking about a
No,
square
he's not,
pyramid.
Sasha.
He is.
Sasha,
A
you're
triangular
Sasha,
pyramid
you're
has
Sasha, you're lost. Okay?
Oh.
Because a pyramid, right? You have the corners at the bottom. Count them, right? What's that top one? The one at the top. What is that?
That's a corner.
Right. What are you talking about then?
Oh, I'm talking about a triangular pyramid where it has three at the bottom and one at the top, therefore it has four.
Nobody has made a tetrad, dude. A tetrad does not exist in nature. The only thing close to a tetrad is that stage in life where your egg, before you're born, when you're being developed, when your egg splits into two and then four cells. That's it. So the tetrad is not a physical thing. It's a Pythagorean solid. It does not actually exist.
Well, I'll let the people decide.
So wait, what are you even saying, pee drinking buddy? Like, are you saying Earth is a pyramid or something?
No, I am working on the model.
Off of his name alone. Like, this nigga's tripping. You understand that? You understand what are you making a model for specifically?
The Garden of Eden.
Do you know what a model is? The difference between a scientific model, a model like a car.
Like I said, I'm working on where we live.
What do you mean working on where we live?
That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to figure it out.
How you gonna figure it? Like when you model something, you have it before you. You don't just take guesses. You model it. You model a miniature version of, or an exact replica of what you're already experiencing?
Yes.
Okay, so you're not doing that.
How do you know?
Were you at the Garden of Eden?
I know about the garden.
Were you at the Garden of Eden?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Goodbye,
The
buddy.
one in Vegas or the real one?
I don't know. I'm getting real hard Banny vibes, but if you guys want to play, you can go ahead. He's a soft troll.
More like the
Just make sure.
Maybe he was Adam. He was
Do you
Adam's
think, buddy, do you
teacher.
think you're a god?
What'd you say?
Emergency.
Do you think you're a god?
No, I don't think that.
So how were you at the Garden of Eden?
I was there spiritually.
Did you know you can't make a model of anything unless you can put hands on it, measure it, and look at it from every possible angle? How else do you think we make model airplanes or 1/10 scale trucks?
I know that, but the Bible says that through God
So
all things
therefore,
are
a
possible.
model. You cannot make it a model. This is a simple thing, right? What you are doing is creating an idol. I don't know if you realize that.
All I'm trying to do is put the pieces together.
Creating
Yeah, I
a
know what you're
graven
trying to do. You're
image.
making us look bad.
Speaking of scripture, a graven image is what you're creating. Great. Good for
He's
you.
not making us look bad, because here's the difference between flat Earth society, the people who are dumb enough not to have seen the difference on YouTube or any search results from 2015 to now. People who've never read a book, things like that. Like the people who believe that the Earth is flat because they've watched TikTok videos and they're like, good enough for me. The people who think that they can model their reality, which would be reification. But of course, these kinds of people don't care about logical fallacies or being logically consistent. They don't know what logical syllogisms are when we point them out. And so the difference between he and us is all we did was take the belief that everyone was under, the hard facts so-called about it, the geometry and the dimensions thereof, and test and see if the geometry matched reality. And it doesn't. That's all we did. I don't know what the rest of you guys are doing, but I'm not trying to put pieces of any puzzle together. I've already taken apart a piece of a puzzle that I thought made a picture of my reality. I'm not going to make that same mistake again. Maybe the people like him that are trolling, maybe they don't understand it. Maybe they maybe they do it on purpose because they're paid. I don't know. Who knows? But it's very boring.
I was trying to tell you that he said, I never claimed to be a man. And at that point, I was like, oh, well, we're dealing with a god. So I was just trying to tell you, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. I was just trying to let you know who you're dealing with.
Did it? I don't think I stopped you from saying anything, Hank.
Oh.
Did I?
Yeah, maybe I interrupted you. I stopped myself. I don't know.
You're allowed to interrupt me, Hank. Just you. And crypto, because we're the people that get rumpus the most.
And crypto, thanks.
Yeah, Elijah, real quick, off topic. Why is it that they don't have Wi-Fi on the fucking rail? Makes sense that they would,
That's what I thought. I don't understand why they. I honestly, I think about that all the time.
On the what?
But see what kids don't know it's crazy because kids, like, they grow up on iPads and shit. It's a
Yeah.
foreign thing to tell a kid, that you're welcome. That you couldn't actually get on the train without your phone losing service. Like the moment you started walking down the steps, it was over. Couldn't use your phone until you got out the train station. Now you can use it in the train station, but not in the tunnels between stops. But there's some trains. No, no, because I don't understand the reason for why it works. For some
Yeah.
section, a very limited area, I don't know why that is. But the bottom line is, I don't understand why they don't have it all up and through the tunnel.
I
Maybe
think they have. I think if they were to add it, it would have problems with their navigation and control circuitry. Because there should be no reason why they can't carry the signal through the power lines. But I think they already have a signal going through the power lines to control the train to make sure the conductor's alive.
Maybe it's only the above ground trains that have Wi-Fi because all the Amtraks here have Wi-Fi.
I know the bullet trains have Wi-Fi, but those are usually above ground. So it's like not really the train's Wi-Fi. It's more like, cell phone towers. But yeah, maybe we should create something like that.
Who let P drinking buddy in here? Like what? Who gave him? Who gave? What? Yo. And now he's down there and chill. Oh my gosh.
What a nightmare. Oh my God. How did that happen? He says I'm not a very good actor. Who was that? Oh, that was someone before. Said they're not a very good actor.
Thank you. That was terrible. I'm just like, but see, the thing is, they'll never know how ignorant they actually are. Either that, or they're fucking with us, and they the jig is up. They know everything, but they're just here to slow our progress down.
Try to rattle us or
Man,
something. Yeah.
that thing that guy said, this place being a holding pen, man, that really got to me because I already feel that way.
Wait a minute. He said what?
Earlier, a guy said, have you guys not considered this being the PSYOP? And that this is like a holding pen? And it could have been, from one perspective, you could think of him saying that flat Earth was the PSYOP. But on the other hand, I chose to look at it, and I asked him if I was correct, but I never got any clarity. But I said, in a way, this is like a holding pen, because whenever we want to reach new people, these trolls just pop up. They take up our time. We kind of let it happen, like we're beasts or something. Like we can't control, like we can't see what's going on and stop that and continue the growth. And not just on YouTube and TikTok. Like we have this feeling that we can't talk to anyone else of importance. Like we can't really do more than we're doing. And is that just a learned behavior? Truly, did they figure out a way to satisfy our need to talk about it by throwing these same globe earthers in our faces? Like I always said, it wouldn't really take much for any body of people to like take like 100, 200 people to keep us all entangled. To be honest, look at how many people can you count that are anti-flat earthers or globers? La Pizzle, DLA, whatever his name is, the guy that was just in here the other day, the young kid that has the father with the telescopes and all of that. That might be
Yeah. You know what? That's a really good point because, when you see this it's one thing when you see it in here for maybe a couple weeks or a couple months or whatever, but when we see it in here for years and years, like you guys are on here since the very beginning, the first server, But even in this server, like the number of these characters, like that in itself is like there's something going on that doesn't seem organic to me intuitively. Just saying.
I don't know. So sometimes I feel like we're being just like we're inundated. Listen, they like on look, we treat globe earthers the way they treated us in the beginning. I mean in general. If you go to any just any server or any YouTube comment section, we're acting like they did. Why is that? Does anybody? I mean, has anyone questioned why they're acting out of character? I went from a respectful person to cursing somebody out that I don't know just because it's the internet, or in person. I'm gonna call them religious and an idiot in person.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but these are the things that we began to do. But again, because we've been taught how to have the conversation, and we kind of just went with it when that's wrong. It's wrong. Wrong in this not in a moral sense. In a can't you see what's going on?
Yeah.
By now kind of sense.
I kind of see it, like in myself. I do, like totally do. I'm a perfect example of this. Like, and it's not really like, I think it's like getting us in a sense of heightened alertness. I don't know, man. Listen, there's people out there that have been doing this thing about speech and what affects people. Strings of words together, how it affects people, triggers us without us even knowing. There's people that know this. So if there's people creating characters to bring on here, which I truly believe there is, especially looking at the dead internet theory in the last, few weeks, that 60% of all internet traffic is bots. So I mean, like,
wow.
Yeah, 60% dead. The internet is dead. There's millions and millions and millions of dead links out there that no longer go. Like, talk about book burning. I suggest everybody see that 3-part series.
Yeah, please send that to me, because I've never heard of it.
Yep, I sure will. So
I'm gonna go down and see what P Drinking Buddy is talking about.
That's a good idea. Report back to us.
Yeah. His name, like, who? Come on, guys.
What the heck? I know. And a pyramid drinking buddy. I know he left, but that's all right.
Yeah, you gotta give him a few props for a funny name, anyway.
I know. It comes from the guy that tried drinking his pee. That's where it comes from.
Bear Grylls?
No, I think his name is Dave or something like that.
Oh, well, Bear Grylls drinks his pee. I've seen it.
He's talking about Dave. What's his name? Flat Earther Dave, from the UK, from Britain.
Exactly. I wouldn't try it, but I'm glad he did. Get on it.
It's Dave Murphy y'all are talking about. Dave Murphy.
Yeah, not Dave Hinkle.
Yes, not Dave Hinkle. Dave Murphy.
And you don't sound British at all, so not to worry.
Well, you know what Murphy's Law says? Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. It's just a matter of entropy.
There's no Dave in Murphy's Law.
I know.
I just wanted to say that you guys were talking about words and how they affect people and, changing people's physiology and stuff like that just by using words.
Yeah.
That's called neurolinguistic programming. There's people in here that do it.
Yeah.
Karma is one of them. I don't think karma's out to get you guys. I think that you could use it for good, or you could use it for bad, right?
What's an example from her? You remember one?
Okay, I'll try to get it as best as I can remember it, but basically it was like if you go up to an old person and you say, well, how you doing today? They're going to say, oh, my knee, the weather, blah, blah, blah. But if you go up to an old person and be like, hey, can you tell me about the first time you ever heard classical Spanish guitar? Or, something that they love, right?
Okay.
Ask them, like, what was the first time you ever tasted, watermelon? Or tell me about tell me about your first girlfriend, your first date with grandma, right? That is going to have an entirely different response. Like, oh, I saw her at church and she was beautiful and loving, and it's like you can get the kind of reaction you want based on the words that you use.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I hope that I didn't screw that up too much.
Yeah.
So she's casting witchcraft.
Oh.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
That's so crazy, NLP is witchcraft. Because I used to think that. I did. I thought it was like, oh, this is like dark magic. Ooh.
Comes down to, I don't know why I just thought about this, but I think it's similar to people that can be hypnotized or not. That sounds similar to that.
That's exactly what that is. You got it, bro.
Well,
So
see,
some
the
kind
elite,
of awareness. Sorry, go ahead.
the elite, they practice magic, right?
Oh yes, I know.
And then they have put out these religious texts that say it's a sin to do magic, but they do it all the time.
Right, right.
In fact, they keep it. It's called the royal art. They say only royalty can use this arcane ability.
It's probably something to do with the Actors Guild too. That's a secret cult. It's a guild.
Well, all those guilds, all the guilds go back to the main guild, which is the builders, right? The builders of civilization, the so-called Masons or the so-called Mahans. They keep certain things secret, so only the ruling class, those that have been given this divine right to do so, can do it. And everybody else is a pawn in the game. But if we were to realize that we have the ability to bring about change in the world just by using words, like they use words, but they use like enmity, like they create words that cause enmity, right? Which is just a natural enemyship. Like we all know right now that the elite are perpetrating the spell of racism. But what does that lie in? Where does the truth in racism lie? It's a non-truth. It's evolution. See, it's like one of these things where they've been casting the spell back on itself for so long that it's finally brainwashed the population to where they will not look outside of it. They will consider the facts that are disproven as facts.
It is the biggest lie ever told. Biggest ever told.
Exactly. Now, what is a race? A race is just nothing more than a family's group. It's a family. That's it. It's like a tribe.
What do you mean? A race like a
Well,
race?
it comes from the word ethnos, tribe,
What
family
race?
unit.
Like your race, like black, white,
No,
all that
ethnos.
stuff?
Ethnos.
Ethnicity.
It's a Greek word, right? And it means a race or a family grouping. A nation. Almost like a large tribe, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Meaning they all have a common ancestor somewhere, but the common ancestor is more like grandpa that had lots of children,
Yeah.
Hey, do you know how the different races were started? Or do you
You
have any
said how
idea on
many?
that?
Did you say how many different races are starving?
No, how were they started?
Because the Tower
Oh.
of Babel. Well, no. The different races were started from Noah, and then well,
no,
that's if that's if anybody believe in what I talk about. But the Noah had three different sons, and they were all of different kind. Well, they were all unique. That race populated the entire Earth, but there
So we
was
had like
yes, so
had
there,
like
and then Babel, the Tower of Babel, that created the different languages. So the people who had different language than other, they like when they were confused with different languages, the people who had the same language as the people with you group up with them, and then you guys move together because you guys have the same language. So they migrated out and went into different places. That's what this is. That's what it is. They went to different places.
wait, so you're saying that he had like a Asian son and a Mexican son and like
No, because Asian and Mexican are mixed races.
They're not races. They're family groups. It's a melting pot
Doesn't
like the
matter, man.
United
Yeah,
States.
whatever the fuck you call it, whatever the fuck you say it, man.
It's like like
It's
back in the day.
like the Asian that are mixed with Hamite and white people. So and Mexican that they are mixed with the Asian and mixed with the white as well. But
Well, see, you had these world empires where all different family groups came, and there's supposed to be a curse for family members occupying land of another family members. Perhaps that's where all of this has started from. Like these world empires, and people go there to make their fortune, to make their world.
whatever.
Like for instance, Latin America, like Mexico. We know that was like taken over by the Spanish and the French, and the people there are now a mixed. They're no longer like 100% native,
Right. Yes, everybody is mixed.
But it comes from these world empires, these so-called world powers that try to influence change around the world. Like Age of Discovery was a huge assault on humanity.
Yes. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like the Spanish they're white. The English, the European is mostly European. They've colonized everybody, my nigga. So all the stuff they're trying to colonize. Well, they already did colonize, but there's a lot of people in the world that are mixed culture. It's called mixed culturalism. They mix cultures, and the beginning of the culture is lost. You know what I'm saying? Like the tradition, it is lost because everybody is like, for example, right now to this day, everybody is mixing cultures. No, there's going to be one language soon, and it's going to be English. Well, basically,
have you heard of
it's going to be one world language, so everybody
Have you heard
can
of
understand.
old Milwaukee? Like, for instance, this happened in the United States around the 1800s when seances and spiritualism was like, Sam, shut up! Let
Yeah,
that
shut
dog
up,
bark
Sam.
and be an idiot.
Shut up, Sam. Let the man talk. Go ahead,
Anyway,
Joshua.
so basically what would happen is over time, right, they would do all of these seances and dress up. Like, I don't know if you realize it, but the United States has a goddess. And it's the same goddess that all countries have. It's just given a different name. It's the Artemis archetype. We call it, what do we call it? Lady Liberty?
Statue of Liberty.
No, not the Statue of Liberty. It's called Lady Liberty. Columbus. Columbia. Goddess Columbia. Right?
Yes. No, but
it's
what I'm
pretty
trying,
much,
yeah, yes. Go ahead.
yeah, it's pretty much the same as that. But what they used to do in old Milwaukee is dress up as Uncle Sam and Goddess, what the hell was her name? Colombia, right? And they would do seances and things like that, and they would have parades where people are walking around in this pagan attire. And they tell us that the United States is a Christian nation. No, it's not. It's a pagan nation.
Exactly.
And
There's
all
so
it
many
takes is a
different
rewrite. Right. All it takes is a rewrite of history and annals, and then things are changed.
atheism as a religion.
Yes, it is.
Yes, basically. And pseudoscience is also a religion too. You know what names like the belief of Big Bang or like Big Bang.
Yeah, scientism is what I call it.
Yes, in Scientology, even though they're two different things, you know. And also,
well, Scientology is just lost.
Yeah, Scientology is what the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, have you ever looked into Scientology? No offense if anybody believe in that.
Yeah, that's the new one world religion.
No, it's not Scientology, but the new world religion is they're trying to mix all the religions together and say that they all share a common God, but which is not true. And also, the reason why everybody is starting to speak English as the one world language, right? It's the same thing as Tower of Babel. What happened when all the people speak the same language? Tell me, what happened?
Yeah, they were destroyed and distraught. Now, see, I happen to think that the emojis are the living language. It keeps getting added to every year, and anybody, any language knows what they mean, right?
Right, man. I see what you're saying.
It's
But
like hieroglyphics all over again.
Exactly. So like it's the same thing that happened with the Tower of Babel. When everybody speak the same language, what happened? Everybody can speak the same language, and everybody
There was nothing that they
work
couldn't do.
together. Yes, everybody worked together, and nobody against God. Look at what's happening right now. Everybody brainwashed.
Yeah. Well, see, I don't know if this is the right place to talk about it, but there is a extra canonical book, so it's not really part of the Bible. But the
Are you talking about the Book of Enoch?
Yeah, chapter 80. It talks about the inhabitants of Earth seeing that these chief stars, start wandering, and they err in their ways, and they forget the past. They forget the laws of the heavens, and they err, and they consider these wandering stars as gods, and then the destruction will come upon them swiftly.
Yes.
I mean, every bit of the solar system, except for Earth, is named after a pagan deity.
Right. Saturn, known.
Even Helios itself, even Sol for solar system, it's all...
It's all paganism. Satan. No, but I have question for people who don't believe in God in this VC. Because I know there are flat... Well, no, actually, I will not speak about it because I'm pretty sure that's against the rules, so no, never mind.
Yeah, we can go down to biblical and talk about this, or even the Quran room.
Yes. I will not speak about... Yes.
But yeah, I mean, it's one of these things to where if people are blinded by the doctrine of a land, right? Because that's all this is, this globe shit. That's a doctrine of Rome.
Division. Yes, division.
To all lands. And the last empire to adopt the Roman way was the Ottoman Empire. Did you know that?
Yes, I heard about it.
Yeah, they used to go off of the old calendar, where April 1st was the new year. Because it's God's calendar. And then the Pope went in there and sacked the Ottomans, said, you will go under this, ascribed to our edict and our papal bull, and we will leave you alone and let you be a people. Because they were genociding them. Same thing with the so-called snakes in Ireland. There never was any snakes in Ireland. The snakes that were removed were the pagans, but not necessarily the pagans, but the black nobility, right? They were removed by legionnaires. And that's not to say that they didn't go back, right? But what has the Holy Roman Church oftentimes done to the enemy of the nation? Slandered them and turned them into demons and demonic figures, right?
Yes, and the black nobility, they are in advisors to Jesuits.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. If you look
I'm
at
part of that.
the U.S. Pentagon, it looked just like the Jesuit war room.
See, I belong to a black nobility family. And
Wow,
from
man.
what I've been finding out, our land was stolen from us by Rome.
Bro, I have a friend who has a Freemason family. It's actually depressing because most people are born into this type of family. They have demon in them. Demon.
It's the curse of generations, and I know how to break it.
Yes, break it, man.
I've already broken my curse.
Good. Have you ever been baptized?
No, by the Spirit, but not by water. I don't know anybody that knows truth enough to baptize me. I won't get baptized by a Roman priest.
Get baptized by your local church.
I was
Yeah, that's the problem. The local church are Freemasons.
I was baptized by the pagan Catholics.
You like that guy on YouTube that does some baptisms?
But I didn't know what
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing, was going, because every once in a while they'll do a thing to where it's a baptismal thing, and
His name's
there's a bunch of different locations. The closest one to me would be in Phoenix, but I'm right here on the Colorado River. I mean, like, see, before my grandfather passed, I asked him to do it for me, and he wasn't able to do anything.
I thought he was a black nobility.
I am. I'm also in a Freemason family. My grandfather was a Shriner.
So why would you let him baptize you?
Because it's the only one that I know. He ended up coming to the truth before the end. He completely repented from his ways. We burnt the fez, all that shit.
Right. So you know about the Constantinople. Yes, Constantinople fell in 1453 to the Ottoman Empire.
Mm-hmm.
And it was inevitable after the Venetian and the Crusaders had weakened the Byzantine Empire.
Yeah.
And then the collapse of the Byzantine Empire allowed the Ottoman Empire expanded into Greece. Then the Balkan and the Adriatic. The Venice started off well, sending the Venetian artists to the court of Mehmed II in the Venice also negotiated with Ottoman to gain overland routes to Aleppo and Alexandria. So the Venice remained as a major trading maritime power in the eastern Mediterranean, even doubling its fleet until the loss of Cyprus in 1571. That is the formation of the Ottoman Empire.
After the Eastern Empire and the Western Empire fell, do you know where the empire moved to?
I think so. They moved to
Germany.
Britain.
No, Germany.
Germany. Oh yes. I know about I know about the Nazi. The Hitler. He donated. If you track the money that he was donating back to the Catholic Church.
Yep.
If you trace all the money, and he was a Catholic himself, right? He was a Catholic, and he met up with the Pope.
He needed the regalia to bring back the Reich, which is what he was trying to do, but he failed at it.
Well,
The
so
regalia
Hitler
he
was a
would
good man.
get.
Hitler was good man.
No, he was trying to bring back the Roman Empire.
Oh, yes, and he kept.
And
There were pictures of him meeting with the Pope.
yeah, and
That
see,
fucking snake.
people have a mistaken identity of exactly who he was and what his purpose was, right? I'm fairly certain that he was the one that put Stalin in power from Hungary.
I have no clue, bro. There is so much stuff behind the scene that we probably don't know, right? The stuff we do know is because they want us to know.
Yeah.
And the stuff we don't know is secret. We will never know unless we ask God ourselves, you know.
Yeah, and then be careful what you ask for.
Huh?
Be careful what you ask for.
Why?
Is that accent hard to keep up?
Because you may receive something that you were not willing, like you'll get a plate that's too full. Like say you ask for patience, right? You're going to have plenty of practice with faith, right? You know what I mean? So your plate is going to be full with practice. So
yes, but it's not like
whatever you do, don't pray for patience unless you're serious. Don't do that.
No, but it's not like God is a genie. He's not a genie. He's a real man. I mean, he's the love.
Could you elaborate, Hank?
Yes, Hank, elaborate, nigga.
Yeah, if you pray for patience, right, and that prayer gets answered, it's not like you'd magically get patience, like it talks about, in the Old Testament when
of course
David's
not.
son Solomon, like asking for wisdom. No, that's not how it works.
He works in mysterious ways. He worked in mysterious ways. Like I said, he's not a genie, so he cannot just give you this wish, right? You know what I'm saying?
Right, exactly. Yeah, I agree. So if you pray for patience, you will endure that which strengthens your patience. Ask me how I know.
May I add something?
Through suffering, or with maybe not?
May I give you a personal experience of mine that can I?
No. Okay, here's my question. In a server that needs factual evidence,
can you turn your mic down, please?
You need evidence on everything. You want to see the proof. If that's how the server's based, then why are we talking about religion at all when it's 100% fake?
No, it is not, because there is historical evidence. It is historically accurate.
Okay.
Historically accurate. Go to the Red Sea right now. Go to the Red Sea right now, and go to the bottom of the sea. What will you find? You will find chariot wheels that have been catalyzed. They have been catalyzed. So can you please turn your mic down, man? Please turn your fucking mic down.
Have you been to the bottom of the Red Sea?
bones with coral growing on it, skeletons with coral growing on it.
Have you been there? Have you seen it with your own eyes? Any pictures of it? Hey, any pictures of it?
Have you seen the Earth with your own eyes? That's what
I'm looking down. I just saw it.
Listen, let him speak. Even though you disagree with him, let him make his point.
Okay, go ahead.
If you guys need proof for everything, and why is religion? Religion's based on, I was taught this. I was raised believing this. Therefore, it's right. Okay, then
no, it's not.
Why are you turning around and saying, it's not a globe? You're just taught that. You're raised like that. It's like, okay, same for your religion. It's the same shit.
You're an idiot. Nobody was born Christian. Nobody was born Christian.
Hold on, bro. So the thing is, I want to address the guy. Okay. So you're right? If we don't verify things, it is faith, right? But the thing about Christianity, right? It's not a religion in the sense that you just got to believe it. In a couple of spots, it tells you to watch out for pseudoscience, and in another spot, it says test all things, right? So is Christianity a thing?
Yes.
Look, I'm
So
I'm
hold on,
sorry.
bro. Hold on, bro. Give me a
Sorry,
second. I'll let
sorry.
you speak. It's okay. I'll let you speak when I'm done. I'm almost done. So the thing is that does Islam tell you to test it? Right? Does the globe Earth tell you to go out and test it? No, the globe Earthers tell you to go measure the sun, the moon, the stars, the shadows from the sun, right? But Christianity, right, specifically Paul, says go test all things. Is the shape of the earth a thing?
But that doesn't make it correct. You know what I mean? Just saying like, well, okay, I'm gonna say the Earth's made of cheese. Go test it. That doesn't mean the Earth's made of cheese because I told you to test it. You know what I mean? It's that doesn't mean it's real.
That's not the
My
same.
point
That's
is
not the same thing.
Christianity is more akin to science than it is to a religion because it's telling you to go out and test all things. All things.
You are
That
an
sounds like
atheist.
science.
You
Right?
are an atheist.
And then Paul, dude, give me a second. Where you at, man? I'll meet you if you don't be quiet. And then Paul says to Timothy, watch out for pseudoscience. Or sometimes it's translated science falsely so called. Right? I mean, to me, that's like, what the server is all about. Now, not everybody here is a Christian. And, you can't really argue whether or not Christ existed. You can't argue whether or not he walked on water and raised himself from the dead. Okay, you can argue those things, right? But you can't really argue test all things and watch out for pseudoscience. You can't really argue that.
May
That's
I speak
sound
now,
doctrine.
Henkel? May I speak now?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm finished.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, given you say that God is fake, Star, is that what you mean? You're saying you don't believe in any God.
I don't know. I just haven't seen any proof of it, so I'm not gonna say I believe in it. I'm not gonna say I don't believe in it.
Well, I'm going to tell you why Christianity is the most reliable religion, because Christianity is different from every religion. Because let's bring up Islam, for example. No offense to Muslims, but the main reason that started it is because Muhammad had a private experience with an angel. He came out and told everybody about it, and everybody believed him. The difference with Christianity is that Christianity is based off of eyewitness events of the resurrection of Jesus Christ and the miracles of Jesus, the apostles, and other believers. And martyrdom testimony is the most reliable testimony because people do not die for things they believe are a lie. And the more martyrdom, the more martyrdom testimonies an event has, the more likelihood the event occurred. Now, I am not saying that it's a 100% proof you don't have to believe it. I'm telling you that it is a reliable religion because other religions are not based off of testimonial accounts but of legends, which makes them unreliable. We can test the biblical proof. We can use the different locations in the Bible and find real things in the world that came from the thing. But as Henkel said, you cannot prove Jesus walked on water and all that stuff because that is not something you can disprove right now. For example, okay, you can.
You were saying earlier. You were saying go to the bottom of the Red Sea. You'll find chariots. Have you been to the bottom of the Red Sea and have you seen the chariots?
No, but the thing is, the scientists who did not even believe in God, they tested it for themselves, and they have provided video evidence. You can find as well. I can send it to you, and they have found it very many. There is also, you can search this up as well if you think I am lying. There is an underwater land bridge in Egypt where the Red Sea was. There was an underwater land bridge, which means that Moses did not split the Red Sea as you thought it was, like how they describe it in movies, all that stuff, where they make it like two giant waves, two giant tsunami waves that are split. It's not like that. It's an underwater land bridge, and God did not make it.
You said.
Excuse me?
This is my problem with it. You said scientists discovered it was there. Scientists also tell you the Earth is a globe, so you choose to believe that scientists found this because that's what you want to believe to suit your thoughts. It's very convenient.
There is a difference between pseudoscience and real science.
Okay, how do you
Okay.
determine
The
what
thing is, this is
pseudoscience
on
and what's
Earth.
real?
This is on Earth. We can go right now and test it for ourselves. The difference with the space Earth is that you cannot go outside of space. You cannot go outside of space and just say, "Oh, I can test this. I see this. I whatever." No.
Scientists can.
You're saying you need a faith to believe in a God, but you need faith to believe in a globe Earth. So you're contradicting yourself.
I need faith to believe in a God, but I need faith to believe in a globe.
Yep.
I mean, if you consider picture evidence, or if you consider evidence from eyewitnesses like you did for Christianity, then I'll use the same for the globe. Like,
Okay,
I don't see your
here's
point.
the deal. I posted 53 archaeological digs that prove that what's in the Bible is written correctly. You can look at it or you can completely ignore it. I don't care either way, right? So you are correct, like I said from the beginning. There are things that we take on faith, right? So what we're doing is we're reforming, right? Us people that you call flat earthers, we're saying we don't want any more pseudoscience, right? We're not going to take videos and images and cartoons, right? And we're not just going to give away blind faith anymore. From now on, there's going to have to be substantial evidence, scientific evidence when applicable. And if somebody says, well, I got this theory, but you can't prove it wrong, then we can just dismiss it without anything, but just dismiss it, right? But what we're not going to do is we're not going to hand wave information anymore. All information, we're going to take a look at it, we're going to scrutinize it, just like the Bible says to do, just like the scientific method says to do. It says to test all things, right? That sounds like science to me. I mean, if you went to a doctor, right, and this doctor, you said, how many times have you done this operation? He said, oh, you're my first try, right? You kind of be a little worried, right? He's never tested out, in real life what he learned on paper.
Right? Did Jesus walk on water?
The Bible says that he did.
Okay, where's the evidence for that?
The thing is, the Bible is historically accurate. So if it says it did, then it probably did, buddy.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. I've already said that we can have a debate about this, right? It's debatable. So the evidence for that is first-hand account eyewitnesses that people wrote down.
Why do we believe this?
Do I believe it?
Well, I mean, it's a part of the faith. But here's the thing: there's a difference between scientific evidence and hearsay and other forms of inquiry. So
we know that Jesus existed.
One second. But again, at best, it's hearsay.
So many men have swung from a rope, right, based off of first-hand account eyewitness. Because in court, right, if people are saying, hey, I saw him do this, and another guy says, yeah, I'm not connected to this party, I'm, a third-party impartial witness, I also saw him do this, that guy's fucked. Right? Because now there's two people, right, saying that he saw this guy murder this guy.
How do you know that happened? Like, it's
stop saying that. You're trolling because you're just saying, why do you believe that?
You think I'm a troll because I'm asking for evidence?
You're not even listening to what we're saying. You're just
shut the fuck up. I'm leaving.
Yeah, you leave, you fucking troll.
No, 1v1, 1+1. Don't just call people trolls in here, because I'll boot you as well. I had
yes, but you was doing this the whole time.
Yeah, but 1 = 1. You're being
I had wait there. I'm not finished. I had a 4-hour conversation with that man yesterday, and he was intellectually honest throughout. He didn't have a problem with anything that I had to say, or 4 or 5 other people that spoke to him the whole time. Get was there. I can't remember who else it was. There was a few of us that had a conversation with him. Right, 1v1. You got to realise you are literally not even a flat earther, and you're a globe skeptic. Right, you don't speak for the server. You don't start. You don't start labeling people trolls.
The entire chat, yeah, rumpusing.
And ruin the entire chat. Okay, I will completely remove you from the fucking server if I catch it again. Okay, you don't get to do that. End of.
Yeah, and the bottom line is it's not in line with the server rules and the rules we have here. So that's something that could be discussed in biblical or in the Quran. So there's other places, but not here.
I'm sorry, but yeah, well, I was just like the thing is, I was trying to explain to him, but he kept using the argument. Why do you believe this? Why do you believe that?
Yeah, we've been having discussions about being triggered by these people. So just relax a little bit. It's all right. No problem.
I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Yeah, 1 versus 1. I was about to moderate your ass just before he did. Dude, I was trying to have a conversation with a guy, and now I don't have anyone to have a conversation with.
Yes. Doggone it. That's okay.
I mean, I know it wasn't on the flat Earth, but I was gonna steer it that way after, I got a chance to speak. But
that's what I was.
I mean, maybe we can tell him to go to biblical VC and we can talk about it there, or.
No, I was gonna start it to flat Earth if you just would have let me. I kind of think you guys already heard that I was trying because I mentioned, the Earth thing and science and belief. So I was on my way to steering it there, bro. You just didn't let me do it.
So Chinster, if you're there, come on back in. You can still have the discussion.
I'm DMing him.
There you go.
Oh, we're gonna stop talking about the God thing, right?
Yeah, it's best just not to talk about it on the live stream because there's going to be people with different points of views and it's going to cause controversy and obstruct from the true conversation.
And I don't even think it's a problem with bringing it up. We can touch on those things, but the emphasis needs to be on the actual empirical measurement side of it. And then when you do that, then it's okay to touch on it because you're going, and the numbers show this in reality or something like that. We actually show this happening. So if you stick to that, I don't think we can lose.
That's all that guy was saying is if this channel is all about, things you can prove. So don't take offense to what he said.
And I don't mean to say that it's like a win or lose. Like
He had a good point. He was on point with the server.
Yeah.
That's why I was agreeing with him. That's why I didn't understand why everybody was trying to yell at him.
I was just trying to say, unless you have tested it, then you can't speak about it. That's just like, the flat Earth. If you haven't tested the validity of Earth not being curved or the Earth being curved, then you can't really be an expert on it. Right?
Nobody was trying to yell at him. We just have a troll amongst our midst. That's it.
It's not that he's a troll. It's that he doesn't know how to conduct himself. He's younger, and he's new to the channel. And because he's a flat earther, I think he thought, here's a glober and someone who doesn't believe what I believe, I can just smash him into the ground. When in fact, this is a live stream. We conduct ourselves in certain ways in this live stream. We're respectful to people. We let people take their turns and stuff like that. But at the same time, there's sort of a semblance of, you have to spend a certain amount of time here and be cautious at the beginning when you spend your time here. You don't come in here like a sledgehammer, because people don't necessarily know that your information that you're sledgehammering into people's faces is 100% legit. You only really get that sort of grace to be able to do that sort of thing once you've proved yourself to be someone of a credible reliability of an informational provider. It's that simple.
Well, I think it's kind of like this. You know how you have stages of grief? And when you're a flat earther, now, because I'm giving everybody the benefit of the doubt, you're a flat earther, this awakening, or whatever you want to call it, you go through all these stages. It's almost like this.
Right, I'm off out, guys. I only came up to moderate that. Sorry.
Oh, no.
I just saw him up there, like I saw what was that one-on-one guy, and I was like, I knew what was going to happen, so I just wanted to stop it because I had a really good convo with that guy for 4 hours yesterday. 4 hours, not a single problem, And it could have been.
Did he talk to you about the God thing?
Yes, I spoke to him about everything. It's the way you start calling him a troll. People don't like being called trolls because they just leave. So that's what I'm telling you.
It was what happened before. You weren't here for the full conversation when we were talking about.
Bro, I've got the live stream playing next to me on my laptop, bro. I'm listening to this stuff all the time, mate. Trust me. I know what happened.
Henkil, what did he say when he first asked it? He was like,
He spoke about the server, and if the server's about empiricism, then why most of you basically have backgrounds in religion? He was talking about, is there not some sort of inconsistency there? I
Yeah,
believe.
but I think, see, someone should have corrected him because it's not religion. I mean, if you're talking about what it says in the Bible relating to how it relates to reality, then it's not about religion at all. It's like, does it relate or not? Like, there's a question there, so it needs to be directed like that. That's what my thing. Like, so.
That's what Hank was trying to do.
Yeah, I know. I agree. That's what I was waiting to hear. That I was on the edge of my seat for that one.
yeah, my apologies. It's just like he came off as like kind of a troll because his mic was so loud and he.
Yeah,
it
but
was
you know,
like,
honestly, listen, your mic was super loud too. For me, I had to turn you down to 75% as well. So you know, it's like that's kind of. But listen, we've been trying to moderate ourselves and being not so adversarial, right, group?
Yep. Exactly. Want to be welcoming.
So we want to continue the conversation. That's what our motivation is. We want to continue the conversation. We want it to go to its inevitable end instead of ending it quickly for whatever reason. Just
You're welcome.
That's true.
Consistent in that way. So
That's true, but we just talked about people that come in here with these weird agendas, you know?
Oh, we know.
Exactly.
Believe me, we know.
What
But you got when that happens, what I like to do is like a secret game of chess. So I don't go on accusing people of being trolls. I just ask them questions and then ask them why they aren't answering my questions directly. That's a lot more fun.
Well, I did not get that type of respect yesterday because people instantly called me troll.
Well, guess what? Maybe that was a mistake, but ultimately, you don't have the space to make these kinds of criticisms with your roles. Crack already warned you. For you, the conversation's over.
So just chill, hang out, do more research. You know, if there's something pertinent, I think none of us minds if you chime in, but you can't just dominate. I mean, look, I don't have anything wrong with someone who can take the conversation into a good place when it has a logical consequence. But when it doesn't, then it gets all confusing for us listening. And I'm like, then it doesn't take long for me to just go, I don't want to freaking listen to that. But if it's going somewhere and it has a logical, like I said, it goes to this conclusion. That's what we're trying to do here. So you haven't been around long enough to be to all the silver meetings, all the gold meetings, all the precious metals, all the, like before we used to have like all these debates going on, one-on-ones, all kinds of things, you know. So hang out, relax, chill for a little while.
Well, let's get back on topic about flat Earth. Sonny, do you know about Rahu and Ketu?
Yes, I've read some about Rahu and Ketu. Yeah.
Yes, like it's very mysterious how like when you look at the solar eclipse, is the solar eclipse the one where the moon goes in the front of the sun?
Yeah, my first wife was into the Bhagavad Gita and the apocryphal texts, and she was the first one. We used to go to Christian churches and stuff like that. She was the first one too. That I
Yeah,
learned
I've seen it with my own eyes.
So I did some reading, and I've also been interested for a long time in ancient civilizations. For many years, I've read about these ancient civilizations. I've been fascinated about them. About, like, for instance, mostly for me personally, what was destroyed during the conquest. You know, like all that information and knowledge that they had. They had books, all those things that the codexes, right? Like
Yes,
all
the
that
Aztec, the Mayan, the Greek.
Yeah, all of it. Yeah.
The Greek, they actually had this special. They had this special technology that predicts when the solar eclipse happened, And I presume that the NASA, they found out how to create it again, and that's how they predict it all the time.
Right, right. So like the Rahu and Ketu, like that's if you are taking a testimony or an oral tradition, oral history of a people that were laying out things that we can't do with the luminaries, they're setting up these things on Earth. Like, how did they do that? So, I mean, if they're saying there's Rahu and Ketu, and they were the ones that figured out how eclipses, when they're going to occur, well, they watched them for many, many years, apparently. Why would we still be using their technology from flat earthers? Because it works?
Makes you think.
Navigators all know this stuff, actually.
Yeah, like I've seen the solar eclipse with my own eyes. I look at it, I never see the moon. I just see this black circle.
Yeah, that's an interesting point to bring up again and again and again, that no moon has ever been seen approaching the solar eclipse or leaving it afterwards. It's in a 3-day new moon phase every solar eclipse. And it's my understanding that no one on Earth is seeing the moon for those 3 days. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
You're right. Nothing wrong.
So the testimony of those people is much more valid than any whatever perpetrator going around telling you spinning ball in space and all this nonsense that we hear over and over again. The onion gets like, you just have to keep peeling it away, because once you lie about something and you have no basis for it, then there's nothing else but if they demand to continue with it, then they just have to continue building on it. And that's why we have this raveled mess, that's ball of yarn.
Garbage.
That's
duct tape.
That's been
Super glue.
Yeah, man. Tell me about it.
Rubber glue. Yeah.
Curtain
So I agree with the last thing you said. But the thing you said before that, like, I don't necessarily agree with Rahu and Ketu. I've never seen them.
Yeah.
And I say that the moon is in the right place at the right time to cause the eclipse. And that's where we get the, moon is roughly the same size, at least apparently, in the sky as the sun. And some people might say that all the craters on the moon are from electrical discharges between the two. But this is a lot of speculation, right? Because we don't like to make claims about the heavenly bodies around here.
That's true.
So the sun gives warmth, right? We can all feel it. And we have instruments now that can feel that the moon gives off cold light. Or at least that's what it seems. So other than that, we can't really make claims except for those are lights in the sky. And they make a circuit, orbit, whatever you want to call it, once every 24 hours, roughly. That's about all we can say about that.
That's true.
You think you can make a claim on the alleged craters?
No.
What do you think?
I would
not really.
I would not make a claim. How could I make a claim about something I don't know what it is, what its origins are, what it's made of, how far it is, what its light source is? I know nothing about it. How are you going to make claims?
Or at least on what it's not?
You'd have to know what it was made of and you'd have to know
You can't describe something as what it's not.
Yeah, what it caused it to be formed, how was it created? You don't know. You'll never know any of that information.
For a lot of people, they look right at it, telescope, camera, whatever, and they say, "Oh, there's the craters. That's it for me."
Yeah, all of them are. Why are they all 90-degree perfect direct hits?
No, I hear you. I know all that. I'm just saying for them.
So, it seems more like a process, like something bubbling. Then, if you think of it that way, doesn't it? People have shown that.
Yeah, I just want to point out it's all speculation, just about every single part of it. And it's crazy because you have people on here on Earth that say you can't know anything, right? Science doesn't prove things, right? But out of the same breath, they'll tell you they know how much like Jupiter weighs, how much mass the sun has, how much mass the Earth has.
Yeah,
it's like, how do you know that? You don't know anything. The Earth is a sphere. How do you know that? You don't know anything. It's like in reality, we can know things here on Earth, but we have trouble knowing things that are up above or down below. So what's going on 8 miles and 5 inches down below? Nobody knows. Nobody has a clue.
Right.
Unless the Russians got a microphone down there. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
I speculate that it is hell.
So see, at the end of that journey, when you get to this place where our human resources have failed us in this trying to seek, we can only go so far. You know, then we reach our limit. So what we do know is this:
Yeah.
like the lights in the sky are this. We know they're lights of some kind, right? I think that's all fair.
Well,
That's fair to say.
okay.
That it's
You
lights.
can go a
Hold on,
little
hold on.
further.
Wait,
You
I'm
can go a
trying to
little
set up
further.
Wait, I'm trying to set up a premise. It'll only take me a
Oh,
couple
okay.
minutes. So they are lights, right? So what happens with lights? We also know this about those lights in the sky. They are very mechanical-like in the way they rotate.
Oh, there you go.
They're very specific in where they're over us. Where is that can be measured at specific times of year. They're over exact same places over Earth. So, like, if they're lights and it's moving in a clock like fashion, it implies to me as a mechanical minded person that there's some kind of mechanics going on. Plus, if they're lights, what happens with lights? Lights have lens changes. Think about it. What happens in photography? There's changes like so I think it's allowed me to expand my imagination as far as the things I don't know into like more possibilities, because if you do take what you do know, they're lights. What happens with lights? We don't know what kind of light, the source of light, but we do know certain things happen with light. Something's put in front of it that polarizes the light. A lens change. There's mechanics going on. That's my speculation.
Yeah, well said. That's good.
I think it might be some form of imagery that we're witnessing. There's something, because it seemed to me in the last few years, 4 or 5 years, since I just figured out, well, discovered flat Earth truths. Well, I kind of lost my train of thought. Sorry about that. It happens.
It's all cool.
But I like to stick to the fundamentals of Earth itself, because they are so fundamental, you know?
Have you heard Get talk about the accuracy of those machines that he's worked with?
Yeah, I've worked with machines like, well, not as accurate as that, but really very, very accurate.
3D printers that are, I don't remember exactly. I think he said 100 meters long.
Wow, yeah.
It's
I worked
incredible.
with a big machine that had 3/10,000ths of an inch tolerance. And the column that had the tools on it weighed 11,500 pounds.
What weighed that much?
The column of my machine tool, the CNC machine
Oh,
I used
wow.
to run.
Okay.
Yeah. So the flatness of the, like the levelness of those, where the machine sits, it has like a molecule of oil. It has to be perfectly level, or or it'll cut parts off center.
I'm not exactly sure why this is coming to mind, but is there a difference in the level? Okay, I think I answered my own question talking about it. I was going to say, is there a difference in the level of a foundation that's flat and the actual level, if that makes any sense? I answered my own question.
Probably want to talk to one of the civil engineers. But if you're talking about level, sea level.
Right. If you were to put a level on a sound flat, even if it's really close foundation, but it's not level, then it would probably show that.
Yeah.
Good point. How do Globers explain that the level?
Well, yeah.
The air bubble. It always goes to the same place.
Exactly.
How do they? There's so many things. I don't get it.
Here's how they get in the corner, because if you talk to them about plumb lines, there's no deviation in plumb lines. And building anything real. And drawing some squiggly lines on a piece of paper is not how anything done is done in the real world. Like, we don't build things with warped plumb lines. Plumb lines don't warp.
There had to be. You guys have been here for a while. There had to be some architects to come in here, right? And talk about plumb lines, level, all that kind of thing. Yeah.
I don't know. We might have
Not
had
really?
architects, but I don't remember.
I mean, I'm sure between the group, there's probably enough architectural knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
But I was just wondering about architecture at Glober.
And building.
I got enough architecture in my mind just to cover that.
Yes.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Technology, yeah.
I'm curious to what they're thinking on that.
I don't think they're really thinking about it, are they?
Like,
They're going
what
off into
would
space.
I mean,
cause
it's
that?
not. Well, it's not like 90% of the people who are pushing this stuff really even know it's really lie or truth, do they?
Oh,
No, exactly. Yeah, that's the bad part. That's the hard part, I should say.
I'm gonna have to fuck somebody up. Hold on.
It's really so bizarre. Did he say he's going to go F someone up? I didn't know.
Maybe.
I'm trying to tone down my cursing.
Could have been a
necessary.
check. Let's go with check something out.
Check something out. Very well. We'll go with that. It's been a really fun day, actually, here on the Discord. And
Oh, I was here listening, or I was listening to Witsit talk about the quote, or not talking about. He was reading the quotes. That was great.
Yes, man. And I'm like hooked on that stuff
Killing
now.
it.
I think I'm going to start just researching that, reading the references, and using those only. For
Yeah.
Manfred and Flatsmack.
What do you
Use
say about
them.
that?
They're hostile
That's so good.
witnesses. Use them and do only that. Well, did you hear about how they'll get so? That'll trigger the hell out of them. Think about that.
It
I'll just
will.
go, and
It
what
will.
about
It's a
Hoyle?
good
said
experiment.
this, that it's taboo to be the center of the universe, and that's why it's intolerable, and we call it the
Exactly.
center, the
There you
doom, the whatever.
I don't want to talk about the guy, but Chin, whatever it was,
Chinster.
He was saying he got really triggered immediately as soon as like there's the idea that we could be the center of everything.
Chinstrap?
Yeah, I know. I know. I didn't want to say chinstrap, even though I think I coined it.
I did the first time. I just thought it was funny. I'm sorry if it embarrassed you.
Immediately what I thought, because we had
I don't
someone
wanna
in
bring
boot camp. I had someone in boot camp we called chinstrap. I forget.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Making fun of someone, but his name was Chinstrap. Maybe that was my personal pet name for him.
I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. I was just saying. I think it's funny that it looked like.
There's a 35-year-old in my boot camp division, and he was like the god. He was the god of the group.
What? You're in boot camp now?
Oh, that's funny. No, this is
I'm
years ago.
sorry.
Just had a memory. It was so funny. He knew how to sew. He knew how to do all this kind of extra stuff. None of these youngsters knew.
I know. Shoot.
What's wrong with sewing, man?
I already
No, nothing. I'm saying it was great.
Nothing wrong with sewing, man.
We had a huge advantage.
I already knew how to take care of myself, and actually, I just got done sailing a few years before, 6,000 miles on a sailboat.
Wow.
Right on. Oh yeah, you talked about that before. I didn't know it was that far though.
Yeah,
that's cool.
That's interesting. Where'd you go? You said Mexico, right?
From Los Angeles, from Marina Del Rey to Martinique.
Oh shit, that's a long way.
Yeah, it's almost
quite a ways.
just America.
You've already done what I'm planning on doing. That's cool.
Yeah.
So when are we going to the South Pole? Just kidding.
I'm not going. I would like to stay in nice sunny places, and just do observations.
I hear that.
Wouldn't that be fun? Fish.
It would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, man. That sounds. I'd be happy with that. Like, come on, barefoot cruises. Come on, some of you rich flat earthers. I'm tired of this.
Yeah,
come
let's
on.
see.
I want a sailboat put together. Let's do this.
Yeah, let's build a battleship. Fuck, we're gonna need one.
Whatever.
If you want to go down there, you're gonna need icebreakers. You're gonna need a battleship to fight
Have a ship that
all
you
the
can
crackheads,
and you could launch sail.
and you might even need some nets to catch those penguins.
Barefoot cruises. You just launched
They might
off
take
a freaking large ship.
I've been thinking about that for years. Be the one to sail to the north or wherever, but ultimately, you know what's going to happen. I mean,
Even if you got there and got a picture, they'd stop you somewhere and take it from you.
Trying to do island
Right.
hopping for 4 months and go back to whatever you
So
were doing
it's a
before.
fun dream.
And then go out and do it again for a few 4 months, 3-4 months. That would be so fun.
No doubt. No doubt. I can't wait.
I don't think I could personally handle it longer than that at sea or on a boat. I'm just too old, but it'd be fun for 3 months. I could do it for 3 or 4 months, I bet.
Oh yeah, I mean, say you have a crew of 10 on I don't know, 50 footer of some kind, and you got a kitchen.
Bigger. Let's dream bigger. Let's go 100. Let's go 110 feet.
Oh wow, okay. Sure. Captain that beast, that'd be awesome.
Okay, have a crew of 10 and
Be great. You could do anything.
Could
Yeah.
birth 24.
Where's Josh at? You still in here?
I mean, that's
I'm still
some
in here.
people's hobbies. That's easily doable.
I was just curious.
That'd be
I didn't hear your voice.
Yeah, well, other people were talking.
So I noticed that
I'm
what's
not
his
feeling
name?
well right now.
Came back again. You know, I'm starting to think that these kids are the same kids. Because I was on the Ever After show the other day, afternoon, and there was a kid. I swear, it sounded just like that same kid that we were talking to last night. Sounded just like him. Only he was a little bit more nice than the other guy.
Which
but
show?
I swear it was the same voice. It was the Ever After show. Like, I think it's
Ever After.
Nathan Oakley's. Yeah. You know, like they have a show that goes on afterwards, after the show's over. They have people go in there and talk. The debate channel, 24/7 debate, whatever. Anyway, it just sounds like they sound very, very similar. Almost like they're the same person, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Especially that Chinster guy, and there was another guy, I think it was on Tuesday or Wednesday, that I talked to. Well, he was really smart. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying anything bad. I'm just saying he was really smart, but it sounds a lot like the same guy. Could be.
Yeah, well, there was that one Bob who got cognized and immediately jumped on a new account.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, that was earlier today, wasn't it? Or was it last
I
night?
didn't catch him on the new account.
Yeah, I had to go up there and ask him, hey, Bob, why did you get a new account? Why are you in here with this account?
Oopsie.
Oops.
He was the one who
Got right in.
he was talking about himself. He said he had a bunch of different accounts, right?
Oh, wow.
Yep.
And that he also had, I think he was talking about proof of some kind, but obviously nothing was presented.
I know. I'm sick of that. They come in, they're like, "Oh, well, I'd come on the show and I'd show you all my evidence, but they're always mean to me." I'm like, "Well, then I'll go on there and I'll defend you." I said, "You'll get a fair shake." Nope, can't do that. Sorry.
Or they say they have proof and they just weasel around and don't answer any questions. Never bring the proof forward. Just continue changing the topic.
I should post some of the evidence that I've gotten in the last few days. Because one of them was a picture of that, that car they claimed they put in space. It was a picture of that car in space looking down at the Earth, and I was like, "Are you kidding me? You're joking, right?" He goes, "No, this is evidence." I go, "Well, how do you figure that's evidence, bro?" And he's like, "Well, you can see it right there." I'm like, let's just look at one thing about that car. I said, "What would happen to a tire if it was in a vacuum?" I said, "I don't think it would still be aired up, do you?" "Oh, no, it wouldn't explode. It would only get up to 45 pounds or something like that." It was so funny, dude. I was like, you're joking me, right? I thought he was kidding. but he was like totally serious.
Oh, I hear you, man. I got people talking to me about planets all the time. I don't know how to even deal with it.
Dude, imagine thinking space exists.
Exactly.
Imagine.
Yeah, Drace was quizzing a Glober about a car in space and like how could it survive
Yeah, I think that was the
space?
tail end of the conversation I had. Probably.
Yeah, I was cracking up. It was hilarious. The Glober just had nothing to say.
The sun. How long has it been up there? Supposedly now, a couple years, at least 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, those tires would have failed. All the plastic.
Oh, I think you meant the moon. I was going to say, is it really that new?
No, I'm talking about the Tesla Roadster.
It's headed to
the thing is
fake orbit
tires.
somewhere.
Well, tires, they have a date, a best if used by date, and do not use after this date. It's the ODOT date, or ODOT, the DOT date, right? And basically, what this thing does is it allows the tire. It guarantees the tire will hold pressure until that date, and then the cross-linking in the rubber starts breaking down. The only thing that causes that, really, in reality, is the sun. This thing is up there without any tire shades, right? Those tires would have been popped. The dashboard would have been cracked. The paint, right? Unless they're using some sort of like new polymer
because it's
paint that doesn't oxidize. It would have been oxidized, you know? And then like all the foam, it would have been exited the seats.
It would have sprayed out into space.
Yeah, my point. And then, of course, okay, so then I'm going on about this, right? And then this other guy comes along, or the same guy comes along, and he goes, well, wait a minute. And then he's like, well, this guy's saying that this. And I said, no. I said, all I was doing is trying to show you how stupid your argument was, that this was evidence for a ball Earth. I said, I never said, because he was trying to like twist it around. Oh, he was good at it too. He was really, really clever at it, but he just couldn't get me. I just kept, every time he would try to like spin it around, I'm like, well, you could insult me personally and make me look out to be a dummy, or even catch me saying something that's incorrect. I said, but does that change anything about what we're talking about? No. It was really funny because he just kept trying, and I'm like, well, I gotta go, man. I ain't got all day to sit around here and argue with somebody that don't have no evidence. He kept on saying he had evidence, but then the only thing he ever showed me was that picture, and I was just like, that's not going to work, bro. I'm sorry. But you said you'd put it up, and I said, it's ridiculous. But I posted it anyway. It was just like, really? I'm sorry. Am I monologuing?
No, that was cool.
I should start recording all these conversations I have, because every once in a while I get, I'll get one that I wish I could share, and it's like, damn it, why do I always forget to record?
On YouTube
They
somewhere.
record it on YouTube if you really want to get them.
No, this was in another channel. That's the point. It was on a channel that wasn't live or nothing. It was just you know what I mean?
I would say Audacity, but the only problem with Audacity is there's only one audio pickup, so it won't pick up what you say, just what they say.
Yeah, exactly. I noticed that. That's what I was like, what the fuck?
So
but yeah,
you would have.
I usually just record it off YouTube with the delay. Yeah.
Well, what you would have to do is download on-screen broadcaster, OBS, and set it up just with audio.
No,
Your
I'm saying
mic.
I would. Oh yeah. In order to do it in a room that's not live, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and just catch the audio.
Well, I've got this thing called sound card or soundboard or something like that you can adjust. Like you can tell it where you want it to play the sound, whether through the mic or through the headset and all that. So I think you could probably adjust something in there and make it work. But
well, I'm just saying that's the only problem with Audacity. It's either speakers or like speaker input or audio input. You can't mix the two.
Right, and because when you speak, it doesn't go through the speakers. It doesn't come back to you. Yeah.
Unless you have it mono.
Yeah, otherwise that would probably screw you up pretty bad, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You kept hearing your own voice right away. That would suck.
Well, not just that, because it echoes and it's just poor quality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's pretty much poor quality anyway.
Yeah, OBS, you can set the channel, so you can set just audio channels. But like if you're using a phone, good luck recording anything because it's actually considered a phone call. And telephony doesn't work with voice recorders.
I didn't know that.
Unless you're using an emulator, but it's not worth it.
I need an emulator. I can emulate pretty much any kind of voice I want, if I really want to.
Well, I mean, Android emulator over an iPhone emulator.
Oh, yeah. Okay. See how dumb I am? I don't really know. Like I said, there's a reason why they call me.
It's all about getting that.
There are things that I do know a lot about. Don't get me wrong, but in general, I know a little bit about everything, but I really don't know a lot about anything.
Yeah, join the club. That's how I am. I'm a generalist, not a specialist.
Well, I'll only specialize in something if it really, really interests me. Then I'll get involved and I'll put the time in it. But it has to be passionate. It has to mean something to me. Otherwise, I'm
like females, right?
Stubborn.
When it comes to females, I'm a specialist.
Oh, that's a mystery.
Welcome to the.
That's a mystery. That's mystery school stuff. Don't talk about that online.
Welcome to the masterclass, grasshopper. Just kidding.
Welcome to the masterclass.
Oh wow, I got some donkeys.
Who's 1 equals 1? Who's 1 equals 1? I think I know Proton. Yeah, I know who he is because he changed his name a couple times. Who's this 1 equals 1 guy? You in there? Or you already talked to us yet?
Hey, Rookie, check voice text live stream. I posted a link for you. Check that out. Yeah. You can use that to split the audio. Wrap the audio.
Cool. Yeah, that banana will work with Linux as well.
This free stuff here?
Yeah.
Oh, right on. Cool. I'll check it out. Thank you. I appreciate
The best stuff. Yeah. And grab that
I'll
OBS.
save it to my home screen so I don't forget about it. So I usually do. I'll forget about putting it in my clipboard. Just add it, and then I'll be like, "What is this?"
Yeah. See, with the OBS, you can disable the preview because you're not catching any video. You're just getting the audio, and then save it to MP3.
I see. I got you. And it doesn't take up so much.
You can do the same thing with NDI, and then have it beaming out to another destination, and just have audio streaming through.
Okay.
Or you can set it up towards doing your whole desktop, and then you can access it from that other station. It's kind of neat.
All right, who the hell is that? There's some guy walking around my neighborhood, and he's starting to get on my nerves. About ready to go out here and do something.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess what's gonna happen. You're gonna go out there and confront him, and he's gonna say, "Yeah, are you Ricky 1978 or 1976? Yeah. Here, you've been served."
3. Served with what? I couldn't possibly get sued. I don't piss anybody off. Wait a minute. What's your name again? That was a joke. I know it was a bad one. What the fuck is he talking to? He's like, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't even sound like he's talking in English.
Me?
Go check this guy. No, not you. The guy over here behind my house. He's like walking down the street there, and he's like mumbling something to himself. And he's casing the neighborhood is what he's doing. That's how they do it nowadays. Is they come to the neighborhood and they talk to themselves, and they pull their pants halfway down, and they stare at the sky, and they talk to the sky, and then the whole time they're casing your neighborhood. And the next night they steal a whole bunch of shit out of your yard and out of the back of your car or whatever. Little bastards. I'll catch some bitch next time. I'll kick his ass. Oops, sorry.
He's just a confused Glover. See, that's the thing. Inside of every Glober, there's a true flat earther waiting to get out.
You got a point. Or just a truther waiting to come out. General. Where'd this motherfucker? Really?
But you can never gain any truth if you listen to stars, if you listen to these famous people.
Rocks.
Right? You'll never gain anything from that knowledge. It's pseudo knowledge. So all that time that everybody says, "Oh, I'm watching this stuff because I want to see what LeBron James is spending all his money on," who cares?
We care. I was gonna say we care. Oh, it's a woman. Ugh.
Who cares about LeBron James? He's a jock.
God. I should take a picture of this woman, dude. Trust me.
The guy couldn't even flip a burger to save his life. Like, if all sports were banned, he'd starve. He'd be in the breadline. Because ain't no way anybody's going to pay him for speaking because he's a racist cunt. Well, the reason why he has that clout, because he played for the Miami Heat and gave them championship. It's true.
I posted another link for you guys to use. It's free. Alfred camera. I think you set up a little home security. Use all your old phones for whatever to go with your audio.
Old phones. Wow.
Yeah, I recommend that. Most security, cameras, systems, it cost you like $100, $200 easy. If you can use your own phones, and pay like whatever subscription fee or whatever to get the app, I would recommend.
Robot.
Jesus.
Now you can proceed with confidence. Yeah, I've got two cameras pointing outside towards the weed garden.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, see, I have these cameras. They're wireless. I don't have a receiver for them.
What is this?
I got like 3 of these cameras, one inside the house and 2 outside the house. They were part of a security package, but then my grandfather had canceled it, and they didn't get the cameras because he had purchased the cameras, but the receiver, the wireless receiver, like he sent back for some reason. He's gone through a couple of security home systems, and they're ripoffs. Complete and total ripoffs. This one, I had to rip all the sensors off the wall and cut the line. They said, if you cut the line, we're arresting you. And I said, I'm cutting the line, and you can take the fucking unit and shove it up your ass. Good luck finding it. You can't get blood from a turnip, and what are you going to lock me up for? It's my house. I don't want this on the house. The person who had it is deceased. Honor that, or I'll see you in court. Supreme Court deal. I will take it to the Supreme Court. The only reason why they want their unit in the house, when it's not being used, somebody can break in and they won't call anything. It's to monitor everything that goes on inside the house. And this is unconstitutional. So yeah, don't use any home monitoring systems unless you have it all open source and you control it on your end. Otherwise, you're just training the AI.
Now, what to do about these Apple phones, Android phones, eh?
I heard they make pretty good river rocks. You can just toss them in a river.
Well, what is an android? It's a robot, right?
Robot.
Now, are you the robot, or is it the robot? Because remember, it used to wake up. It used to wake up and go, droid. right? That's like calling yourself an android. Hey, robot, I'm ready. Use me.
Quick message from Dave Hinkle. Are there any globe earthers in the room that want to talk about the shape of the Earth?
I mean,
I don't know. I'm driving.
Globe skeptic. Proton? Proton. What's up, Proton? Are you a glober? Chime in.
There's a no rolls person in here, June 00, if they want to go up to the VC check-in or whatever y'all want to do.
How about on the fence, the Vardouche?
Gene 00, where is he?
Hey, Vardouche, can you hear me?
What'd you say?
Trying to talk to Vardouche or any glober that wants to chime in.
Hey, I ain't one of those. Don't insult me.
I'm not a douche. How dare you?
Right,
Don't insult me.
you're on the fence, right?
I mean, you could probably give me skeptic at this point.
Skeptic. Okay, so you're beyond the fence.
Wow, that was fast.
I mean, I've been here listening for a long time, so it's not like it was fast. I mean, it's just gradually going up there.
So when you first got here, go ahead, Hank. I was going to ask him a quick question. When you first got here, what was your percentage belief in the globe, and what is it now?
That's actually a good question.
0 to 100.
2 years ago. Actually, let's start with 2 years ago instead of when I joined, because I joined, let's just say a month ago. I don't even know. 2 years ago, it was more like 75 to 25. And then when I joined, it was 51 to like 49. And then now it's I'd probably say 75 to 25, except to the flat side.
Okay.
Even higher than that, because you guys have just said a lot of good points. I mean, just dissing all of those Glovers, you guys are good.
Well, it's not anything we do. It's just the globe has no evidence, so it's pretty easy. But go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, and there's a shit ton of proof in the server. A shit ton. I mean, what can't they understand about it?
It's you that don't understand because this is far too complex, right? If you think it's just as easy as falsifying their stuff, not only do you have to falsify the dimensions of the Earth, but you also have to falsify whatever words pop out of their mouth once you do that. So if they say refraction, then you got to go all up into refraction and explain to them what refraction is, and then 30 seconds later they'll explain to you what refraction is, and you don't know.
People just need to get into a class of this, and once they do, they'll just understand more of their surroundings, people. And, I mean, maybe it sounds better if you call it more like a relief once they understand.
Hey,
Hopefully, you guys agree.
Thanks for talking about that, because like it's nice that there's people here that are just listening to the conversations. Because once you do that, like it makes a big difference.
That's
So
100%. 100%. Thanks for letting me in here and letting me listen to all of your information and facts.
Yeah, what are you talking about? It's nice that we mentioned what?
All of your information and facts. Because like it helped me a lot to understand everything of why this is that, why that's that, and people are just giving bullshit answers. And then once you're in this Discord, I mean, people will or should understand of why Earth is flat. I mean, come on.
But you don't.
Yes. I mean, I spent a lot of time in the information of like A to something to Z, A to Z. Additional information, AL and AZ or MZ.
So do you have a rebuttal for that stuff we can help you with?
No, I 100% agree. Like, there's a lot of good information and sites and pictures and videos. I mean, once you see it, you're like, oh shit. Well, why did I believe that in the first place? And then once you see it, how can you deny that?
Yeah, the evidence stands on its own, and the evidence stands on reality. Or yeah, yeah. Like if something is reality is the foundation that we're going on, or the template that we're using to lay other information over, does it match reality or not? That's a yes or no question. It like the information itself, our experience out in nature, ourself, the Earth itself is the example. Reality itself is the reference. So it just kind of is what it is. Earth is measurably, demonstrably is flat. We can prove this over and over again repeatably. So there's really not much to rebut on our side. We're just presenting information that people can pick it up and do whatever they want with it.
Yeah. Once they get all this information that's found in the server, I mean, you're flipping people's minds.
Also, for me, when you take out all the fiction, like in the book stories, like the sci-fi stories, and all the movies, take out all the movies, and you take out NASA, we don't have none of that stuff that we believe about space growing up.
Well, once I like flipped sides and like I looked back and I was looking at, the movies and sci-fi books, pictures, and I'm just like, why did it have to take this long for me to understand something? And then, so I just want to thank you guys, actually. So, seriously.
So all we did was offered you the ability to go check for yourself, because most people don't think of it, right? Like, imagine if I said, hey, did you know that you could, count time by the number of blinks? Because we know how many blinks people make, right? We could just have a new abstract, and instead of hours, blinks, right? So I could say, hey, I'll meet you at grandma's house at 300 blinks. Like, you've never entertained that idea. No one's ever presented it to you before. So now that I have, now you can look into it and see if it's viable. It's probably not viable, but that's the thing. No one's ever told you that you could look into that before, have they?
I agree, 100%. All this information and being in VC, people will, how do you say, once people see all of this, they're gonna be like, oh shit, it's time for me to actually see what is the truth or find myself what is the truth. And then just looking through channels, scrolling, they'll be like, wow, there's so many things they believed, which isn't true.
Personally, bro, I just looked at history. To be honest, history, and I just looked at how the whole world was constructed. To be honest, I was a globe earther too, but now I'm flat. I believe the Earth is flat. To be honest, in a way or another.
There's a lot of good information. I don't know why people are saying globe is a globe. Yeah, there are pictures, but at the same time, they're CGI.
They're all fucking praised. I don't even know, bro. They're all just, there's something else. Every one of them. Even the fucking astronauts, bro, throwing up with demonic signs, bro. Have you seen that video where the astronaut gets pulled on a invisible little hanger, a little chip? I don't even know what you call it. You shouldn't even be able to do that when you're up in space. That makes no sense.
You could post it in live stream, voice text.
I was in a voice chat. I was in a voice chat with a guy. He live streamed it. I can post I have a whole file with everything. I can post it in lobby if you want me to. You can just look for it yourself.
Resolve sending a picture.
Hmm?
In lobby, you just said go to lobby, and then I just see resolve.
Oh, it's not a picture, it's a link. That's everything from start to the finish. Yeah, I can send it to you in your DMs. You can read if you want to.
I'm down.
Cause I'm not in English, so I can't really speak. I can't really. I'm not good at arguments, bro. Like having proper conversation. It depends on what you want to see. Look, I can just live stream, to be honest, right? Oh, can I do that? No, I can't. Oh, that's CGI bullshit.
Facebook.
What I don't get is I think it's in the Bible. Angel is depicted, and when I saw a real video of it, like of Mercury, but it looked exactly the same, with like wheels going around. It was weird. Let me see if I can find it. Can I share my screen?
No, you won't be able to show your screen. But Ezekiel's wheels, is that what you're talking
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That shit.
Yeah, those are not angels. Those are a different class of, or you know what I mean? Like angels that we were talking, like people are not. They really do look like people, not like little babies with wings. But those are the things you see.
It's depicted with an eye in it. The Ezekiel's wheel. It's an eye in the middle.
More than one eye. Like, isn't there a bunch of eyes?
I think it's one. I'm not sure.
These are creatures that carry God's throne.
And when you look at it, you see the videos. It really looks like it's a reflection of water.
So the thing that sometimes is forgotten is that we forget sometimes the supernatural nature of our nature existing at all is supernatural. All those unexplainable things. It's like the lights in the sky are supernatural to us. We have no understanding. It's above our comprehension. So
it's depicted in the Bible.
It's why, yeah. So these things that you're talking about that in the Bible, if it relates to the nature that we happen to be living in, then I think it's something to pay attention to.
It is. In the Bible, they state
not to be ignored at all, and more of those things seem to be more and more true for me as an investigator in my own life. Seem to be more and more true as time goes on, not the other way around. And that's just my own personal investigations and journeys and explorations, whatever you want to call them.
It's almost like everything that is written in the Bible has been going through a straight line, to be honest. They mention eagles, they mention stars, slavery, an unknown nation, America. Look at the dollar bills, bro. It's all just... Yeah.
Well, I think we all kind of know one thing. Like, it doesn't matter what any of us here believe.
The U.S. is the new Egypt, to be honest.
These people that are the elite, or whatever you want to call them, that's just a word. But whatever you want to call
them. The Society of Jesus, yeah.
They believe it and are going by it. So they just believe in the other side. They're going by the same Bible, and people are saying, oh, the globe is not a religion. Oh, really? I disagree.
You can even see that. They're just... Have you seen the Pope kissing what's his them Rothschild's hands, bro? What's that too? I ain't supposed to do that.
Yeah,
but they changed agenda and they changed name. Or the Illuminati.
Aristophanes measured shadows before Christ. right? So the Eratosthenes is like the globe Earth Jesus, right? They all believe in him, don't they? You ever heard a Globey question whether he exists? Of course not, right? And, you know, I'm not trying to bring it back to religion. I'm trying to show that this is how it is a religion. Like their side is a religion. For us, our side is scientific, or at least scientifically minded, because we're saying, oh, is that so? Prove it. Oh, let me go check on that. Let me go
I'm
test
sorry,
that. Let me
but
go measure that.
I gotta. So you saying you a flat earther, right?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther.
And you believe in science, right?
The scientific method, of course.
Yeah. The flat earth concept that's based on the Bible, you knew that, right?
So
it's written.
Different people have different
4,000 years
foundations.
ago.
I'm not disagreeing with you. Listen to what I'm saying. Different people have different foundations. So if you're trying to talk to the preacher about flat earth, you're going to use the Bible. But if you're talking to your cousin that's in college who's not reading the Bible, you're going to use science.
Of course.
Right.
But there's some things you just can't explain with science, and some people
I
just don't
agree.
have the spirit. Some people just don't have the spirit, bro. And just don't
But
have it. You know?
science is not really like science is full of pseudoscience. And
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
what science is supposed to mean to us, right, normal people, is that it is the natural way to explain, you know, the phenomenon. If it was done properly, right, we'd say, yeah, this is science and it
Just like the
works, right?
Big Bang. Like,
Yeah,
the Big Bang is just trying to explain how the whole universe was created based on, just without God being in the picture. It's all just devilish, to be honest.
Right, but then to call these things science, right, and then say, "Do you believe in science?" I mean, that's a loaded question.
To an extent, I believe in science, to be honest. To an extent,
See,
though.
but the science that we're taught today is a religion. See, and see, in the Bible, God hates religion. He hates. You see, if God of the Bible is the real God, whoever the real creator is, it is not science. I mean, it is not a religion. It is real science, right? So there's a thing where we're taught today is the religion is a religion. But if we are to do real science and it leads us to a creator, you cannot call that a religion. That would be real science. Okay? But this thing that they call real science today, it's a religion. It's atheism, it's evolution, it's all these things, and that's the religion. You know what I mean? Not the science. Science
I
is
see where you're getting.
What does science mean?
Where it is.
What does science mean?
Science is a way of explaining causes with I don't know.
Causation.
I can't put it into words.
It's a way to find a causation of natural phenomenon.
Exactly.
So what it means is to know.
Right. I'll post the link. It's just a simple.
It's like
I know, and it's based on evidence, but there's a lot of evidence that's missing, to be honest.
It's a direct derivative of gnosis.
So gotta be careful with the God thing, because when you say science and when you say religion, you gotta put these things in the right place, right? It's right.
Oh, for
Because
sure.
when I say science, a lot of people will throw evolution